Kingmaker System. Part 2. Kaboom! Tyler dashed across the forest with Fiona flung over his shoulder as he tried to get as far away from the monster behind them as possible. He paused as he felt the entire forest shake from a massive force, and he wanted to look around him to see what that was, but he felt the aura of the monster again and he forgot about that force as he started to run again. Things could not have gone any more wrong than they did just now. Tyler knew that it was impossible for this mission to be any more fucked up than it was at this fucking moment. There was only one question constantly running through Tyler's mind. What sort of monster did they run into? Tyler was a strong superhuman. He knew that he could handle calamity classes if he went all out, and he was someone who felt great pride in his power. But the monster that appeared behind them was not something that he could call a simple calamity class. If not for the fact that he already knew how strong Eldritch Class and Armageddon Class monsters were, Tyler would have thought that this monster something higher than a Calamity Class. The anima chasing him was able to kill Archer in less than 10 seconds after the fight started, and Archer didn't even get a chance to use any of his abilities before he was crushed into a paste with nothing but raw strength. That already told Tyler that this was not a fight they could face head-on, but when the anima managed to shrug off Fiona's blessing with minimal effort, Tyler knew that they were fucked if they didn't get out of there at once. Tyler had never seen any Calamity Class anima that could shrug off Fiona's blessing before, and the fact that this one could do it meant that this was not an ordinary anima. And yet, all that was nothing compared to the fact that this anima actually opened its mouth and spoke. Even after everything that the anima did to the superhumans, the fact that it could talk was still the most shocking of it all. Was this a dream? Perhaps. Tyler could simply believe that he was dreaming and he would wake up from it in a moment. But the feeling of dread that filled his heart and the adrenaline pumping through his body as he ran for his life told him that this was real. It made no sense that an anima would be able to talk. There has never been an instance where anima possessed such an ability. Immediately after hearing the anima talk, Tyler was about to tell Fiona to turn off her skill so that they could bolt, but it was already too late as the monster reached Fiona before Tyler could even mutter a word. He quickly engaged the anima and tried to draw it away from Fiona, but the monster ignored him and raced towards Fiona to finish her off. Fiona was able to use her blessing to slow the monster down for a few seconds. Even though the monster was far stronger than her, it still felt the effects of Fiona's blessing for a few seconds. And it was only this fact that allowed her to survive what happened next. Rather than simply killing Fiona like it planned to, the monster slammed into her with all its weight, and Fiona was thrown across the forest like a ping-pong ball. She already passed out before she crashed through 10 trees and dug a deep trench into the forest floor. Boom! The monster stumbled and seemed to be confused for a moment as it tilted its head and looked down at its feet while trying to assimilate what had just happened. That split-second delay in its reaction allowed Tyler to dash in and grab Fiona to get out of there as quickly as possible. Tyler started by running towards the helicopter, and he was going to try and get out of this island as quickly as possible, but when he felt the monster right behind him, he decided that it would be better not to run towards the helicopter since the monster could easily kill all the other superhumans that were also trying to escape the island. The monster was too strong, and Tyler couldn't stop it even if he tried, so he knew that it would easily kill all the A and B rank superhumans in the helicopter. A shadow fell over Tyler, and he turned around to see 3 large trees flying towards him. The leaves and large roots on the trees told Tyler that they were just pulled straight out from the soil, and Tyler cursed as he dashed to the side and tried to evade the trees. Boom! 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 The trees slammed into the ground and embedded themselves deep in the floor, and Tyler quickly tried to continue moving, but he wasn't able to get to his top speed quickly enough since his evasion of the trees shaved off some of his speed. How troublesome. Why do you run? A feeling of dread fell upon Tyler as he felt eyes behind him, and he turned around with a shout while releasing a massive wave of flames. Die! Fwoom! The flames traveled across the forest and destroyed hundreds of trees in their path, but Tyler didn't see the anima. Tyler held his breath and looked around at the flaming forest while waiting for something to happen. There was a deep, unnatural silence that permeated through the entire forest, and Tyler could almost feel his heart trying to burst out from his chest due to the intensity of the situation. Ugh! Fiona stirred from Tyler's shoulder, but Tyler didn't even have time to check on her as he noticed something moving through his flames. Tyler would never admit it to anyone, but watching the ant-headed anima stepping out from the fire like a demon straight out of hell put the fear of the Lord into him. For the first time in his life, Tyler felt his legs shake. Fuck! Tyler cursed, and he gently pushed Fiona to the ground. He knew in his heart that there was nothing that he could do to defeat this monster. Tyler has fought against hundreds of anima in the last 4 years, but none of them stood up to the sheer strength that this anima had. But he was not going to just turn around and let it catch and kill them both. Tyler was going to fight. Maybe he would win. Maybe Fiona would wake up and manage to run away before the monster killed him. Or maybe they would both die. It didn't matter what the outcome would be, Tyler was not going down without a fight. Tyler went into a fighting stance and prepared himself. Come on then. Let's see how much of you I can burn before I'm extinguished. The ant-headed anima tilted its head curiously as it saw Tyler getting into a fighting stance, and it seemed to be interested in what Tyler was going to do. It wondered why Tyler was willingly sacrificing himself all of a sudden. It thought that Tyler would run forever, but it seems that it was wrong. How interesting. Come on, you bastard. Fwoom. 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 3 great pillars of fire burst to life as Tyler charged at the monster. He released another large wave of fire to distract the monster, and he dashed to the side and slammed his heel into a tree. The tree groaned as it began to fall, and Tyler grabbed it by the trunk. Fwoom. The tree trunk caught on fire immediately Tyler touched it, and Tyler released another battle cry as he threw the tree straight at the monster like a javelin. Whoosh! The Calamity class simply rose its hand up, and the tree broke into pieces once it slammed into the hand. The anima grabbed the trunk and threw the tree to the side. What nonsense was this human trying to do? Does he think that a simple tree would be able to harm it? What foolishness! Rarg! Tyler suddenly appeared from behind the tree with his flaming fist drawn back. Rarg! Tyler suddenly appeared from behind the tree with his flaming fist drawn back. He used the tree as a distraction and he was planning to catch the Calamity class off guard so he could get a hit in, but the result of his hard work was so disappointing as the Calamity class only raised its arm in the air once more and caught Tyler around the neck like a child. Burk! Tyler grabbed the Calamity class by the arm and tried to pry its hand off, but there was nothing that he could do as it was too strong. It felt impossible to even make the arm budge. What is this strength? On the other side of the clearing, Fiona had finally woken up and she held her head in shock as she gently sat up and looked around at the burning bush. Why was she on the ground? She didn't remember anything that happened after. Oh yes, that monster attacked her and she used her blessing on it. But the blessing didn't work like she thought it would. Her blessing failed against a monster. That has never happened before. Fiona quickly looked up and she was shocked when she saw Tyler being held by the Calamity class. She immediately stood up and began to think. She didn't know how she got here, but that didn't matter right now. She just needed to come up with a way to get Tyler out of the anima's grasp. She knew that even though her blessing didn't work against the anima like she expected it to, she was able to stall it for a few moments. Maybe she could use that to help Tyler. Fiona focused all of her mana and she immediately spread out her blessing using everything she had to try and grab the anima's attention. She might not be able to put it under her control, but she could distract it long enough to give Tyler a chance to escape. But this turned out to be the wrong choice. The only reason why Fiona's blessing worked against the anima the first time was that it had never felt it before and it was surprised by the feelings of love and protectiveness for Fiona that suddenly appeared in its head. Now that the anima already knew what Fiona's blessing felt like and it knew what sort of effects the blessing had on it, the anima was more resistant to the effects and its resolve didn't even shake for a moment as it glanced at Fiona. There was a small twitch on the anima's face and Fiona stumbled back as she realized that the anima was smiling. Fiona's mind went blank with shock at the unusual sight. Fiona has never fought against an anima this strong before, and she has never heard of an anima that was expressive in any way. Since when could they smile? Foolish human. Your species have grown inept in their own hubris. I shall show you the error of your ways. The way of the wild. The anima began to squeeze down on Tyler's throat as it continued to look Fiona right in the eyes. Fiona felt true helplessness at that moment as she realized that she really couldn't do anything to help Tyler. Tyler was going to die and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She took a step back as she prepared to bolt back to the helicopter. There was nothing she could do for Tyler, but perhaps she could save herself and tell the others back in City A about what happened here. They cannot allow these monsters to reach the city. A monster like this would absolutely eradicate their city from the map. Now, what do we have here? Another ant? Exclamation point. Fiona turned to the side in shock as she heard a familiar voice, and she could not contain the relief that spread across her entire body as she saw a figure strutting out from within the flames surrounding the forest. The black hair and muscular body immediately gave the identity away, and Fiona released a bated breath that she didn't even know she had been holding when she saw Mark. Mark was shirtless and there were various scars across his body from the fight he had just come from. He was dragging the body of a large monkey-based anima behind him, and he dropped it on the ground as he scanned over everything going on in the clearing. Mark only took a moment to scan everything around him and he was able to deduce what had happened. Tyler was trying to protect Fiona and he ended up biting off more than he could chew. This is exactly why Mark told them that they should have brought more people. The monsters here are far stronger than they predicted, and Mark knew that if not for the fact that he was here, then all of them would have died. The ant-headed anima immediately changed its focus once it saw Mark, and its eyes gleamed in surprise as it saw its main prey standing before it. It screeched in anger as it squeezed down harder on Tyler's neck, and Tyler screamed in pain as he felt his neck crack. Let go of him. The anima was stunned when Mark suddenly appeared beside it. Mark gripped its wrist and slowly twisted, and the anima started to loosen its grip around Tyler's neck involuntarily until it dropped Tyler to the ground. It immediately jumped back to get some distance between it and Mark as it felt its wrist throbbing in pain from Mark's grip. It rubbed its wrist and glanced at Mark in shock, but Mark was not even paying attention to it as he looked down at Tyler and made sure that Tyler was still breathing. Come and take him away, Fiona. Once Mark was sure that Tyler was alive, he turned to Fiona and called her over. Fiona jerked like she had just snapped out of a haze as she heard her name, but she managed to comport herself and slowly came forward till she was standing beside Tyler. Fiona kept glancing at the anima in front of them, and she was prepared to run in case there was any sign of an attack coming from the monster. But the anima did not move a muscle as it just kept looking at Mark. Don't worry about it. It's not going to attack you. Just take Tyler to the helicopter and try to get him some first aid before you guys leave. His neck is probably broken. Fiona nodded and she grabbed Tyler. Fiona jumped off the ground and into the trees before disappearing into the forest. Once she was gone, Mark turned to the monster with a small smile. Now that they're gone, how about we talk? You can talk, can't you, ant? Do not call me an ant. I am a proud anima. Mark folded his hands. Oh, but isn't that what you are? It's like telling me not to call a dog, or a monkey. Regardless of how you look at it, you're nothing but an ant. But that is not what I wanted to talk about. I want to know where you take your prisoners. Are they kept in the tunnels below the island? The anima began to trek forward as it released a low screech. The great anima do not answer to mere humans. Boom! The anima shot off the ground and charged for Mark, and Mark could easily track its movement as it moved towards him. Mark's gaze was cold as he glared at the anima and dared it to come towards him. The anima immediately felt a shiver go through its spine as it saw those eyes. The anima immediately felt a shiver run down its spine as it saw those eyes, and it unconsciously made a decision not to charge straight for Mark. Instead, it dashed to the side, attempting to blindside Mark from behind. It charged at Mark again and released a punch that would have destroyed a mountain, but Mark put his hand up and easily caught the punch in his grip. Boom! A massive wind pressure rose from the point of contact, and Mark's hair was blown back from the intensity. Mark squeezed down on the monster's arm, and the monster screeched as it tried to pull its arm back. But no matter what it tried, it couldn't make Mark loosen his grip. After killing the monkey anima, Mark was able to gain 100 skill points. Mark sent all of his skill points straight to his full body constitution, and his previous constitution, soldier ant constitution, evolved into a new one called Reiju Thunder God. Reiju Thunder God, this constitution skill enhances the practitioner's entire body, imbuing them with the electrifying power of a thunder god, allowing heightened speed, strength, and the ability to discharge electricity in combat. Effects: Full Body Augmentation x20. Stunner: enemies 1 rank below the user will receive an automatic 2-second stun effect upon first contact with the user. A/N, the full body augmentation skill measures how much power Mark's body can hold, it is not a multiplier for his power. The previous full body constitution only strengthened his body to 10 times its mortal limits, and this constitution takes it one step further. Superhuman system. Name: Mark Vanitas. Race: Human. Title: He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. Rank: A, 2120/3000. Affiliation: True Good. Unused stat points: 160. Unused skill points: 50. Strength: 820, plus 82, plus 80. Stamina: 650, plus 65, plus 58. Agility: 650, plus 65, plus 13. Durability: 510, plus 51. Mana: 260, plus 26. System stats are greatly unbalanced, and the user is advised to improve the lacking stat to ensure proper growth. Skill Tree. Full Body Constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current Full Body Constitution: Reiju Thunder God, 1/200. Reiju Thunder God, this constitution skill enhances the user's entire body, imbuing them with the electrifying power of a thunder god, granting heightened speed, strength, and the ability to manipulate and discharge electricity in combat. Effects: Full Body Augmentation x20. Stunner: enemies 1 rank below the user will receive an automatic 2-second stun effect upon first contact with the user. Mana Circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation stage, F rank, 11 out of 100. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 6%. Stamina, plus 6%. Agility, plus 2%. Taunting. This skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 1/100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 20%. A Blunt Force Trauma. This skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank, F rank, 51/100. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 3% for every successful consecutive hit. Mark grinned and dragged the anima closer as electricity began to spark around him. The stunning effect of his full body constitution didn't activate, but the anima still felt an intense jolt of electricity that immediately made it try to pull back in shock. Let me teach you some life lessons, Ant. 1. You should never get this close to a brawler. Boom. 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 3 consecutive punches slammed into the anima's stomach, and it felt its feet leave the ground as it was carried into the air from the force of the punches. The Anima immediately tried to perform an axe kick to take Mark's head off, but Mark ducked under the kick and used the momentum of the movement to stretch out the arm he was already holding. Lesson 2, don't ever give a brawler your arm. Crack. Rip. The sound of bone breaking and flesh tearing resonated across the entire region as Mark ripped the arm he had been holding out from the socket. The Anima screamed in pain as it stumbled back from Mark and held its stump in pain. Mark looked down at the hand that he took from the Anima before he scoffed and began to walk towards the Anima with a foreboding aura around him. Damn human scum. The Anima screeched as it charged for Mark with a vengeful gaze, but Mark easily dodged around the monster's attack and used its torn arm to slam it in the face. The monster flew back, and it tried to rush to its feet, but it was not fast enough to stop a massive kick from Mark that slammed into its back and sent it to the ground. The Anima screeched at Mark threateningly as it rushed to its feet and shot off. Mark prepared to block in case the Anima was planning to attack, but the Anima immediately changed trajectory at the last moment and shot off into the forest as it realized that Mark was far stronger than it. It would not be sensible to fight against Mark in a straight fight, so it needed to draw Mark down into the tunnel so the other Anima in the tunnel could help it. Boom! The Anima was blindsided by a sudden impact, and it flew through a tree at the side as it was thrown off its feet. Mark jumped towards the monster with a mad look in his eyes as he used the Anima's torn arm to smash its head in. Boom! Another great tremor echoed through the forest, and Mark just continued the onslaught as he relentlessly beat the Anima. He grabbed the Anima by its head when it tried to escape, and he slammed its face into a tree. The Anima struggled in Mark's grip until it managed to finally loosen Mark's grip, and it turned around and spat a toxic substance out. Hiss! Mark immediately jumped back in surprise as the liquid oozed out from the Anima's mouth and sprayed over his stomach. He looked down at his abs where the spit touched him and waited to see if there would be any effects, but thankfully his constitution was too strong for the spit to penetrate, and it just oozed off him. Mark then watched as the Anima bolted off once more. He narrowed his eyes for a moment and thought about chasing after it, but then a better idea crossed Mark's head, and he allowed himself to relax as he began to jog after the Anima. Mark was certain that the Anima would try to go back to a place where there were reinforcements. And it was most likely the same place where they kept their prisoners. Mark didn't know how large the underground tunnels were, but if the tunnels covered the entire island, then it would be impossible for him to find Aerith in that maze. It would be far more sensible for him to just allow the Anima to take him as close as possible to the center of the maze. Lesson 3, always stay one step ahead of the enemy. In the underground tunnels, James and the other members of the team that went below ground trekked forward with their senses at high alert and a cautious air around them. The first thing that told James that this was going to be a terrible fight was the feeling he had once he entered the tunnels. James couldn't explain it even if he tried. There was this unnatural foreboding that he had never felt before spreading across the entire cave. It almost felt like he was in the den of a wild beast and the beast was simply watching from a distance and waiting for him to come closer. But James didn't heed his internal feelings because he knew that he needed to go deeper into the cave to see what was inside. James, Meta, and the other A-rank and B-rank superhumans all trekked deeper into the cave and they found a pathway that went down for a long time. It was lined with multiple glowing green lights illuminating from rocks that protruded from the cave wall. They eventually came across some monsters along the way and they were able to dispatch them easily because they were low-level monsters that didn't pose any real danger to them. James and Meta didn't even need to intervene as the A-rank and B-rank superhumans were able to easily destroy these monsters. This raised their morale for some time as they continued on their way. They thought that the monsters down here would be weak since the ones that they had met were all weak, but James and Meta knew that this would not be the case. They told the other superhumans to keep their eyes peeled and to not get too relaxed because they could meet a calamity class at any point, but the other superhumans were too happy about how easy it was for them to destroy the previous monsters and they didn't listen. Boom! The sound of fighting coming from above them was the only indication they received that something had gone desperately wrong above ground. They could not even understand what had happened before another long, intense tremor made the tunnel shake and they were forced to move faster so they would not get buried under the falling rocks. They moved quickly through the tunnel and they finally reached a small cave that split into two different pathways on the left and right. The entire group stopped as James and Meta both realized immediately that this was a problem. James and Meta were the only two S-rank superhumans there and the rest of them were only A ranks and B ranks. That meant that they would have to split the S ranks into two groups if they wanted to really search the tunnels and take care of any monsters in the caves. James wondered what would happen if they were to encounter a monster that an S rank could not defeat inside those caves. Suddenly, a man spoke up from behind James. "We should just split up. Half of us should go with James and the other half will go with Meta. You are both strong, so I am sure that there will be no issues if each group has one of you." The person who spoke was called Greg. He was a member of the NSA that worked directly under James. He had a lot of experience in the superhuman world, but he didn't have as much experience on the battlefield since he was only a bank clerk before he became a superhuman 4 years ago. He was an A rank that had a blessing from Hermes. This made him extremely fast and he tended to handle orders very efficiently. But he was not very good at making tactical decisions. James knew that splitting up would be the best option, but he was still worried that there was a monster here that was stronger than an S rank. But suspicion was not enough reason for him to stop the team since they were all on the same page. Even Meta eventually agreed and told James that he would go down the left tunnel while James should go down the right tunnel. The monsters that they already encountered down here were too weak and so the monster ahead would probably be weak enough for them to handle as well. "Yeah, let's just finish up quickly and go help the others up on the surface. I need to get back home to my girlfriend later. Let's finish up quickly. There's no way a mere monster can kill all of us if we gang up on it. We have S ranks, so we will be fine. We can finish this in no time." James sighed internally and he relented when he heard everyone voicing their agreement. He knew it would be impossible to argue against all of them since they seemed to have all come to the same decision together. They wanted to split up and that was fine by James. But this decision would turn out to be the worst choice they could have ever made. James took half of the A and B ranks and walked down the right tunnel while Meta took the other half and walked down the left tunnel. "Be careful over there and try to come back in one piece. I wouldn't want to start explaining to Talia how I couldn't get her old man out." That was the last thing Meta said to James before they both separated and entered the different tunnels. It was the last time they would ever speak to each other. James kept his eyes peeled as they went deeper into the tunnel with his smaller team. The tunnel was still illuminated by the crystals, so there was no need for them to light it up, but James couldn't help but feel like something was watching him from the shadows. He narrowed his eyes and looked around calmly before he stopped as another tremor shook the entire region from the surface. Boom! James immediately wondered if that tremor was coming from the fight against the monsters up there. James didn't think that it would escalate to this level since there are many superhumans with Fiona and Tyler. They even have Archer, so shouldn't the fight already be over if Archer was watching their back? Don't tell me they ran into the monster that was too strong for Archer to snipe. That's impossible. Archer has one of the strongest long-range skills. He should be able to handle calamity classes easily from a distance. Boom! Another tremor passed through the cave and James heard the other people with him murmuring amongst themselves as they looked around at all the falling debris in the cave, but he was not looking around like they were. Instead, his eyes were transfixed on one particular spot on the ceiling where he could see a crystal protruding from. He narrowed his eyes and he reached out and touched one of the superhumans blessed by the god of fire. "Put a light over there." The superhuman looked up in surprise and she saw that the spot James was talking about was already well illuminated by a green crystal. Why would he want to have a light over there? But James insisted on it and the superhuman didn't have any choice as she brought her hand up and lit a flame. Fwoom! Her entire face paled as she felt her heart drop down to her stomach in dread. She took a step back immediately as she shouted at the top of her lungs. "Anima! Anima!" There was a giant lizard-type anima hanging on the ceiling at the exact spot that the crystal was protruding from, but for some reason, they could not see the anima when it was only being illuminated by the light of the crystal. It was only when the flames covered it that they were able to see where it was. The anima immediately raced out from the light of the flames, and everyone in the cave went into a fighting stance as the anima disappeared into the light of another crystal. James shouted at the flame user to bring up a large bonfire. They needed to create more light so they could see where the anima went. But before James could chase after the anima, he was blindsided by another anima who appeared from behind and slammed into him. Boom! The anima sent James into the wall, and James put his hand in front of his face as the anima used its leg to kick James deeper into the rock. What the hell is this power? This anima was nothing like the one they faced when they came to the tunnel. That anima was just a disaster class, but this one was definitely a calamity class. It had to be on the same level of power as the anima that Mark fought in the city. The new anima was also a lizard-type anima, but this one was standing on two legs and looked more like a lizard man than a lizard. James dragged himself out from the hole before the lizard man could hit him again, and he quickly tackled the lizard man with a loud shout. Focus on the other anima. I'll handle this one. Once James shouted this out to the other superhumans, he dragged the lizard man a few steps away from the superhumans before he drew back to try and get some space between them. The lizard man immediately swung its large tail at James, but James wasted no time as he lashed out with a punch of his own while activating his blessing. Tune. Boom. A loud musical note rang out from his fist as it impacted against the anima, and the anima roared in anger as its tail was almost torn off from the force behind the punch. James charged in and dodged under another tail swing as he grabbed the anima's legs and roared in anger as he dragged it into the air and made the anima fall on its side. He immediately sent a punch down at the anima, but it was able to grab James by the head and toss him into the wall of the cave before the punch hit. Boom! The anima slowly got to its feet and stormed over to James. It lashed out with a massive punch, and James reared his head back and used his forehead to counter the punch. Tune. Boom. Another musical note rang out as James released sound waves from his forehead and used it to amplify the intensity of his headbutt. If not for that trick, James would have definitely lost his head at that moment, but he was able to counter the punch, and the anima stumbled back, and this gave James some time to recuperate as he dragged himself out from the wall again. He needed to find a way to kill this thing so he could go help the A and B ranks that he left behind. James didn't know how strong that other lizard-based anima was, but James knew that it would be difficult to deal with it because of how it used the illumination of the caves to hide itself. If that anima is anything like this one, then the A and B ranks would not stand a chance. Rarga. James dashed at the anima and used all of his strength to tackle the anima back into the wall of the cave. Boom! The two of them burst through the wall, and they appeared in another part of the tunnel. There was a steep fall right on the edge of the new area, and James had to struggle to hold onto the edge of the wall so he wouldn't fall down into the darkness below. Arg! The lizard man was holding tight to James' leg with its claws, and James immediately used his blessing to release a large burst of sound waves from his legs, dislodging the monster from his leg and making it fall down into the darkness below. But before it even went far, the lizard reached out with its claws and grabbed hold of the cliff face to stop itself from falling. If you looked closely enough, you would see thousands of sharp stalagmites and spikes down there, and it would mean certain death if they fell into the trench from this height. I'm too old for this shit. Just die already, you fucking lizard. James could only curse as he forced himself back to the top with a lot of effort. His leg was throbbing from the wound the lizard inflicted with its claws, and James knew that he was bleeding without even looking at it. It was throbbing and spewing blood constantly because of how much effort he was exerting to stay standing. Roar! The lizard man was also able to reach the top quickly, and it charged at James again as the both of them began to exchange blows right on the cliff edge. Boom! 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 James knew that one mistake from him would end up with his death, and he tried his best to draw the monster toward the cliff while also making sure not to put too much weight on his injured leg. He dodged under one of the monster's swipes, and he released one of his largest punches right into the monster's stomach to make it stumble back in surprise. He grabbed its tail once it lashed out, and he dragged the monster closer to him and smashed another punch into the monster's back. The monster roared in anger and used its hind legs to kick James in the stomach. James stumbled back, and he was forced to put a lot of weight on his injured leg as he immediately stopped himself from stumbling too close to the edge. He got his balance, and he was able to get back into the fight, but a scream from one of the superhumans that he left behind made him turn his head to glance at what was happening. That was his only mistake. Squelch. A deep gash appeared over James' shoulder as he was cut through by the lizardman's claws, and his eyes widened as blood sprayed out over the floor. He immediately gained some distance between him and the monster while holding his shoulder in pain, but the monster didn't even bother chasing after him because it could already be seen that James was going to lose. A small upturning of its lips shocked James, and James narrowed his eyes in anger once he saw it. It was laughing. James fell to one knee as the blood loss from both his shoulder and his leg was starting to get to him. He was going to die here if he didn't stop the bleeding. The lizard man only watched James for a few moments before another scream echoed from the superhumans outside. The superhumans outside were only able to hold the stealthy lizard for a few seconds, but they were severely overpowered because of how elusive it was. Most of them died due to the lizard's stealthy attacks and raw brute strength, and now only 3 of them were remaining. The lizard man turned to walk back into the cave so it could get some of the humans as well. If it left the stealthy lizard to its own devices, then the stealthy lizard would eat all the humans and leave nothing for it. The 3 remaining superhumans were standing in a small semicircle with their backs against the wall, and they all held out their weapons to keep the lizard away. James's assistant, Greg, the female fire-based superhuman, and another A-rank superhuman who uses a sword and his wind blessing to fight were the only ones left. The fire-based superhuman was still using her flame to illuminate the area so that they could see the lizard, but she was already crying in despair as she knew that she would not be making it out of there alive. She should have just stayed as a firewoman instead of coming to join the NSA. At least if she was a firewoman, she wouldn't be facing monsters like these. Stop crying and think of a way out of here instead. These monsters will kill you whether you cry or not. Greg was the only one of the 3 who was still calm, and he swore that he would not go down without a fight. He held a long staff in front of him to keep the lizard at a distance as he tried to think of a way out of there. Greg was blessed by the god of speed himself, and he knew that if he ran away now, he might manage to get far before the lizard came after him, but Greg refused to run away. He was not going to abandon his comrades here because he knew that once he left, they would definitely be killed. Greg was going to stay here and try to think of a way for all of them to survive. We should have done more research into this island. I thought the monsters here were only disaster classes and 1 or 2 calamity classes. These monsters are far stronger than any we've seen in the city before. The superhuman with wind magic shouted out in anger as he glanced at the steadily approaching lizard. He thought they would be able to come here and clean out the entire island because of their numbers, but things were looking grave right from the start. He didn't know what was happening up on the surface, but he knew that things were surely better over there than down here. Greg shook his head and tried to keep his cool while his heart was threatening to beat out of his chest. Just stay calm. I'm sure the chairman will finish off the other lizard and he'll come help us soon. Just remain calm. Step. 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 The sound of footsteps made Greg and the others look up, and they were all shocked to see the second lizard man who was fighting against the chairman walking out from a hole in the wall and coming towards them. The lizard man grunted at the stealthy lizard, and the 2 of them almost seemed to have an argument in some strange language before they both turned to the humans. Greg was in too much shock to think, but he knew that what just happened was an agreement between them to share the humans. Greg swallowed in fright and took a step back. The fact that the lizard man was here meant that James lost the fight. Did the lizard man already kill James? If that was true, then there was nothing any of them could do to stop the lizard from eating them. Should he just run? Turning your back to an enemy. What an insult. A hand suddenly grabbed the 2 lizards by their tails as James appeared out from the hole in the wall with blood leaking all over him. Greg couldn't see James because the lizard men were blocking his view, but he heard James shout loudly. "Greg! You better take care of Talia, you useless bastard." James had a bloody smile on his face as the image of his granddaughter passed through his head at that moment. He knew that she would not be happy about his death. She would probably cry and hate him for some time. But there was no question that she would be just fine. Talia was strong, and she would be able to cope even if he wasn't there with her. The lizard suddenly felt a great pull drag them backward as James raced for the hole in the wall. He released a large sound wave from his feet into the ground to propel himself through the hole and straight over the cliffside. Roar! The two lizards were not able to react quickly enough, and they were just dragged along in the suicide charge as James took all three of them down into the darkness below. And through all this, his laughter echoed all through the cave. "I love you, Talia." Greg ran over to the edge of the cliff and looked down in shock. There was no sound for more than a minute before a loud sound of bodies being skewered echoed through the entire cave. Greg closed his eyes and grit his teeth in anger. He could feel tears coming to his eyes, and he didn't bother trying to stop them as he used the back of his hand to clean his eyes over and over again. "I'll look after her, James. I promise." Greg got to his feet while making a promise to James, and he looked up and tried his hardest to calm the tears that just wouldn't stop. After he finally managed to calm himself, he entered back through the hole to meet the other two superhumans who managed to survive. The female flame user was sitting on the floor and breathing heavily while looking down at the ground, and the male wind user was folding his hands and resting his back against the wall. He was also staring at the ground, and they both remained silent as they thanked James for what he did for them. "We have to start moving. James saved us here, but we don't know if there are any other monsters around. It would be dangerous to stay here any longer, so we need to get back to the helicopter and get out of this island. We should have never come here in the first place." Greg suddenly spoke up once he was close enough to the both of them. They needed to get out of here before they ran into any more monsters. James saved them this time, and Greg knew that if they encountered another monster like those two lizards, there was no chance of them coming out alive. The female shivered and held her hands close to her body as she looked back at the hole James fell out of. "What if there are more monsters down the path we came from? I don't think I have enough mana to fight even a weak disaster class right now. We will have to risk it. I haven't heard any tremors from above, so it is likely that the fighting is finished up there. Either that or..." Greg stopped speaking as he didn't even want to utter the words that came to his mind, but the other two already knew what Greg was about to say, and they silently gulped as they realized that it was also a possibility. What if the monsters up there were just as strong as these two lizards they just fought against and everyone on the surface was dead? What will they do if they cannot even get to the helicopter? We should call for reinforcements. Maybe the other guilds will send more help when they hear about this. The male superhumans pushed off the wall and spoke up confidently. He was sure that the other guilds would never leave them here to die if they knew the strength of the monsters here, but Greg just shook his head. Greg was there when the chairman sent a message out to all the guilds and asked for their assistance, and they all ignored the request. They weren't obligated to help, and so they weren't going to. It is unlikely that those bastards would try to help them now. It is more likely that the other guilds will ignore the message. Only the NSA will help us, and we don't have enough superhumans left to take on this sort of situation. We should just get to the top first and find out what happened. Speculating is only going to make us paranoid. The other two nodded to what Greg said as they saw the sense in his words, and they decided to make their way back to the surface before they made any more decisions. Boom! They were about to start heading back, but a large tremor suddenly shook the entire tunnel, and they had to hold on to the wall beside them to prevent themselves from falling. Greg looked down the tunnel in shock. What the hell was that? Two figures flashed across the cave. Whoosh! You are more monster than I. No one would expect a scream like this to come from the mouth of a literal monster as it ran from a human, but that was exactly what happened as Mark chased down the ant anima through the tunnels under the island. Mark knew that the ant anima would try to get reinforcements, so he allowed it to move ahead and followed it till it came down to this tunnel. But once Mark found the entrance to the tunnel, he didn't need the anima anymore and now he was going to kill it. There were green stones lining the walls of the tunnel and illuminating the underground tunnel, and Mark would have found it beautiful at any other time. But right now, his gaze was fixed on the anima. He just didn't have any time for sightseeing. Whoosh! Mark zoomed down the tunnel as he chased after the anima that was currently running away from him like he was a monster. The anima was bolting like a bat straight out of hell, and it knew that looking back even once would be dangerous because Mark was right on its tail. It dashed straight through the tunnels before reaching the two openings that split the tunnels into two paths. The anima quickly went down the right path. It wanted to lead Mark towards the two large lizard-type anima that were down this path so they could help it defeat Mark. The addition of those two low-level Calamity Class Anima would greatly increase its chances against Mark, and they could take Mark down together. But the anima couldn't even get all the way down the tunnel before it felt a hand brush against its back and grab it by the arm. "Why are you running, Ant? I thought you were better than me." Boom! Critical hit. Once Mark grabbed hold of the anima, he wasted no time as he dragged the anima back while delivering a devastating punch into the anima's side. The anima crashed into the tunnel wall, and Mark was surprised when the wall broke and the anima fell through the wall and down a steep cliff that appeared on the other side. Mark walked to the edge of the cliff, and he saw that the anima was holding on with its one good hand while staring up at Mark with a glare. Mark looked down at the deep darkness below, and he only smiled as he saw the sharp spikes below. Resorting to dirty tricks for victory is exactly what I would expect from a human. Cowardly scum. Mark raised a surprised brow as he used his heel to step on the anima's fingers. Screech. Smash. The anima screeched in pain, but Mark ignored its noise as he started to grind his heel into its fingers with increasing force. Mark knew that slamming his feet into the ground over and over again would only make the platform crack, and he might go over the edge of the cliff with the anima, so he was going to make it impossible for the anima to hold on instead. Mark didn't stop grinding his heel until the anima lost its grip on the cliff and fell down the dark cliff edge and into the darkness below. It kept its glare fixed on Mark until it disappeared, and Mark only tilted his head to the side with a wicked grin across his face as he watched it. Mark would not call himself a particularly vindictive person, but he was not above savoring the feeling of joy that comes with watching your enemy plummet to his death. The anima called him a monster. What nonsense! What would a monster like you know about being human? You can only call yourself a genuine being when you've experienced both the good and bad sides of your emotions. Freaks like you that only savor killing and destruction will never understand the beauty of humanity. Mark said this as he watched the anima until it finally disappeared, and it took a few extra seconds before Mark finally saw the message from his system. User had killed 1 low-level Calamity Class plus 100 skill points. Mark didn't waste any time as he opened his tab and moved his skill points to his two most important skills. Mark had 150 skill points right now, and he decided that he would use them all. Does the user wish to add points to the selected skills? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and the free skill points climbed down to 0 as they were transferred to the skills he chose. User had added 89 points to mana circulation. Current mana circulation, E rank, 0 to 200. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 10%. Stamina, plus 10%. Agility, plus 10%. User has added 61 skill points to blunt force trauma. Current rank, E rank, 2 to 200. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 4% for every successful consecutive hit. Once Mark was done with this, he then sent the remaining stat points that he had into his mana stat. There were only 160 stat points left, and Mark knew that it would be best to use them to increase his mana so that the mana would increase his other stats as well. Since mana and mana circulation work together to increase his stats, the higher his mana and mana circulation, then the higher his other stats would be. Does the user wish to add points to the selected stat? Yes/no. Mark selected the yes option, and the system immediately sent the stats to mana. User had added 160 stat points to mana. Mana, 280/462. Mark frowned as he checked the amount of mana that he had left after adding in the mana points that he already had. There was barely half of his original amount left, and it only got up to that point because of the extra stat points that he added to mana. Mark knew that it was supposed to be much lower than that. Mark decided that he would have to find a way to get more mana as soon as possible. There were still some lower-ranked calamity classes that he hadn't killed yet. The cause of his drastic drop in mana was probably from the use of his mana circulation skill. As of right now, Mark was still just an A rank, and the only thing that allowed him to fight on equal footing as all calamity class monsters he has been going up against was the fact that he had so many good skills. Most of Mark's skills were helping to boost his regular stats by 10% or more, and that was compounding to make him stronger. Mark knew that he had been relying on mana circulation for too long already, and he would need to increase his strength so that he would not get into trouble if he ever ran out of mana in the middle of a fight. Imagine running out of mana in the middle of a fight and suddenly ending up with only half or two-thirds of your regular strength. That would not end well. Mark decided that once he was done here, he would improve both his regular strength-based stats and his mana. It is always better to have more strength. Mark now had to find out where the other low-ranking calamity classes were. He should probably kill them and increase his mana capacity before going to face off against the high-ranking calamity classes. Mark already learned his lesson about the differences in strength between low and high-ranking classes in Anima. The Anima that he just fought was a low-ranking calamity class, and it was nothing like the high-ranking disaster classes. Mark knew that the high-level calamity class would be far stronger than the low-level calamity class he just fought. The Anima that he just fought was a low-level calamity class, and it was nothing like the high-ranking disaster classes. This calamity class could probably take on 50 disaster classes all on its own and it would be fine. That meant that the high-level calamity class would be far stronger than the low-level calamity class. Mark knew he had to be at his very best if he wanted to stand a chance against it. Mark turned and began to walk out to continue down the tunnel again, but footsteps from down the tunnel made him pause as he immediately brought up his guard again. Mark peered with narrowed eyes into the darkness of the tunnel and he finally calmed down when he noticed that the people coming towards him were human. There were 2 men and a woman coming to him. One of the men was holding the woman upright with her hand over his shoulder, and the second man there was leading the way. Mark didn't recognize any of them, but it was obvious that they recognized him because they immediately started coming towards him. Vanitas. Is that you? What in the world are you doing here? Greg was the one leading from the front, and he couldn't stop his surprise from showing once he saw Mark. He thought that Mark would get stuck on the surface since he didn't come with the other superhumans. The monsters up there were far more than the monsters down here, so Greg assumed that Mark would not be able to come down here. But the fact that Mark was here immediately made Greg optimistic about the surface. Mark being here must mean that the superhumans up on the surface managed to defeat the Anima there. Where are the other superhumans? Are they going down the other tunnel? Are they coming from behind you? We need a healer to help with some of the injuries here. Why aren't you saying anything? Greg just kept talking optimistically as he looked down the tunnel, but his voice slowly died out as he realized that Mark was not saying anything in response. Mark was just looking at him with a hard stare that showed no emotion. Greg asked Mark what was wrong and why he was looking at him like that. Where is everybody, Mark? Mark didn't like the look that Greg was giving him. That hopeful shine in Greg's eyes would only make things worse for him when he learns about what happened up there. I don't know how many survived exactly, but most of the superhumans up there were killed by the Anima. They were overwhelmed by the sheer number and they couldn't fight back or change their strategy quickly enough to survive. I was only able to save about 5 or 6 people, but for the rest, I don't know. They might be dead, or not. Greg felt all his energy leave him at once immediately after he heard this, and it was only through sheer will that he didn't fall to his knees. He closed his eyes in despair as he felt a great wave of anguish pass through him. What is the meaning of all this? They came here with almost 50 people and they were all dead. Was this really how great the difference between them and the Anima was? The two superhumans behind Greg were also bowing their heads, and they were silent as they contemplated what they were going to do now. The only thing they could hope for was that the helicopter pilot was not killed. That was the only way they could get off this damn island of death. Mark suddenly spoke up to break the depressing silence that settled on the three superhumans. He knew that they were sad about their comrades dying, but he didn't have time to waste here. He had to find Aerith before something happened to her. You said that there was another tunnel. Do you know which of the tunnels leads to the main chamber here? I need to find my way deeper into that chamber. Once Mark said this, Greg looked up in shock. What nonsense was Mark talking about? He still wanted to go deeper into the main chamber. After everything that already happened. Don't be crazy, Vanitas. This mission is already messed up and there is no need for you to go deeper into the tunnels. What we need to do now is to find a way out of here so we can get back to the mainland. Mark narrowed his eyes and spoke dismissively. You can leave if you want to, but I am not leaving without my friend. I came here without any of you and I will finish my mission alone if I have to. Don't be stupid. We should go back and tell the government about this so they can blow this island to hell. Your friend is probably already dead. Mark grabbed Greg by his collar and dragged him off his feet easily. Greg was shocked by how easy it was for Mark to lift him off his feet and into the air so that his toes were barely touching the ground. Greg was no pushover, and he knew that he was fast, so how in the world was Mark able to grab him so quickly? I'll only let it go once because I don't know who the fuck you are, but if you ever talk about letting her die again, I'll tear your heart out of your chest. No one is blowing anything up until I have my friend. Now, what is the direction to the main chamber? Greg glared at Mark and immediately thought about attacking him in anger. This fool was going to get them all killed because of his teenage crush. Mark was still just a teenager and Greg was sure that this was just his hormones telling him to keep moving forward like some sort of stupid superhero. He was only doing this because it was a female friend that was captured and he wanted to feel like a hero. But then an image of his own children flashed in front of his mind, and Greg closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. He was being too rash right now, it was only his fear that was telling him to abandon a young girl to these monsters and kill her. If James heard what Greg just said to Mark, then James would have beaten the crap out of him. Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't have spoken about your friend like that. Can you drop me? I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Mark raised a brow at how quickly Greg agreed to help him. He thought that Greg would put up more of a fight than this. Greg was a very level-headed person and he always thought about things from more than one perspective before taking action. Greg knew that Mark would not agree to go back, and Greg understood because he would have done the same if it was his son or daughter that the Anima took. Mark finally set Greg back on the ground calmly, and Greg straightened out his shirt with a small frown before turning to point down the dark tunnel. There is a blockage leading down that way, so I don't think this is the main tunnel leading to the chamber. If you follow us back, then you can follow the other tunnel down the left side and go to the chamber. I think you will have a better chance if you follow that path. There is a blockage leading down that way, so I don't think this is the main tunnel leading to the chamber. If you follow us back, then you can take the other tunnel down the left side and go to the chamber. I think that would be better. Mark glanced back at the dark tunnel and hummed as he thought about what to do. It was a long way back, and it would just be a waste of time to turn back now when he had already come this far. Mark reached out his hand and touched the wall beside him. Knock. 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 This might work. Mark muttered as he knocked on the wall for a second time. There was a hollow sound from the other side of the wall, and Mark realized that the two tunnels might be connected through the wall. Ant tunnels like these are usually connected for a few hundred meters before they fully branch out and separate to different sides of the cave. He pulled back his hand and unleashed a punch. Boom! The punch tore a hole through the wall, and Greg watched in stunned silence as the wall crumbled and revealed the other tunnel right in front of them. That was really impressive. Greg didn't know how, but the walls down here were extremely thick. He noticed during the fight between James and the lizard men that they were not able to break through the walls even after hitting it multiple times. It only broke when it suffered too much damage. The fact that Mark was able to break a hole through the wall in one punch was insane. You guys can go back to the helicopter. I sent Fiona and Tyler there, so you should be fine if you can make it to the beach. Just stay clear of the forest, and there shouldn't be any surprise attacks from Anima. Once Mark said this, he passed through the hole he made in the wall and began to run down the tunnel. Mark ran for a few seconds before he finally stopped as he noticed someone was following him. Mark turned and saw that it was Greg following him, and he gave Greg a look of irritation as he asked Slash. What the hell are you doing? Aren't you meant to be going with the other two? I want to come with you. Mark narrowed his eyes once he heard Greg say this. Why would Greg want to come with him? There was no sensible reason why Greg would want to go deeper into the danger after everything that he already went through. Go back and help the other two get out of the tunnel. Don't push yourself too hard. Greg glared at Mark once Mark said this and ran his hands through his hair multiple times as he spoke. I'm not pushing myself. I just need to go and make sure that the other superhumans that went in here are all right. Look. James is dead. And since he is dead, I am the only one who can look out for the superhumans from the NSA. I know that you are focused on your friend, and you will probably not have any time to help anyone that you see, so I'll handle that and allow you to do whatever you want. Mark's eyes widened minutely once he heard what Greg said. James was dead. How the hell did that happen? Mark couldn't believe that the same man he just fought earlier this evening was already dead. But even though Mark was shocked, he didn't allow himself to stay that way for long and he eventually accepted what happened easily. The world was no longer a safe place since the Armageddon appeared 4 years ago. It was a dangerous place where someone you met yesterday could wind up dead today just by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It happened all the time over the past 4 years, and Mark had already gotten used to it. He just accepted that James was gone and he nodded at Greg. Stay close to me and try not to go too far. We don't know what sort of anima is lurking in here, so it can end badly if you encounter something that is stronger than you. You understand? Mark immediately gave Greg some conditions for following him. Mark was not going to be held responsible for what would happen if Greg didn't fall in line, and Mark was making it known from the start. Greg nodded seriously as Mark said this. It sounded like Mark was giving him orders, but Greg was not in any position to reprimand Mark because Greg knew that Mark was far stronger than him, and Mark was the one who would be protecting him here. Greg was blessed by Hermes, the god of speed, so he was one of the fastest A-rank superhumans alive. He was damn good at running away, but he didn't know if he could run fast enough to get away from whatever they encountered down these tunnels. Once Mark saw Greg nod, he began to run again. Mark raced at his full speed, and he noticed that Greg was able to keep up with him. Mark was glad that Greg wasn't slow. It would have been a pain in the ass if he had to slow down because Greg couldn't keep up with him. Whoosh! The two superhumans flew through the tunnels at high speed, and they were about to pass through another low arch when they stopped as Mark raised his hand. Mark sniffed the air and immediately narrowed his eyes as a familiar smell permeated through his nose. Mark knew that smell from all the times he had been on the front during a fight against Anima. There was a fight here, and the smell of blood was strong in the air. Stay close. Mark said this as he took a few steps forward. Greg narrowed his eyes as well as he caught a whiff of the repulsive smell of blood, and he took steps forward behind Mark. Once they moved close enough to see what had happened, Mark clicked his tongue at the sight. There were bodies everywhere. There had obviously been a fight here, and it was obvious that the superhumans were the ones who lost badly. There was blood on the walls, and the ground was littered with body parts and broken people. Mark felt a slippery sensation under his feet and he frowned when he noticed that he was stepping on someone's liver. Fuck. Check for survivors and see if you can get them out of here. Greg immediately started going from person to see if there was any sign of life in them. Most of the people there were completely torn apart, and there was no chance that they would survive. There was a particular man whose stomach had been torn open, and his hands were missing from the elbow down. Greg felt like retching, but he managed to keep his food in his stomach as he walked past the man and checked the woman beside him who had a lot of blood pooling under her head. Mark took more steps forward and he looked around him into the darkness. He knew that this might just be a paranoid feeling, but he didn't like this situation at all. A field of dead bodies left behind was an unlikely situation for Anima. Anima are known to eat their victims. Mark has fought against multiple Anima in his time as Ghost, and he has always known them to eat their victims. So why were all these human bodies here untouched? There were many of the humans that were missing body parts and some of them were disfigured beyond belief, but there was no sign that any of them were eaten. We aren't alone. Try to keep your guard up. We can't see it, but I think there is an Anima in this cave. Once Mark said this, Greg immediately froze as he felt something touch his back. The first thought that came to Greg at that moment was that he was going to die. He cursed himself and his stupidity as he remembered the Anima that they just finished fighting against. One of the lizards could disappear and it was only because of the fire that the female superhuman created that they were able to see the stealthy Anima. Greg should have known that there would be more than one of that Anima type in this cave. If there was one, then there would surely be more. Greg was crouching down on the ground and examining a corpse when he felt the sensation on his back and his mind shut down as the only thing that came to the forefront of his mind was to either fight or run like a madman. Fuck it. Greg immediately launched himself forward using his toes, and he managed to get more than 2 meters away from the spot he had been crouching in before he felt something sharp and hard scratch a straight line into his back. Arg! Greg turned around as he felt the pain on his back and he was stunned to see a single green claw sticking out from thin air and dripping with his blood. He crawled back and tried to get as far away from that thing as possible. He was sure that the rest of its body was being hidden by its camouflage skill. But if its claw was that large, then Greg didn't even want to imagine how big the actual monster was going to be. It must be at least twice the size of the lizard that attacked him in the other tunnel. Screech! The Anima screeched as it reached towards Greg, but a hand suddenly grabbed the Anima's invisible body and Mark glared at the invisible creature. Show yourself, motherfucker. Reiju Thunder God. BZZZZTT. Screech. A massive current of electricity passed through the Anima's entire body as it was thrown back from where Mark touched it. Mark was reassured once he saw that the skill worked on the Anima. That meant that the Anima was at least one rank lower than him and he didn't have to worry too much about being pushed in this fight. The creature stayed on the ground and didn't move a muscle as it spasmed from the electric current, and Mark cracked his knuckles as he started moving towards it. The Reiju Thunder God constitution gave Mark enhanced physical attributes, but it also allowed him to stun enemies that were weaker than him for 2 seconds. It didn't seem like a long time when it was put on a scale, but when you are fighting with your life on the line, 2 seconds could feel like years. An experienced martial artist could deal life-threatening damage in those 2 seconds, and someone who was sufficiently stronger than you could even end your life. The current that passed through the Anima made it lose control of its camouflage ability as it slowly began to reveal its true form. It was a large, grotesque-looking thing with the head and arms of a praying mantis and the body of a centipede. It had multiple legs on its many body layers, but the most dangerous part of its body was the 2 large green arms protruding from its body with large claws at the ends of it. Mark quickly grabbed the Anima before the 2 seconds were over and he dragged its 2 claws forward with both hands. He put his leg on its head and a brutal sneer appeared on his face as he pulled the claws with intense force until a loud squelch echoed through the cave as they were pulled out from the protruding arms. Screech! Mark noticed that there was a liquid dripping from the ends of the claws and he quickly assumed that they were poisonous. He made sure he didn't touch that part of the claw as he turned them around and plunged them deep into the Anima's body with intense force. The Anima screeched in pain as it stumbled back and began to skitter around like a headless lizard. Bang! 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 It slammed its body into the walls of the tunnel constantly as it tried to get the claws out of its body, but there was no way for it to remove the claws and it eventually succumbed to the liquid and stopped moving. The liquid that it secreted from its claws wasn't poisonous, but they were relaxants that paralyzed the body of anything they were injected into. The anima would use the claws to inject its victims with the relaxant, and then it would wait for its victim to succumb to the relaxant before going in for the kill. Mark was able to figure out that the liquid wasn't poisonous as he came closer to the anima and noticed that it was not yet dead. Its body was paralyzed, but it was still breathing and staring at Mark with wide, terrified eyes. Mark could only chuckle as he placed his feet on the anima's head. What sort of stupid animal isn't immune to its own poison? Aren't you meant to have some sort of failsafe where you don't get hurt by your own poison? Or were the anima such freaks of nature that they weren't evolved enough to have that failsafe? Mark knew that the anima were still evolving at a high rate. The anima that could talk from before was already a sign that some of the anima were more advanced than others. This anima couldn't talk, so it was probably less evolved than the other calamity class that Mark fought against. Screech! Screech! The anima screeched feebly in pain as it felt Mark increasing the force that he was using to press down on its head. Mark was leaning forward, and he was making sure to inflict as much pain as possible on the anima as he killed it. The sight of all the people that died here was not going to affect Mark personally. He had already seen too much death and destruction in his time as both king and ghost to be affected by something like this. But that doesn't mean that Mark was heartless. He couldn't just allow the bastard that caused this much death to go scot-free. It had to suffer like they suffered. The souls of the superhumans that risked their lives here wouldn't rest in peace otherwise. Crack! 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 The anima continued to screech as it felt its skull cracking open. It suddenly began to feel regret for its greedy nature. It knew that it should have stopped when it finished killing all the humans. It should have just eaten them and left. But it was too greedy, and it thought that it could get more food when it heard Mark and Greg coming down the tunnel. If it simply left with the bodies, then it might have survived. Screech! Slam! Mark finally destroyed the head, and his boot slammed into the ground as he squashed the anima's skull under his feet. User has killed 1 low-level calamity class plus 100 skill points. 20 low-level disaster class, 20/20ths. 10 high-level disaster class, October 10th. 5 low-level calamity class, 4/5ths. 1 high-level calamity class, 0/1. Mark only spared it a glance before he swiped his feet on the ground to get rid of the brain matter and turned to look at Greg. You okay over there? I can't fucking move. Greg was lying flat on the ground with one of his hands on his stomach, his other hand was at his side, and his feet were spread unceremoniously on each side. He grunted in exertion as he tried to move, but couldn't move any part of his body at all no matter how much he struggled. Greg tried lifting his head again, but it only moved 1 centimeter before he lost control of it and it fell back to the ground with a thud. Fuck. Greg cursed loudly as he realized that he was not going anywhere. Greg was only scratched with a bit of the paralyzing liquid, so he was not going to stay down for long. But as far as Mark was concerned, Greg was out of the fight. He would be completely useless in a fight the way he is now, and Mark didn't have the time to wait around for him to get his motor functions back. Can you help me over to that wall? The wound on my back hurts a lot. Mark scoffed as he saw the state Greg was in, and he moved closer to make sure that Greg's injury was not too bad. Once he made sure it was fine, he moved Greg over to the wall and helped him to rest his shoulder on it. Mark then stood and began to walk out of the cave while giving Greg a few parting words. When you can move again, get out of the cave. You've done the best you could for the people here. You don't owe them any more than what you've already given. Once you get out there, tell Fiona and Tyler to leave the island immediately. I'll find my friend and find my own way back, so you don't need to worry about me. Greg immediately spoke up before Mark could go too far. If you find anyone alive in there, please save them. I know I'm only placing my responsibilities on you, but I don't have any other choice. I'm begging you, one man to another, to please help them. Greg watched Mark's retreating back as he disappeared into the darkness, and it was only after Mark had completely disappeared that he heard Mark's response echo back to him. No problem. Mark had no issues with helping people. Even though Mark only fought because he truly enjoyed the thrill of battle, he also found it worthwhile to help the people along the way. If killing one disaster class would save the lives of 200 humans, then the kill would become even more fulfilling. That was how Mark saw things. But that didn't mean that Mark was narrow-minded or foolish. He also knew that sometimes you cannot save everyone, and you just have to let people die for the greater good. It sounded wrong on many levels, but it was just the reality of things. Sometimes, the only thing you can really do is make the decision you believe is best in a bad situation and hope that things align in a way so that the results of your decision don't come back to bite you in the ass. Isn't that what all of us are doing, really? Mark made his way deeper into the tunnel, and he passed the occasional signs of combat here and there as he moved. There were some blood stains on the wall and dents on the floor, but he didn't see any more bodies, so he was sure that whoever was fighting was still up ahead. Boom! 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 It didn't take long for him to reach a wide opening that had sounds of intense fighting echoing out from inside, and Mark took his time to look inside the room and see what sort of monster was inside. The inside of the room was very large, and there was light shining from more of the green light crystals embedded in the walls. The far end of the room had a large chamber-like structure that made Mark narrow his eyes suspiciously once he saw it, but he didn't have time to really analyze what it could be because his eyes were drawn towards the two people in the middle of the room. One of them was a human with a slim, muscular build. His shirt was torn, and only parts of his trousers were still intact, and there were hundreds of cuts all around his body from the fight, but he still had a defiant look in his eye as he faced off against the anima opposite him. Mark could immediately tell who this was. Although he looked slightly different from the person that Mark saw before, Mark knew that this was Meta, the superhuman that Mark saw hanging out with Archer a few hours earlier. But that Meta was large with bulging pockets of fat all over his body, and this Meta looked like the prime example of a fit bodybuilder. It must be his blessing that was working. Meta could burn the fat inside his body and use it to increase his own body's power. It was a versatile power because it allowed him to only increase his power to the amount that was required for every enemy. If he met an enemy that was not too strong, then he would not need to burn too much of his fat. The mere fact that he was already looking like a track star showed that Meta was fighting against something that was far stronger than him. He had already burned a large amount of his fat, but he was still looking like he was going to lose the fight. Meta was one of the most physically gifted superhumans, so it was a bit surprising that he would struggle against a single opponent. The anima opposite him was clearly different from all the others that Mark fought up till now. It was an ant-headed anima that stood at 3 meters tall. It had a tough-looking green exoskeleton with multiple plates on its joints to protect them. There was nothing different about it physically, it looked and stood in the same animalistic way that all the other anima did, but there was something in its eyes. An obvious spark of intelligence that told Mark that this anima was different in every way from the others. It looked like it was analyzing everything about Meta from head to toe as it stared at him. Mark narrowed his eyes at the anima as he waited to see what sort of power it had. You, a mere human, wish to destroy me. Do you not understand the impossibility of your plan? The futility of your actions? You will die here and no one will come for you. Your human allies are already dead and there is no one left but we anima. Mark seemed to have appeared in the middle of a conversation between the two combatants. The anima was one of those who could talk, and Mark immediately knew that this one was more intelligent than the other talking anima just because of how refined its speech seemed to be. It could speak in almost perfect English. How did it even learn that? Ah, fuck it. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well die fighting. I'm going to kill you even if it kills me in the process. Although, I really wish it doesn't. Meta rolled his shoulders tiredly as he said this and he got back into a fighting stance. There was a nonchalant air around Meta that made it seem like he was not interested in anything at all. Meta just wanted to get this fight over with quickly so he could leave. There is only one superhuman who may pose a threat to our race, and you are not him. You are no king. Shall we make a deal, human. Promise to bring me the human known as King and I shall permit you to leave this place alive. He is on this island, I am sure of it. Bring him to me and your life is yours. Meta's brow furrowed as he heard the name of the first superhuman. What the hell was the Anima talking about? Didn't it know that King was already dead? The way that Anima spoke about King was too familiar. It almost sounded like the Anima was 100% sure that King was alive. But that couldn't be possible. Every superhuman has heard about King and the battle he fought against the first Armageddon. It is one of the first things you learn once you become a superhuman, and it is one of the only reasons why many of them were even superhumans in the first place. King motivated them to put their lives on the line for those who couldn't fight for themselves. They all saw how destructive the fight between King and the Armageddon was, and they knew that King died in that battle. There is no way King would survive against something like that. Stop talking nonsense. Meta took on a fighting stance as smoke began to waft off from his body, and Mark could sense Meta's power rising even more as the smoke burned more of his fat and turned that into raw energy. Meta shot off after the Anima, and the Anima only pulled its right arm back. The fingers on its right arm all fused together and elongated as it formed into a long blade that it wielded like a sword. The Anima swung the sword in a wide arc to take off Meta's head, but Meta dodged under the blade and tackled the Anima in the midsection. Bam! The Anima didn't even budge as it dug its feet into the ground. It raised its elbow up and delivered a massive downward blow into Meta's spine that made him howl in pain as he was forced to let go of the Anima and take a few steps back. He stumbled as he moved back, and it was obvious that he was on his last legs. The Anima had already injured him multiple times, and he had run out of ideas on how to deal with it. Right now, all he was running on was fumes and pure luck. But Meta couldn't run. If he tries to run, then he would be killed by the Anima, and it would just be the same as if he fought till the end. He wasn't a Ronin or samurai who preferred to die by facing his opponent, but he was still a man with his pride, and he would not accept the shame of being stabbed in the back like a coward. He charged forward again to continue the fight, but the sound of footsteps made him pause in his charge as he turned to the entrance of the cave. Meta expected to see Archer or maybe James, who would be coming to help him. He left most of the other superhumans behind to face off against an Anima, so he was sure that they told James where he was and sent James to help him. But he was shocked when he saw that it wasn't Archer or even James. It was a young boy that he recognized closely from the news earlier today. The young ghost that fought and won against the calamity that attacked City A. He was shirtless, and there were bloodstains and scars all over his body that showed that he had been in multiple battles before coming here. Ghost did not even bother looking at Meta at all as his eyes stayed locked on something on the other side of the room. Meta thought that Ghost would stop to face against the Anima with him, but Ghost just kept walking as he passed both Meta and the Anima without even glancing at either of them. Mark made his way to the opposite wall, and his teeth clenched tightly inside his mouth as he stopped in front of a large pod that was attached to the wall and the person that was trapped inside. Aerith. Her eyes were closed and it looked like she was sleeping peacefully. There was a strange liquid inside the pod that covered her entire body and only allowed her face to be visible. The mere sight of her made an uncontrollable surge of anger rise inside of Mark as he saw the condition that she was in. He wanted to kill something. Mark raised his fist up to break the pod, but he heard the Anima talk from behind him. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. There are many complications that could arise from stopping the metamorphosis before it is completed. Your mate is in a place between life and death right now, and stopping the process can plunge her towards death immediately. You wouldn't want that, would you, King?" Mark's hand paused in the air as he heard what the Anima said. He immediately thought that he should not trust a fucking ant. What if the ant was lying and it was only saying all this so that Mark would not take Aerith out of there? But there was also the chance that it was telling the truth. Mark needed to know for sure, and the only way to do that was to get someone knowledgeable about this stuff to this island so they could take a look at the pod and make sure that Aerith was not at risk of getting killed if he opened it. He needed Pat. But first, he was going to deal with this fucking ant. Mark began to walk towards the ant with a deep glare on his face. When he spoke, It sent a shiver down Meta's spine from the sheer hatred he could hear within Mark's voice. I don't know what sort of plan you have for me that made you take her, but I promise you that it will be the last mistake you ever make. I will eviscerate you, tear you to pieces, and scatter your parts into the forest for your brothers to eat. The ant anima began to laugh loudly as it heard what Mark said. I know what happened to you, King. You lost your power after the fight against the Anima Lord. You became weak and you were scared. That is why you went into hiding. You are no longer the human king that we fear. I shall harvest you and use your power to feed my queen. You shall serve as the life force that produces the next Anima Lord. The Anima Lord is what the Anima call the Armageddon Class Anima. The Anima all feared King for a long time after the fight against the Armageddon. They witnessed his power and realized that he was too dangerous for any of them to stand a chance against him. If he could kill one of their lords, then what chance would they have? But they slowly lost that feeling of fear as they no longer saw King fighting on the front lines. They realized that King would not show his face no matter how many humans they killed or ate, so the memory of what he was capable of collectively meandered back into something mythical for them. Why should they be afraid of a king with no power? Mark's glare never reduced in intensity. You don't know the meaning of the word fear. Does user wish to send points to the selected skill? Yes/no. User has added 40 points to blunt force trauma. Current rank, E rank, 2 to 200. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 5% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, plus 0.1% for every successful consecutive hit. Divergent attack, this skill envelopes the user's fists with mana, exponentially multiplying the damage inflicted upon impact by 2.5 with each consecutive successful use. User has added 60 skill points to mana circulation. Current mana circulation, E rank, 60 to 200. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 12%. Stamina, plus 12%. Agility, plus 10%. User has added 160 stat points to strength. Strength, 980, plus 98, plus 118. Mark didn't even have the time to look at the new addition to the skill he just advanced. He just continued making his way towards the anima with murder in his gaze. A hand suddenly appeared in front of Mark and Mark turned to look at Meta with a sneer. Meta had a frown on his face as he tried to understand what the fuck was happening. He knew that Mark was angry, but that didn't mean Mark should just charge into battle like a maniac. I don't know what exactly the both of you are talking about, but you should calm down and think. That anima is not as weak as it makes itself seem. It is faster and stronger than me, and if you walk in there without a plan, it will end up killing you. Meta didn't know what sort of beef the anima had with Mark, and he didn't understand why the anima kept calling Mark king. There was no way someone like Mark would be king. King died a long time ago and he was one of the strongest of all the superhumans. If Mark was king, then he would not have struggled against that calamity class. Mark was about to say something, but a sound from underground made him furrow his brow as he felt a tremor under his feet. Rumble. Mark immediately jumped high and placed both feet on Meta's chest before using it as a springboard to launch both him and Meta out of the way. Boom. A large green vine-looking structure suddenly burst out from the earth and began to wriggle around like a worm. It was as wide as Mark's entire body and it reached all the way to the ceiling before it bent in on itself and turned around to shoot down at Mark. Boom. 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 3 more vines shot out from the ground and Mark was immediately on the move as he saw all of them aiming for him. He didn't know what those things were and he didn't know what would happen if they caught him, but they weren't his immediate concern right now since he knew that he could dodge around them if they tried to attack him. He only had eyes for that ant-headed anima. Thwom. One of the vines tried to attack Mark by slamming into him, but Mark was able to dodge it easily and he planted his foot on the vine and began to run across its body as he raced for the anima. Raiju Thunder God. BZZTTT. Mark's constitution suddenly activated the lightning technique once he touched the vine, and he heard a loud screech echo through the cave as all the vines in the room shook in pain. Mark was immediately able to figure out what the vines were once he heard it screech. There was still one low-level calamity class that he was yet to defeat, and he was sure that this vine was it. Is it some sort of worm? That is disgusting. Mark wondered how in the world he was going to kill this thing since it was underground. He would have to think of a way after getting rid of that ant anima. Mark reached the point where he thought he would see the ant, but he was shocked when there was no one there. It ran away. Shink. It was only his quick instincts that allowed Mark to dodge quickly enough to avoid the sword that almost took his head off. Mark fell forward and immediately turned around to race straight for the anima behind him. The anima wasted no time as it also ran straight for Mark, and they both clashed in the middle. Boom. Bam. Bam. Slam. Mark grabbed the anima by the arm and threw it into the air, and the anima easily turned around and used the body of the large worm and shot off for Mark again. It tried to take Mark's head off with its knife arm, but Mark stepped close and prevented it from getting a clean cut. He pulled his arm back and 3 devastating punches flew out and slammed into the anima's midsection before he grabbed it by the leg before it could fly away and threw it into the ground. Bam! Kaboom! Once the anima hit the ground, a massive green vine flew out from under the ant and carried it into the sky. It slammed through the roof of the cave and exposed the cave to the moonlight shining through the island as the fight escalated into the open forest. Down in the cave, Meta was on the move as he dodged around the vines that were also trying to get him. He was able to dodge most of them since they were slower than him, but he was not able to join the fight because of his injuries. He knew that if he joined the fight the way he is now, he was only going to slow Mark down. He needed to get some of his stamina back as quickly as possible. Crack! Crack! Meta dodged around a vine that tried to bludgeon him, and he turned around to look at what was making the new sound. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the cracks that appeared on the pod that was holding Eret, and he could only sigh tiredly. Crack! What the fuck is going on in this place? Mark dodged under a swipe from the ant's blade as he watched it fly over his eyes by a mere millimeter. He grabbed the arm in a lock hold and tried to pry it away from the arm's socket to get rid of the blade, but the ant was too strong and it threw Mark up before a green vine suddenly appeared from the side and slammed into Mark, dragging him into the air. Mark flipped over the vine and held on tight as it tried to slam him into a tall tree. He raced to the top of the vine and ran up its length until he was far above the forest, staring into the horizon. There were about 50 of the green vines slithering and wiggling all over the place, and few of them were long enough to tower over the forest trees by more than 200 meters. Mark watched the ant anima watching him. They both ran across the vines without ever letting the other out of their sight, and Mark crouched on the vine and used it as a springboard to launch himself toward where the ant was. Thwoom! Mark flipped in the air and released a loud shout as he used his heel to slam into the spot where the ant anima had been standing. The ant anima easily dodged around the attack, but the attack was so strong that it immediately tore through the vine and split it in two. Mark didn't stop. He grabbed hold of the torn vine and used it as a whip to try and slam into the ant. Shink! The ant immediately cut through the vine with its blade and got rid of the pieces, but Mark was able to take advantage of that brief moment when it couldn't see him dash over to its side. Mark bent and swung upwards into the space below the anima's rib. Rarg! Boom! A massive punch to the kidney would have been enough to render any human incapable of standing, but the ant anima was able to tank the punch from Mark like a pro as it was sent flying through the air. It slammed into another vine and screeched in anger as it glared at Mark. Mark knew that the ant was stronger than him. From the small skirmish that they just had, Mark could sense that there was no way he could win against the monster if this was a contest of strength. But what it had in strength, it severely lacked in speed. The ant anima was not fast enough to stop Mark if Mark went at full speed, and it had a slower reaction time than Mark. That meant that there was still a high chance that Mark could win if he managed to deliver enough punches in quick succession before the anima could react. Boom! The anima immediately shot straight for Mark again, and Mark took in a deep breath as he prepared himself. He crouched over and dashed out of the way just before the ant slammed into the spot where he had been standing. Mark slid down the vine he had been standing on and dodged to the side as another vine almost slammed into him. He landed on the forest floor and ran through the trees for a few minutes before grabbing hold of a branch and breaking it off its tree as he passed it. Mark turned around and threw the branch, gaining a smile when he saw that the branch hit the ant on the face. Mark changed direction faster than the ant could follow, and he dashed straight for the ant. By the time the ant managed to get its sight back, Mark was already in position once more, and there was nothing it could do as he pulled back his fist. Boom! Critical hit. Another strike to the same spot immediately sent the ant flying through the air as it screeched in pain. The first hit was enough to soften that area up, and now that Mark managed to get a critical strike on that same spot, it was impossible for the ant not to feel it. Boom! Mark immediately dashed forward as a new vine shot out of the ground and began to chase after him. He raced up another one of the vines quickly and made his way higher up to avoid the vine chasing him. The vine he was standing on began to wriggle around to throw Mark off, but he was able to get a hold of it before he looked around to see where the ant flew off to. It was probably hiding somewhere to get its bearing back after that punch. Mark knew that there was no way that the anima would stay down for long. The anima was far more durable than that. Mark narrowed his eyes as he glanced around quickly while keeping a lookout for the vines that were wriggling about and trying to get him as well. He only needed to drop his guard for a moment, and he would be killed by either one of the two monsters. Shink! The ant anima suddenly appeared from behind a large vine, raising its blade high in the air. It was right behind Mark, and Mark was not able to turn around quickly enough to stop it from slashing him with its blade. But Mark was smart enough to immediately drop forward once he felt something coming from behind him, and it was only because of this that Mark didn't get decapitated by the blade. The blade cut a long line across the back of Mark's shoulders, and he could feel a stinging sensation there that told him that the cut was very deep. But that didn't matter to him. The wound wasn't so bad that it would prevent him from moving, and that meant he didn't have to worry about it. Boom! Mark shot off for the anima once more, and the anima's face twisted in irritation and anger as it noticed that Mark was not showing any sign of slowing down at all. What sort of human is this? They had been fighting for the better part of 10 minutes already, and yet Mark was still charging forward like his energy was limitless. The anima always planned to end this fight quickly so that it could put Mark into the pod that the queen would grow from, but it never knew that Mark would be this strong. Mark was much stronger than what the scouts reported, and with the way things were going, there was actually a likelihood that it would lose. Just die, human. Boom! The anima charged for Mark again, and they both slammed into each other in the air. Mark knew that he couldn't win in a battle of strength against the anima, so he used his hands to redirect the anima's punch to the side and moved faster to grab its arm. Rarg! Mark flung the anima to the ground, and it slammed into the forest floor, creating a deep crater. Boom! A massive shockwave echoed across the island, making the entire landmass shake as waves smashed against the island shores. The anima rushed to its feet as the dust cleared, but before it could get back into the air, Mark was already with it on the ground. The anima's eyes widened as it saw Mark crouched with his arm drawn back. The anima immediately shifted all of its attention to the area Mark punched before as it increased the defenses around that area. It knew that Mark wanted to damage the same spot over and over again, and it was going to use this advantage to gain the upper hand in this fight. Once Mark attacks, he would be shocked to see that the area is heavily defended, and it would counterattack before Mark can regain his bearings. But the anima had no idea that this was exactly what Mark wanted it to do. Mark hit the same spot over and over again to make it think that he was trying to weaken that spot. That way, when Mark changes his mode of attack, it would be too sudden, and the anima would be caught unawares. And the fool fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Mark pulled his hand back before it could connect with the ant's side and he redirected the attack to its defenseless, unprotected shoulder. Boom! Critical hit. Squelch! The sound of bone breaking and skin tearing was like music to Mark's ears as he saw the Anima's bladed arm fly away from it and disappear into the forest below. The Anima held its arm in pain as it screeched and stumbled back, and Mark wasted no time as he followed after the Anima and released a flurry of punches relentlessly. Boom! Boom! Critical hit! Boom! Critical hit! Boom! Boom! Mark grabbed the Anima by the head and brought his knee up to slam it into its face. Blood sprayed through the air as the Anima's nose broke. Mark grasped the Anima's arm and swung it around before slamming it into the ground to create a new crater. He then placed his foot on its body and used all of his strength at once to drag the arm out of the socket. Squelch! Screech! Mark used the arm to smack it across the face to make it stop screaming before he then kicked it in the stomach. Bam! Critical hit. The Anima flew back for 200 meters as it broke through hundreds of trees in the forest. Mark turned around and caught the large vine that was about to slam into him, and he grit his teeth as he held the vine tightly and dragged it forward as he ran through the forest. The vine tried desperately to get out of Mark's grip, but Mark held on tight as he continued moving. The Anima was large, but it was weak. In a tug of war between it and Mark was always going to win. Mark felt a great amount of resistance holding the Anima back, and he realized that it was almost out from the ground. Mark quickly used all of his strength and wrapped the end of the vine around a tree before he pulled. Crumble. 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 The ground under the tunnel began to crumble before the large Anima finally appeared from underground. It was a green octopus-like Anima that had more than 50 tentacles wriggling around on its large bulbous body. Roar! The Anima roared into the night, and its many rows of sharp teeth peeked through its circular mouth as it tried to intimidate Mark with its size. Mark tossed the tentacle he had been holding away as he slowly started to move toward the large creature. His eyes were narrowed into an angry glare as he quickly increased his speed until he was moving faster than a racing car, and he jumped high into the air with his arm pulled back. Roar! Shut the fuck up! Kaboom! Critical hit. It couldn't die here. Not like this. Not yet. The Anima was crawling forward pitifully as it tried its hardest to get back to its feet. Both of its arms were only stumps now, and there was a long trail of blood behind it to show that it already crawled a long way. It never thought that Mark would be this strong. How was Mark able to develop this quickly in only that short time? When the scouts came back, they told it that Mark struggled against disaster classes and he couldn't win against a calamity class. So what the hell is this? The Anima was making its way towards the crater once more. It had to awaken the Queen and get her to help him. Even if they didn't use Mark to make the Queen any stronger, the Queen already ate a lot of superhumans and animals, and she would have enough strength to defeat Mark if they fought together. It was better to kill Mark and then find a way to use him later than for it to die here. Step. 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 Footsteps echoed from behind the Anima, and the Anima froze once it heard it. It immediately shuffled up to a seating position to try and get a look at what was behind it, and it almost had a heart attack on the spot as it saw a blood-covered Mark stalking towards it like a demon. Mark used one hand to clean the blood that stained his face before he spat a wad of his own blood out to the side. He never allowed his gaze to reduce in intensity as he made his way towards the Anima. No, no. Stay away. Stay away from me. You monster. You are weak. You are beneath me. Stay away. The ant began to shuffle back again, and it tried to get to its feet to run, but it couldn't get to its feet quickly enough, and it fell down on its stomach like a worm. It quickly tried to crawl away from Mark, but a hand grabbed it by the antennae and dragged it to its feet. Its legs dangled over the ground as Mark carried it into the air easily. I've been facing monsters for 4 straight years, and you are the first one to piss me off this much. You think you've won. There are monsters beyond your wildest imagination coming. Monsters that will make you quake in your boots and cry. My queen will avenge me. She will avenge me. My death will not be in vain. Squelch. Mark's hand shot out from the Anima's chest and blood sprayed everywhere as the Anima immediately slumped in Mark's arm. Mark brought his hand out and flicked the blood to the side to get rid of it. He narrowed his eyes at the Anima and wondered what the hell it meant by its queen would avenge it. User has killed one low-level calamity class plus 100 stat points. User has killed one high-level calamity class plus 100 stat points plus 100 skill points. Mark shook his head and got rid of that thought. It didn't matter to him. He just needed to get Eret and get out of here. Mark quickly ran back towards the underground tunnel. He jumped down the tunnel and looked towards where the pod was lying and his brow furrowed. It was empty. Gurgle. What the fuck, are you? The sound of someone's voice immediately made Mark move again, and he turned around quickly to see who it was. There was someone hiding in the shadows. It had a feminine body, and from the looks of it, she wasn't wearing anything to cover up her nakedness. She slowly came into the light of the moon shining from the ceiling, and Mark narrowed his eyes and grit his teeth once he got a look at her. Ufufu. What do we have here? Another superhuman? How fitting that you would come to sacrifice yourself to the queen. The creature that showed itself was completely naked. It had both Eret's body and her face, but that was where the similarities ended. Its skin was purple, and large oval wings were protruding out from its shoulder blade. Two antennae on its forehead spiraled around its temple like a crown. Its claws were sharpened to points, and there was a devilish smile on its face that showed sharp fangs peeking through. In one of its hands, it held the limp body of Meta in a vice grip. Mark would have tried to get Meta out of its hold, but Mark could tell that Meta was already dead. The creature's claws were digging deep into Meta's neck, and Meta had literally choked on his own blood as he died. That was not a good way to go. Eret. Mark immediately called out to the creature while taking a calm step forward. The queen tilted her head to one side once Mark mentioned that name. Mark could see a flash of recognition in the queen's eyes, but that flash of recognition immediately disappeared, and it was replaced with a look of irritation and bloodthirsty desire. Eret? Ah, the girl whose form I took. How fitting that her lover would come to retrieve her. I should thank her. This body, it is truly the perfect vessel for my ascensions. I could not have picked a better body myself if I had the choice. Very fitting indeed. Although, I wonder where all of my subjects are. Tell me, are you the one that killed all of my underlings before I could even meet them? Mark ignored all of the things that the queen said as he took another step forward. Eret. Talk to me. Are you still in there? Another flash of recognition passed through the creature's gaze before it narrowed its eyes again and tossed Meta to the side like trash. Are you trying to mock me, human? Do you believe you can call forth your lover and erase me? I am the queen of the Anima, and I will not stand this disrespect. I will end your paltry existence. I will kill all of you humans as reparation for the death of my people. I will kill and kill and kill until there is nothing left to kill. Boom. A massive pressure suddenly filled the room as the queen released its power, and Mark had to dig his feet into the ground so he wouldn't be pushed back by the pressure. This had to be at least a high-level calamity class. It was probably even stronger than that. But Mark was not as intimidated as the queen thought he would be. He stood his ground and faced her head-on. He could feel the desperation in her actions from a mile away. She was trying to rush his death because she also realized that Eret was not completely dead. When Mark called Eret's name, there was a look that crossed the queen's face both times, and that reaction was enough to give Mark hope that there was still a chance. Ping! A system notification suddenly appeared in front of Mark, and Mark only glanced at it for a moment to see what it was. But what he saw immediately made his pulse race in anger. The system has detected significant changes in the life force of the rescue subject Arit. Due to the changes, the below mission is no longer viable, and it has been erased from the system database. A new mission will be issued as a replacement. Cancelled mission. Save the kidnapped Eret before she loses her life. Rewards. +200 stat points. plus 200 skill points. The user will gain 1 random S-rank weapon. Failure. Minus 10 stat points from 3 random stats. Minus 10 skill points from 3 random skills. Aerith will die. New mission. The rescue subject RIT has been possessed by the spirit of the Anima Queen. The system has deduced there is a 0% chance of extracting the Queen's soul from ARIT, and the system has declared her unsalvageable. The user is to eliminate the Queen. Reward. Plus 500 stat points. Plus 500 skill points. The user will gain 1 random S-rank weapon. Failure. Minus 50 stat points from 3 random stats. Minus 50 skill points from 3 random skills. Mark's anger slowly increased until there was a burning sensation in his chest that made him want to rip his heart out. What the fuck does the system mean by unsalvageable? Who the hell did it think it was to say some bullshit like that? Mark saw it himself. He saw the recognition in her eyes, and he knew that Aerith was in there. She recognized him, and that means she is still salvageable. I refuse the mission. There was a beat of silence in the cave before another ping echoed from the side of Mark's vision as a new message appeared from the system. What? Mark could almost hear the disbelief and shock in the system's programming as it sent this message, and Mark just jumped back to create some space between himself and the Queen. The Queen shot after Mark and tried to take a swipe at him with her sharp claws, but Mark easily ducked under it before he performed a low sweep to take her off her feet. Bam! Surprisingly, the low kick actually connected, and Queen was thrown off her feet and she grunted in annoyance as she landed on her ass. The Queen just came out from the pod, so she was still not fully balanced since she hadn't walked in a real body before. Her motor function and sense of balance were not perfect, and that is the only reason why it was easy for Mark to incapacitate her. I said I refuse the fucking mission. I don't care what you think about her, I know Aerith is still in there. Give me another fucking mission. The user does not have the authority to manipulate system missions. All system missions are designed to improve the user's power in the most efficient way possible, and it is advised that the user carry out all missions given by the system. You can go fuck yourself. Mark jumped further back as he kept his gaze on Queen. Queen was still on the ground, and she looked up at Mark with anger in her gaze before she looked down at the ground and slowly got to her feet. Mark watched her wings flap a few times as she started trying something new, and he sighed tiredly as he saw her slowly rising off her feet and into the air. She wobbled a bit since she was not completely used to flying either, but it came to her naturally, and after a few tries, she was already in the air, and she glanced at Mark with a ruthless smile on her face. I shall kill you and use you as food for the next generation of my children. Give me another mission. The user does not have the authority to manipulate the system missions. The user is advised to carry out the mission. Sozin. Come down here, you useless dash. I really don't think I deserve that much insult. I didn't even do anything. I really don't think I deserve that much insult. I didn't even do anything yet. Mark blinked in surprise as he found himself in that empty blue space once more. He looked around and saw that they were standing over City C in the same spot that Mark was in before. Sozin was floating in the air in front of Mark with his hands behind his head and his legs crossed. Mark didn't know if Sozin would answer if he called him calmly, so he knew he had to resort to more extreme measures to get through to him. Sozin, thanks for answering. Mark was happy that he was able to get through to Sozin so quickly. Sozin told Mark that he could call on him anytime, but Mark didn't think that Sozin would answer this quickly. Mark noticed that Sozin still had that playful smile on his face and wondered what sort of nonsense was going through the god of games' mind this time. You really have no faith in me, Mark. I was just happy about how far you've come. I only gave you back your power earlier today and look how much you've grown. At this rate, you should be strong enough to handle an eldritch monster before long. Mark shook his head as he remembered that Sozin could read his mind. He would never be able to get used to that fact. But if Sozin could read his mind, that means Sozin already knew exactly what Mark was here for. Sozin hummed as he floated around Mark calmly. The system is pissed at you, Mark. I can't believe you told it to go fuck itself. Ha ha ha. I wish it had a face so I could see its expression when you said that. I probably shouldn't have said that. But the mission it gave me was so stupid. How can I kill Eret? The system expressly stated that the user is to kill Queen. Eret is no longer separable from the Anima Queen and she will experience no pain at her death. I saw her. I know she recognized me. Why don't you understand that? Alright, let's all calm down. Mark, you should listen to your system. It's there to help you become the best version of yourself that you can be, and if you start going against it at every turn, then you are going to have problems down the line. If the system says that you should kill Eret, then maybe you should do it. I will not. Sozin raised a brow as he gazed into Mark's eye and could see that there was an insane amount of fire in there. Mark was not going to kill Eret even if all the gods in heaven told him to do it. Sozin is a god and he has lived for millions of years without the need for a partner. He didn't understand human emotions and what could possibly make a human this dedicated to another one. Killing one human for the sake of greater power is something that Sozin saw no problem in, and Sozin knew that Mark would not have a problem either if it was any other human. But for some reason, he just couldn't kill Eret. So this is that strange emotion that humans refer to as love. Sozin didn't understand it one bit but he could respect the resolve that came with it. Fine then, my champion. You have entrusted me with your life and future, so it is only right that I give you a small bit of advice whenever I can. I still believe you should kill that girl. Women are nothing but trouble, even the female gods are annoying. But if you simply do not wish to kill her, then try to bring her back. There are things even I cannot change about the system, but that does not mean you cannot manipulate the outcome of the mission. If you manage to bring Eret back without killing her, then the system will be forced to acknowledge her existence and it will recalibrate your mission. You said you saw her recognize you, right? Well, things should be much easier for you then. Just grab her by her heart and pull her out. Sozin slowly started to disappear as he said this and Mark hurried to ask what the hell Sozin meant by grabbing her by her heart. What does that mean? You're asking the wrong god, Mark Vanitas. I have never loved before and I never will. Find an answer for yourself. Gasp. Slash. Mark came back to reality in the middle of the fight and saw the queen's claws right in front of his face as she tried to slash his neck. Mark immediately jumped back to avoid the claws and he crouched down to keep his eyes on her. The mission from the system was still there, but Mark ignored it and focused on the queen. What the hell does Sozin mean by grab her by the heart? Mark wondered about this as he avoided another slash. Mark could feel his body slowing down and he quickly took all of his stat points and threw them into his agility and durability. Does the user wish to add points to the selected stats? Yes/no. Mark selected yes and he immediately felt the increase in his ability to move around as his agility increased. User has added plus 100 stat points to agility. User has added plus 100 stat points to durability. Agility, 750, plus 75, plus 75. Durability, 610, plus 61. Mark flipped over a boulder and landed on the other side to avoid the queen before he performed an acrobatic move that sent him from one end of the room to another in a somersault. Eret. Eret, I know you're in there. You can hear me, can't you? A flash of recognition passed across the queen's eyes as Mark said this, but it disappeared just as quickly as it came and she screeched in annoyance as she shot off after Mark again. Slash. 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 Mark dodged under 2 slashes, but his back hit a wall and he was not able to dodge the 3rd slash. Instead, he just brought up his arm and allowed it to strike against his forearm and tear off some of his skin. Squelch. Thankfully, Mark's durability was high and he had the Reiju Thunder God constitution that protected him from serious injury. But a look of shock passed through the Queen's face when she saw the injury she caused, and Mark grit his teeth in anger and used the opportunity to kick the Queen back. Bam! The Queen slammed into the wall on the other side of the room, and she held her head in pain as she began to mumble something. Is this how it's going to be, Eret? This is how you leave me? Are you just going to die and allow some Yandra with a fucking blood fetish to take over your body? Really? Shut up. The Queen yelled in anger as she shot towards Mark again, and Mark quickly began to dodge around her attacks. Don't you remember, Eret? You told me you wanted to be a doctor. You said you wanted to help people like your parents. People who are ignored by the strong. Isn't that what you told me? Is this how you're going to fucking help people? You're not going to help anyone like this, you fucking idiot. She's going to use your body to kill anyone she wants. Another look flashed across the Queen's face as Mark said all this, but her attacks never stopped coming. Instead, they increased in intensity. Her claws were flashing in the moonlight as she tried her hardest to completely shred Mark to pieces. There was only one thought passing through her mind as she tried her hardest to end Mark. Kill. 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 She had to kill him. She has to kill him before she loses control. The Queen could feel something inside her mind. There was someone there trying to gain control of her body. She had to kill this annoying human before she loses this body. Stop. Kill. 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 No. Don't kill him. Don't kill Mark. Mark. Kill Mark. Kill Mark. Kill Mark. Kill Mark. Stop. Mark had managed to dodge most of the attacks from the Queen, but he was not able to come out unscathed from her attacks as there were numerous slashes and cuts on his body. They weren't deep because of how durable he was, but that didn't mean he wasn't losing blood. He was bleeding from many of the cuts on his body, but that didn't matter to him. He could see something changing in the Queen. Her eyes were constantly flashing, and it was obvious that there was an internal battle going on. Mark was sure that Eret was in there. A wicked grin stretched across Mark's face. Come on, Eret. Don't you dare lose to something like this. You still haven't given me that damn lap pillow you promised me. I haven't even touched your boobs yet. The Queen screeched louder as she immediately tried to slash through Mark's neck, but Mark stepped into her space and immediately grabbed her in a bear hug that trapped one of her hands on her body. She immediately started to slash across Mark's back with her other hand. Kill Mark. Kill Mark. Kill Mark. Kill Mark. No. Don't kill Mark. For Mark. Mark is everything. Kill. Kill. Kill for Mark. Kill for Mark. Kill for Mark. Kill for Mark. Kill for. Mark smiled as he noticed that the Queen was no longer struggling in his grip. She slowly calmed down, and he no longer felt her claws digging into his back. Her wings and antennae slowly began to deteriorate and shrink until they disappeared, and her skin changed from purple to Eret's fair white skin. Mark, sniff. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry. Wah. Eret's voice echoed through the cave as she started to cry desperately, and Mark just breathed out a sigh of relief as he held her tighter. It's fine, Eret. We're fine now. Ping. Hidden mission accomplished. The Queen and Eret were fused together in a metamorphosis process, and the chances of separating them were near zero. The user managed to accomplish an impossible feat and successfully gave control back to Eret. Rewards. Plus 500 stat points. Plus 500 skill points. User has unlocked a new skill tree, True Sight. True Sight, this skill grants the user the ability to perceive the stats and skills of others, offering insight into their capabilities with a single glance. Current true sight, F rank, 1/100. User has unlocked a new title, He Who Defies Destiny. He Who Defies Destiny, plus 10% increase in all stats for every ally fighting alongside the user. Allies gain a 20% boost to all stats when they fight alongside the user. Mission completed. User has successfully eliminated the Queen and given control back to Eret. Reward. Plus 500 stat points. Plus 500 skill points. The user has gained the S-rank weapon, Gloves of the Thunder God. Gloves of the Thunder God, a set of black gloves that once belonged to the god of thunder, lightning, and the storm, Zeus, but were stolen and hidden by the god of games Sozin as a prank 7,000 years ago. While the gloves are in use, all lightning-based anima and superhumans blessed by Zeus will feel great animosity towards the user. Effects. Plus 30% increase in strength. Plus 30% increase in agility. Grants the user the lightning-based skills, Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge, this skill enables the user to channel a formidable wave of lightning, measuring up to 100 gigajoules, through their gloves, unleashing devastating power upon their adversaries. Mark read through all of the new messages from his system and he was shocked when he saw that there was a hidden mission that he successfully completed. This system was lying to him before. It knew that Eret could be separated, but it didn't want to tell him about it because it was a hidden mission that he had to complete on his own. Mark was pissed at the system, but he just took a deep breath and sighed to release all that anger at once. He didn't need to be angry since everything worked out for the better. Mark would not have killed Eret no matter what. If this didn't work, then he would have captured her and just taken her with him back to the city like this. He would have found another way to get her back to normal even if it took him years to do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Eret was holding on to Mark tightly as she continued to apologize, and Mark wondered what the hell she was apologizing for. If anything, he was the one who needed to apologize for getting her mixed up in all this. It was only because they wanted to get to him that they took Eret and did all this to her. If they weren't after him, then Eret would have been fine. Mark quickly activated his new skill, True Sight, to get a look at Eret's stats and skills, and he was not surprised when he saw that her race was affected by the metamorphosis. She was no longer a human now and it was showing that she was a hybrid. But the thing that really surprised him was her rank. He knew that Eret would be strong, but he didn't think that she would be this strong. Name, Eret Claiborne. Race, Human Anima Hybrid. Title, Queen. Rank, S. Potential. Skill. Description. Affiliation, Chaotic Neutral. Her rank was at S and Mark narrowed his eyes as he saw the title that the system gave her. The title of Queen was highlighted, but Mark had no idea if it would have any effects on Eret or not. Mark knew that the Queen was not dead, all he did was bring Eret back to the surface, so the Queen could come back at any time and try to take over Eret's mind again. But the thing that really got his attention was the last stat on her tab. Her affiliation was chaotic neutral and Mark didn't know how to feel about that. This single tab showed that there were still residual effects from Queen that were affecting Eret. Mark then opened his own system tab to get a look at it. Superhuman System. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, Human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, A, 2380/3000. Affiliation, True Neutral. Unused stat points, 1000. Unused skill points, 1000. Strength, 980, plus 98, plus 118. Stamina, 650, plus 65, plus 78. Agility, 750, plus 75, plus 75. Durability, 610, plus 61. Mana, 420, plus 42. System stats are greatly unbalanced, and the user is advised to improve the lacking stat to ensure proper growth. Artifacts, Gloves of the Thunder God, S. Skill Tree. Full body constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current full body constitution, Reiju Thunder God, 0/200. Reiju Thunder God, this constitution skill enhances the user's entire body, imbuing them with the electrifying power of a thunder god, granting heightened speed, strength, and the ability to manipulate and discharge electricity in combat. Effects. Full body augmentation x20. Stunner. Enemies 1 rank below the user will receive an automatic 2-second stun effect upon first contact with the user. Mana circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation, E rank, 60 to 200. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 12%. Stamina, plus 12%. Agility, plus 10%. Taunting. This skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 1/100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 20%. A blunt force trauma. This skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank, E rank, 2 to 200. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 5% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, x 2.5 exponent per attack, plus 0.1% for every successful consecutive hit. True Sight. This skill grants the user the ability to perceive the stats and skills of others, offering insight into their capabilities with a single glance. Current True Sight, F rank, 1/100. Comment from GOG, try not to wait too long before you advance your rank. I got something special planned just for you. Mark's affiliation was True Good when he first got the system, but now, his affiliation has changed from True Good to True Neutral. Mark never thought about the affiliation tab before because he usually just does whatever feels right to him. If the system thinks his actions were good, then that was the system's opinion, not his own, but he couldn't ignore Eret's affiliation because of how sinister it could be. Being chaotic neutral was like being a psychopath, and Mark felt a little bit of worry creep into his heart as he read this. It was very likely that Eret would have destructive tendencies in the future. He would have to keep an eye on Eret for some time to make sure that there were no lasting effects from the metamorphosis. If the Queen comes back and Mark is not there to subdue her, then she could do a lot of damage before anyone even realizes what is going on. The rest of the stats were all empty, and Mark realized that he would need to increase the rank of this skill before it showed all the other stats. The tab that was labeled as potential was really interesting to Mark, and he decided that he would improve the skill until he could get a good look at that particular tab first. Sniff sniff. Eret was still crying while holding on tightly to Mark, and Mark tried to calm Eret down soothingly, but no matter what he said to her, she would not stop crying. She would open her eyes and see the scars on his body and suddenly start crying even more than before. It was getting on Mark's nerves, and Mark leaned forward and just kissed her. Amuchum. Eret's eyes flew open in shock as she felt Mark kiss her, and a heavy blush rose on her face as she suddenly realized that she was stark naked. Mark was kissing her while she was naked. She closed her eyes tightly for a moment and debated pushing Mark away, but she didn't want to do that. She had already been through too much, and she wanted this. Mark was finally kissing her, and she was not going to stop it just because of something as stupid as being naked. Eret leaned into Mark and pressed her breast into his chest as she moaned into the kiss. She relaxed her body and allowed Mark to hold her up by the waist as she focused entirely on enjoying the moment with him. MMH. MMH. MH. Eret felt Mark's tongue on her lips, and she tentatively opened her mouth gently to allow his entrance. Mark immediately took control of her mouth as he used his tongue to explore her mouth. He dragged her closer until she was literally sitting in his lap, and the both of them battled for dominance as they explored each other's mouths. But it didn't even take 5 seconds before Aerith realized she would not be winning the battle, and she just allowed Mark to take control of her and do whatever he wanted. Aerith's hand trailed down Mark's body and explored his chest and abs before resting in the middle of his trousers, and Mark ran his fingers across the ridge in the middle of Aerith's back. You. Aerith shivered as she felt his fingers running down her back, and she moaned when his other hand held onto her breast and began to fondle it gently. Mark. I want you. What the hell happened here? Ah. A voice echoed from the entrance to the cave, and Aerith released a cute scream as she pulled back from Mark. But she screamed again when she realized that she was as naked as the day she was born and hugged Mark tightly, using his body as a shield to hide herself. The voice that they heard coming into the cave was male, and Aerith had no intention of exposing her body to some random person. Mark held Aerith gently as she hugged him, and he sighed as he turned to glare at the person coming into the cave. Greg walked in with a small limp in his step as he glanced around in awe and fear. The entire cave was destroyed, and Greg couldn't even begin to imagine the scale of battle that just occurred in this place. Greg had been feeling the tremors echoing through the tunnels all this while, but he had no idea that the battle was this intense. Greg turned to look at Mark, and he immediately took a step back as he saw the position that Mark was in. A naked girl was hugging Mark tightly, and even if Greg was half blind, he would still be able to see that the girl had some amazing proportions. She was hugging Mark tightly with her back facing him so he couldn't see her face or breasts, but he could see how her wide hips curved out from her thin waist and how her large breasts were visible from her sides. It was almost as if her breasts were so large that they couldn't fit in the space between the two of them properly. Even without seeing her face, Greg just knew that this would be a beautiful girl unlike any other. This is a goddess. And why the heck was Mark glaring at him like that? Mark. What happened here? Greg nervously spoke up as he tried to understand what happened. He hoped that Mark would relax his glare, but Mark's glare only increased in intensity as he spoke up in a threatening tone. Give me your clothes. What? Did I stutter? Your clothes. Take them off. Don't make me repeat myself. Someone outside looking at the current scene would think that Mark was mugging Greg at gunpoint. Greg swallowed nervously as he felt immense pressure coming from Mark. He knew that Mark was not joking at that moment and he slowly started to take his clothes off. Mark was freaking intimidating while glaring at him with all those battle scars and injuries on his body, and Greg didn't even want to know what Mark would do to him if he didn't do what he was told. He threw his shirt at Mark before taking his trousers off and also throwing them towards Mark to land beside his shirt. Once Greg was in only his boxers and singlet, he took a step back with his hands up. Mark was still glaring at him, and Greg was worried that Mark would make him take off his underwear too. Come on. Leave me with some of my damn pride. Turn around. Sure. Greg quickly turned around so he wouldn't see what was happening, and Mark looked down at Aerith. He kissed her softly on the neck before he whispered in her ear that she could let go of him now. Aerith shivered for a moment before she slowly let go of Mark. She made sure that Greg was really no longer looking before she jumped up and grabbed the shirt and trousers. Mark leaned back on his hands with a small smile on his face as he watched her struggle to put on the clothes, and Aerith frowned at him with a deep blush as she saw that his eyes were glued to her breasts and how they jiggled as she put on the trousers. Aerith suddenly felt an intense urge to cover her breasts with her hands. Stop looking at me like that, you pervert. Aerith whispered at Mark angrily as she felt his eyes burning a hole into her body, and she started to feel very self-conscious as she turned away from him with a heavier blush. Mark just laughed as he finally stood up and helped her to put on her shirt. The shirt arms were a bit too long for Aerith, but the shirt itself was too small to accommodate her breasts, so they had to leave 2 of the buttons open, exposing a generous amount of cleavage that would draw the eyes of any man who saw it. Aerith frowned as she smelled the shirt and noticed that it smelled like blood and sweat. She did not like the smells at all, but she didn't dare complain since there was nothing else here for her to wear. She just latched onto Mark's arm with both arms and nodded to him to tell him that she was ready. Mark sighed and spoke up to Greg tiredly. "All right, you can turn back around, Greg. Sorry about the clothes, I'll get you a new set when we get back to the city." Greg turned around to finally see that Mark and the girl were on their feet, and Greg almost lost his mind at that moment when he saw the drop-dead gorgeous goddess wearing his clothes and latching onto Mark's forearm. Who in the world is that? Is that the girl that Mark was so desperate to save from this island? No wonder he was trying this hard. If I had a woman like this, then I would go to hell for her. Aerith's beautiful round face and drop-dead gorgeous figure made Greg's simple shirt and trousers look more erotic than they had ever looked before, and Greg couldn't believe that she was underage. According to reports they had about her, she was only 17. What the hell are children eating these days? Even the scar on Aerith's face didn't reduce her beauty, it only made her look more exotic than other girls, and Greg had to steel himself to stop his mind from running wild. It's fine." Greg's voice broke in the middle of what he was saying because he was still staring at Aerith. Mark raised a brow at him curiously, and Greg waved his hand dismissively as he coughed to get his voice back. "It's fine. I understand this is more important. So, what happened here? I don't think anything less than one of the strongest calamity classes can cause damage on this level. And why do you have that many scratches on your body? It's a long story." Mark went on to explain what happened between him and the two anima that were here when he arrived. But he didn't tell Greg exactly what happened because he knew that they had to hide Aerith's involvement no matter what. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The first thing he changed was the story about how Meta died. Aerith killed Meta, but Mark told Greg that Meta was already dead when he came here to see the calamity class. That way, Greg wouldn't have too many questions about how Meta died and Mark wouldn't have to tell too many lies. When you lie too much, your stories start to make less sense. Mark also kept Aerith's involvement in his injuries out of the story, and he was able to formulate a good enough response to fool Greg into thinking that everything here was caused by only the anima and Mark, without involving Aerith at all. Aerith held on to Mark's arm tighter as she heard him lying about what she did, and she couldn't stop the feeling of guilt that filled her at that moment. Aerith knows that she caused a lot of destruction and even killed someone, but Mark was not leaving her side, and he was even lying just to protect her. Aerith felt reassured that Mark really loved her, and she resolved herself to not let Mark's efforts be in vain. Kill him. He does not believe Mark's story. Kill him before he can expose Mark. Kill him for Mark. Aerith tilted her head to one side as she heard a strange voice echoing inside her head. The voice sounded like a mixture of both her voice and the voice of the Anima Queen, and Aerith had to struggle to make it stay silent. She could tell that she also agreed with what the voice was saying. There is a likelihood that Greg didn't believe Mark's story, but she didn't want to do anything violent to Greg. She shook her head slowly, and after some time, the voice finally died down. When Greg finally asked her a question, Aerith was in the right state of mind to answer properly. "And what about you? Are you okay? How did you manage to survive this long with all this anima around?" "I don't know. I don't remember very much about what happened after I was taken. But I know they only took me to lure Mark here. I don't even know why they kept me alive. All I know is that, one moment I was being dragged across the sea, and then in the next moment, Mark was waking me up." She lost her memories. This was the only thought that crossed Greg's mind at the moment, and he couldn't think of any reason why Aerith would lie about not remembering what happened here. "Is that so? That's unfortunate. Maybe we should get you examined when we get back to the city to make sure there aren't any unknown damages to your system from being here too long. He suspects something. He wants to find out about us. Just kill him and get it over with. Mark will understand." Aerith shook her head before she nodded kindly at Greg. She was getting worried about the voice that kept shouting at her from inside her own head, but she was not going to say anything about it until she and Mark were alone. She was sure that Mark would have a solution to it, so she would just ignore it for now. And since she didn't know what happened to her here, Eric would only get the examination if Mark tells her that it was okay. If not, she was not going anywhere near a doctor. If she goes to a doctor and they find out about Queen, then all of Mark's effort would be in vain. Greg sighed as he looked around at all the damage that had been done, and he could only thank his patron God that he didn't come here with Mark. Greg had no delusions about his own strength, and he knew that if he was involved in this battle in any capacity, then he would be a bloodstain on the wall. He wouldn't even be able to get 2 steps before someone accidentally kills him. But Mark was able to handle all this while fighting against 2 opponents at the same time. Greg turned to look at Mark with new eyes as he tried to reassess just how strong this boy could be. Greg also watched what Mark did against the Calamity class on the news and knew that Mark was Ghost, but this and that are 2 completely different things. Wasn't Mark growing too quickly? It would be very beneficial to have someone like this in the NSA. Greg decided that he would talk to Salazar again to try and recruit Mark. If Mark goes to any guild, then that guild could automatically become the strongest in the world with how fast Mark is growing. They have to keep Mark in the NSA no matter what. We should get out of here and get back to the city. I don't know if the NSA helicopter is still on the island. Mark suddenly spoke up as he asked Greg a question, and Greg snapped out of his musing as he turned to answer Mark that the helicopter was already gone. They left when the last battle began, and that is the reason why Greg was even still here. He wasn't able to get out of the tunnels quickly enough to meet up with them. Mark nodded as he reached into his pocket and got his phone to make a call. Surprisingly, even after all that battle and carnage, Mark's phone still worked relatively fine. The only damage that his phone received was a cracked screen and some dented edges. Gorilla Glass for the win. Hey, Pat. Sigh. Oh, Jesus Christ, Mark. You're going to give me a heart attack one of these days. Do you know how much I've been calling you? For the first time in his life, Mark could hear some actual worry in Pat's voice as Pat sighed in relief over the phone. Mark brought his phone down and saw that Pat left more than 50 calls since Mark left the city. Mark's phone was on silent since he didn't want the noise to distract him during battle, so he just didn't notice that Pat was calling. Was he really that worried? How are you holding up? Do you need a medic? And, what about Eric? Hello, Patrick. Thank you for worrying about me, but I'm fine. On the other side of the call, Pat felt his eye twitch as Eric suddenly spoke into the phone. He could hear a cheeky intonation in her voice, and he knew that she was teasing him right now. He shouldn't have even asked about her in the first place. A small smile appeared on his face for a moment before he ruthlessly killed it and frowned again when he realized what he was doing. What the hell was that? He didn't care about her, and she can jump into a volcano for all the fucks he gives. If anyone ever asks Pat why he helped Mark to save Eric, he would always say that it was because Mark asked him to do it. Mark would always be Pat's best friend, and if Mark wanted Pat's help to go to an anima-infested island to try and save his girlfriend, then Pat would help him 100 times out of 100. Pat would never agree that a small part of him even remotely cares about Eric. As far as Pat was concerned, she was an eyesore that annoys him without even trying. So the husband and wife are alive. That's good. I take it you're calling about the helicopter. Surprisingly, the driver is still alive. I'm sending you his coordinates on the island. Try to get there quickly. He sent me a message saying there are still some anima roaming the island and he can't land for longer than 10 seconds or he is going to get swarmed. Don't worry about that, just send the coordinates. I'll take care of any stragglers that try to attack us. Mark's voice was confident, and Pat was a little surprised that Mark was that confident after the fight that he just went through. Pat had a recording of Mark's fight playing on a large screen in front of him. He was able to tap into the NASA satellite and get a recording of the island in real time, and he analyzed all of the injuries that Mark received and how much treatment Mark would need to get back on his feet. Anybody that received that much injury would be dead or dying by now, so Pat was shocked that Mark still had the energy needed to take care of stragglers. Are you sure about that? I've seen your previous fights and I don't think you should be entering into another fight after something like that. You're injured, aren't you? Pat's voice was as haughty as ever, and it almost sounded like he was reprimanding Mark for even suggesting that he would take care of more monsters after the fight he just had. But Mark just waved Pat's concerns away. Yeah, I've got some scratches here and there, but I'm fine overall. It's nothing life-threatening. Just send in the coordinates. Pat shrugged as he heard this. If Mark thinks that he is strong enough to handle even more anima, then Pat is not going to try and stop him. Pat typed in the coordinates to the helicopter, and he was sending them over to Mark's phone when something on the large screen caught his eye. There was an interface transmitting a message over a secret network embedded in the NSA module on the NASA satellite. Pat narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at it closely, and he noticed that it was a media signal. It seems that the NSA was transmitting some video over the network. I've sent the coordinates to you. Get out of there and come home. Pat didn't even wait for Mark to respond before he closed the communication and threw his AirPod to the side. He immediately began to type on his holographic keyboard as he became laser-focused on what the NSA was transmitting over the satellite. The media message was not even encrypted, and it was so easy for Pat to piggyback on the signal and enter the system through a backdoor that he was disappointed. Pat frowned for a moment before he shook his head and maneuvered his way toward the disk where the video message was being stored. Pat hummed when he noticed that the NSA was viewing the video in real time. However, due to the number of videos being transmitted at the same time as well as the limitation of the NSA equipment, there was a lag in the system, and they were only getting the video 5 minutes after its broadcast. Pat was immediately curious about what sort of video they were so interested in watching. Are they transmitting the video from the island through some sort of camera that the NSA superhumans are wearing? That was something Pat didn't know about, and he knew that Mark didn't know it either. The NSA never even mentioned that they would give their superhumans a transmitting device. Pat was only able to get videos of what happened outside the tunnels through the NASA satellite, so he became curious about what happened inside the tunnel. He managed to copy the video from the system, and he began to filter through the videos to get rid of any part that didn't include Mark's face. Pat's system was much faster than the NSA system, so he was able to filter through the videos in less than 3 minutes. Pat then started to watch all the videos at his usual 2x speed. Check for survivors and see if you can get them out of here. We aren't alone. Show yourself, motherfucker. You are no king. He ran through more than 10 minutes of battle and killing before he finally reached the point where Meta was confronting the Anima Queen. Pat's eyes widened, and he slowly dropped his drink to the side as he leaned forward to get a better look at the screen. What the hell is this? Was that Aerith? She looks like an anima. Meta's transmission device was a little cracked, but it still provided enough video to show the confrontation between him and the Anima Queen without interference. Pat just watched silently for some time, and he didn't even blink when he saw the Queen stab her claws into Meta's neck and kill him in cold blood. Pat was already used to seeing people die, so there was nothing new here. After the Queen killed Meta, the video went off as Meta fell, but there was still some audio, and Pat immediately slowed the video down, and started to listen to the audio from that point to get a better idea of what was happening. Ufufu. What do we have here? Another superhuman? Aerith, can you hear me? Pat could hear both Mark and Aerith talking, but Aerith sounded very different from how she used to. Pat could only think that something had taken over her body. The audio kept going until the point where Mark managed to bring Aerith out of the Queen's control, and Pat immediately closed down the video and started to work. Pat didn't get it. He didn't understand what really happened in that cave, but from the little that he heard, he knew that there was no way he could allow this to get out to the open. If the authorities ever heard that Aerith was an anima, they would attack her in full force and try their hardest to end her life. Pat might not be very close with Aerith, but he would protect her just for Mark's sake. There is a 7th-generation firewall protecting this server. Attempting to break through it automatically will take an estimated 5 minutes. 7th-generation firewall. Pat scoffed as he turned off the automatic firewall shredder and cracked his knuckles as he decided to do it manually. It would take too long for the system to break the firewall, and there were only about 4 minutes before the video got to the NSA servers in City C. Right now, Pat was attempting something that had never been attempted before. He was going to break into the NASA satellite and destroy the NSA module handling the transmission of the video before it could transmit the remaining videos to the NSA servers. That was the equivalent of physically breaking into the Pentagon and trying to come out of there with your life. That is the only way to ensure the video is really lost. If Pat only gets rid of the servers, then there is a chance that the module on the satellite will save a version of the video, and the NSA will get the video once they get their servers running again. He had to break everything. Beginning fake transmission. Beginning fake transmission. The first thing that Pat did was to piggyback off the service transmission again, and this time he added a video transmission of the most recent episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. His video began to cause a destructive interference with the system, and Pat moved his focus to the module while the NSA was distracted with trying to get their service up again. Pat broke through the outer shell of the firewall and navigated his way to the central processing system of the module. He got into the system and planted a single file in there. The system had a 7th-generation firewall protecting it, and this firewall was self-regenerating. So if Pat tried to just brute force his way in, he would only meet more resistance. Instead of trying to brute force his way in with only one system, he was going to use 1,000,000 nanosystems. The file that Pat added to the CPU immediately began to multiply itself at an astounding rate. It is a virus that Pat created himself just for the fun of it called Duplicate. This virus was relentless in copying and duplicating itself. Every copy that it creates is 10 times larger than the previous copy, and no matter what sort of method you try to use to make it go down, it will constantly copy itself until it fills up your storage and tears your CPU to shreds. Once Pat was sure that the firewall was focused on trying to kill Duplicate, he immediately went to work on charging through the blind holes that the firewall left. Pat created backdoor after backdoor. He used rogue IPs and even some real ones that he created and stored within the system, but at every turn, the firewall was there to tear down the backdoor before it could complete itself. Clack. 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 A roguish smile appeared on Pat's face as he typed furiously on his keyboard as the battle with the firewall raged on. But as time went on, there was an obvious lag in the firewall's response time as it became oversaturated with both the Duplicate file and the constant barrage of attacks from Pat. Pat yelled in victory as he managed to create a backdoor and enter the system before the firewall could do anything about it. Ha! Up yours, NASA. Pat immediately navigated his way towards where the transmission file was being sent through, and he took down the encoded file being transmitted and added in a new encoding of his own. This new transmission did not have anything from the cave from where Meta fought against the Queen up until Mark saved Eret. The only parts it had were from when Greg met Mark and Eret in the cave. That should do it. With the files corrupted, they won't be able to access any of the videos from Meta's transmitter. Only the videos from before and after should be available. If I take out any more, they'll suspect that someone tampered with the video and things could become complicated. It's best to just allow them to think this is a rogue attack on their servers for now. Pat quickly took care of the files that he needed to and walked backward through the system as he got rid of his traces. Since he didn't do anything to any of the transmitters other than the one from Meta, he was sure that the NSA wouldn't suspect a thing. He ran out through the back door that he created and tossed a new file into the system that would take care of the Duplicate virus and erase any traces of its involvement in this break-in. Pat was very cautious when dealing with any government-owned network because he didn't want to ever have a run-in with the government in his life. What was he going to do if they tried to take him to jail? He wouldn't survive a single day in prison, so he would become a fugitive who runs from the law for the rest of his life if a time like that ever came. Once Pat was out of the system, he reached down to the side and grabbed a flash drive that he slotted into his CPU. He took it out and put it on the table in front of him before using a hammer on it. Bam! Bam! Crack! That should do it. That flash drive was the virtual system that Pat used to carry out the piggybacking and IP threading that helped him to enter the system. It would be impossible for them to track him down using the flash drive since he was routed through various countries before entering the system, but it never hurts to be too careful. Breaking the flash drive would prevent anyone from ever plugging it into a system and reactivating it. That way, there will never be a chance that the virtual system will come online again for them to track it down. Once he was sure that everything was well disconnected and he didn't see any possibility that he would be traced, Pat finally sighed and leaned back with a frown of confusion on his face. Now, what the hell did I just watch? Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat-ta. The sound of helicopters arriving at the NSA headquarters resounded all across the region as they came closer to the building. There were doctors and nurses in lab coats rushing out from the building with stretchers and first aid kits as they ran toward the landing pad. Hurry up. Get the ICU open and make sure there is enough space in the hallways. Treat anybody with an intensive injury first. I don't want to see a drop of blood falling on the damn floor. Get them bandaged up and close every wound. Make sure you sanitize all the lacerations and take all possible amputees to the waiting room. We'll send the bone doctor to them. The nurse quickly pulled the man through the door and took him away, and Jean sighed as she looked down at her gloved hand. That small procedure just took 2 years from the man's life. If she had gone any further, then it would have taken more than 10 years. The more injuries she heals, the more of her patient's life that she burns as a sacrifice to Thanatos. Jean didn't know if her blessing was really a blessing or if it was just a curse. What sort of doctor shortens their patient's lifespan in exchange for healing? Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat-ta. The sound of another helicopter began to echo through the sky, and Jean turned around and narrowed her eyes as she saw the new helicopter coming towards the landing pad from the horizon. There was a mad rush from all the doctors as they shouted out orders like mad men and women. Once the helicopter landed, there was an immediate collective gasp as people all saw the wounded and broken superhumans that were coming out from the helicopters. The nurses immediately began to push the stretchers towards the copters to help them, and the doctors jumped on top of the stretchers to give the wounded superhumans first aid as they were pushed into the building. There was a certain woman who took charge of the other doctors and was shouting out orders louder than anyone else to everyone in the vicinity. Anyone that is not wounded should immediately report to the blood clinic. We need superhumans' blood for the operations. All doctors prepare for immediate action. We are not going home until we take care of everyone. All available residents will be in charge of administering first aid. The doctor and nurses were all listening to her orders and following whatever she said to the letter as they ran around the rooftop to make sure that everyone was being taken care of. This woman is known as the miracle healer by everyone in America. She is one of the strongest non-combatant superhumans, and her powers focus on healing and regeneration. Her name is Jean. She is a short woman with wide hips and moderately sized breasts that pushed against her tight white shirt with gusto. She wore a short black skirt with black leggings that hugged her legs generously, and she had a long white coat worn on top of it all with a stethoscope across her shoulders. Madam Jean. He's dying. I don't think he can make it to the operating room. He needs immediate care. A female nurse ran up to Jean while drawing a stretcher behind her, and Jean clicked her tongue as she looked at the man on the stretcher. There was a large hole in his stomach, and he was already losing a lot of blood. At this rate, he would not even make it off the roof. Jean immediately took off her gloves. Do you know who I am? You know what I can do? She spoke to the man loudly as she looked him in the eye, and the man grimaced in pain as she placed her hand on his wound. The man looked into her eyes, and he nodded once. Then you agree to the condition? The man nodded again, and a black light shone over Jean's hand as she activated her blessing. Jean was an B-ranked superhuman blessed by the god of death, Thanatos. She had the ability to locate injuries and heal them. But there was a condition added in by Thanatos. Her power uses the life force of the user as fuel, and if she heals an injury, then it would take away some of the patient's lifespan in exchange. At first, Jean hated her ability. She was already a doctor before she became a superhuman, and she always wanted to help people, so it was difficult for her to accept that she would be shortening her patients' lives in exchange for healing their injuries. But after the Armageddon attack happened, and Jean watched King fight off a monster that was beyond anyone's imagination, her mindset changed. In a world where a single blow from an anima could give anyone a life-threatening injury, Jean's ability was the perfect solution needed by the superhumans. Who cares if 1 year of my life is taken away? So long as I get to live for a few more years, then I will gladly give it up. This is the common response given whenever Jean tells patients that she is about to heal about her ability. None of them cared if she took away some of their life, so long as she healed them and they could wake up the next day, that was good enough for them. Jean joined the NSA 1 year after the Armageddon. She always told everyone that she did it because it had a lot more benefits than the guilds, but the real reason why she did it was that she wanted to help people like King did, and she would not be able to help anyone if she was being held down by a guild. King has been her role model since he fought against the Armageddon, and she was one of his biggest fans even now. She looked up to his selfless act of fighting for everyone in the world without expecting anything in return. Guilds are very greedy, and Jean knew that if she joined any of the guilds, then they would only allow her to heal people from the guild. That is not the sort of medic that she wanted to be. She wanted the freedom to heal anyone she wanted at any time, and the NSA promised to give her that freedom, so she joined them. The wound on the man's stomach immediately began to close up as his blood vessels fused together and his organs repaired themselves. Jean made sure that she focused on his most life-threatening injuries so that he would no longer be in immediate danger before she took her hand off him quickly and put her glove back on. That should be enough to keep him alive till he can get into the operating room. Just don't put too much tension on that side of the body. Your wounds are still tender, and there is still a hole in your body, but you will live. Jean looked down at the man with a small smile as she said this, and a single tear fell from the man's eye as he grit his teeth and nodded in gratitude. He didn't think that he would make it out of that hell alive, and it was only because of Jean that he would live, so he was eternally grateful to her. The man shouted tearfully as he was rolled away. "Thank you. Thank you so much." That was not one of the military helicopters that the NSA uses, so it could only be the helicopter belonging to that new superhuman Ghost. Jean already watched the recording of the fight between Ghost and the Calamity that attacked the city, and she couldn't deny that she was impressed by his power. He didn't have any flashy elemental or magic-based power, but he was still able to defeat the anima with nothing but brute strength alone. It reminded her too much of what King was capable of doing, and she couldn't help but compare the two brawlers whenever she watched Ghost fight. But even though their fighting styles were similar, Jean believed that Ghost was nothing like King. Jean was one of the lucky few who got to get a good look at the fight between King and the Armageddon 4 years ago and walk away with her life. She was in one of the hospital buildings just 2 blocks away from the region that King and the Armageddon crashed through on their rampage across the city, and all she could say was that Ghost did not have the raw, unbelievable strength that King had. Jean was certain that Ghost would come out from his helicopter with a serious injury on his body that would need treatment and a lot of rest. He might even have a life-threatening injury that would make her use her powers on him. She was sure that one of these two things would happen. But she could have never prepared herself to see a perfectly fine Ghost coming out from the helicopter while carrying a sleeping girl in his arms. There were a few injuries on Mark's body, but they were mainly little scratches and some scars that would be easy to just put ointment on and wait for it to close on its own. Superhumans all had a very high healing factor, so the injuries would probably be gone by this time next week. Jean didn't even know that she had spaced out until Mark was passing in front of her and he raised a brow at her. "You're in the way. Move." Jean snapped back to reality and she blinked up at the much taller man before her eyes narrowed. She looked down at the girl that he was carrying and realized that she didn't recognize her. She isn't a superhuman. Was this the girl that he went over there to rescue? She is beautiful. Jean felt a little bit of jealousy fill her heart as she saw the girl in Mark's arms. Jean knew that she had nothing to be jealous of because she was also beautiful, but she couldn't help but feel like Aerith was unnaturally beautiful. She looked like some sort of sleeping beauty in Mark's arms. And even if Aerith wasn't on her feet, Jean could tell that Aerith's proportions were nothing to joke about. If Aerith ever wore Jean's clothes, her waist and bust size would rip Jean's clothes to shreds. Jean shook her head to get rid of those self-deprecating thoughts as she faced Mark again. You need to have a physical examination before you can go. There is a chance that you have an internal injury. Jean said this gently as she turned to one of the nurses at the side and told him to come closer so he could take Mark into the examination room. Mark looked at Greg curiously and Greg nodded to tell Mark that he should just go along with her since she was only doing her job. Mark shook his head and told Jean that they did not need an examination. They were perfectly fine. You don't need an examination. I didn't know you became a doctor in the few hours on that island. Jean's tone became irritated as she glared up at Mark and Mark kept a neutral gaze as he looked down at her. Mark knew who Jean was and he knew what sort of ability she had. He was not worried that she would find anything wrong with him, but he knew that she might find something wrong with Aerith if she diagnosed her. Mark didn't want anyone messing with Aerith before he could get a better idea of what happened to her first. Name, Jean Grey. Race, human. Title, Miracle Healer. Rank, B. Growth potential, A. Skill, Full Body Analysis, A. Touch of Death, S. Description, a former member of the National Medical Association who was present during the fight between King and the Armageddon and was motivated to join the NSA by King. She is strong-willed and dedicated to helping others, and she feels a great sense of guilt whenever she uses her powers. Affiliation, True Good. Mark easily read through all of Jean's tabs once he used True Sight on her. None of her tabs were hidden, and Mark realized that it was because she was weaker than him that he could see all of her stats. She had a B ranking, but her growth potential was an A rank, so that meant that she could become stronger. Mark didn't know how quick an A rank growth rate was supposed to be, but he just assumed that it meant that it had the same ranking as the regular superhuman ranking. The growth potential tab shows a superhuman's growth rate and future potential. A superhuman with a growth potential of A will grow 10 times faster than a superhuman with a growth potential of B, and a superhuman with a growth potential of S will grow 10 times faster than a superhuman with a growth potential of A. Mark raised a brow as a system tab appeared at the side of his visions and he read the message that the system sent to him. That was a very simple description and Mark immediately understood what it meant. It just meant that those with lower ranks could become much stronger if they had a high growth potential, and those with higher ranks would eventually start lagging behind if their growth potential was low. But doesn't this mean that your growth potential was just as important as your rank? If you had a high rank and a low growth potential, then it would just be the same as having a low rank because in a few years, you will start lagging behind. Mark quickly asked the system what his own growth potential was. The system never showed it on the tabs, so Mark was curious about how quickly he grows. The user's growth potential is concealed by Sozin. Besides, the user has the system, you do not need growth potential. What the heck? Mark was surprised when he read what the system sent to him, and he could only feel like the system was trying to brag that it was greater than any growth potential. But Mark was still curious about what his real growth potential was, and he decided that he would ask Sozin about it the next time they met. The next time Mark spoke, Mark's tone carried a threatening undertone as he glared down at Jean. I think I've bled enough time to know when something is wrong with my body. I'm not in the best mood right now, doctor. Move. Jean felt her annoyance spike when she heard what Mark said to her, but she refused to let it show as she continued to glare up at him. She didn't know why it was such a big deal for him to not get himself examined and it irked her off that he was looking down on her so much, but she eventually decided to let it go since she had other patients to take care of. Jean only wanted to examine Mark because she was curious about his powers and how he managed to come back with a few injuries when others were completely decimated by the monsters on that island. But he would not allow her curiosity to stop her from doing her job. Fine, you can go. Just make sure to get yourself checked if you feel anything strange. Jean gave Mark one last critical look before she turned away and began to walk into the building so that she could go to the operating rooms. She was swarmed by a large crowd of doctors who were all trying to get her to a different operating room first, and she didn't have any time to think about Mark as she was led into the building. Mark knew that he would have to watch out for Jean in the future. She was too curious, and she was one of the people who could expose his lie if she tried hard enough. If Jean examined Eret, then there was a chance she would have noticed the metamorphosis that happened to Eret. Mark didn't know if the queen transformation was permanently gone or if it would ever come back, but he was not willing to risk it. Mark walked through the doors as well and made his way down the building to leave. He was about to walk through the lobby doors when he noticed something in front of him. Greg was kneeling in front of Talia and talking to her. Greg already changed into a new set of clothes, and he was holding Talia's shoulders kindly as he spoke to her in a low voice. The little girl was just staring up at Greg with wide eyes as she listened with rapt attention. Mark didn't have to be a genius to know exactly what Greg was telling Talia, and Mark watched the look of shock on Talia's face change into disbelief and then finally grief. Weawa. Talia's cry was enough to make everyone in the lobby stop what they were doing as they turned to look at her. She was still holding onto her teddy bear with one hand, and she was using her other hand to clean the tears that wouldn't stop falling. A great feeling of despair filled Talia as she tightened her hold on her teddy bear and cried into her hands. He couldn't be dead. Her grandfather couldn't be dead. He promised her that he was going to come back. He said he would take her out for dinner when he comes back. It was a lie. Talia didn't even remember the last time she cried. She hasn't cried once ever since she got her powers and started living with her grandfather, but this time she couldn't stop the tears at all as she bawled her eyes out. What Greg just said to her was enough to completely break the little girl's heart. Talia didn't even care that her grandfather saved the lives of 3 other superhumans. So what if he saved them? She wasn't close to any of them, and she didn't care. She just wanted her grandfather back. A hand suddenly landed on top of Talia's head, and Talia turned around to see Mark crouching behind her. Her tears increased in intensity as she ran and hugged Mark tightly and began to cry into his chest. Mark dropped Eret in a row of chairs and told her to wait for him once he saw Talia crying. He knew that he wasn't very close to Talia, but he couldn't just leave her when she was in this state. Mark could understand what it felt like to lose a parental figure, so he knew what she was going through. He's not dead. I know he is not dead. That Baldy is just lying. Grandfather wouldn't leave me. He promised to take me for dinner. Greg ran a hand through his thinning hair, and he frowned in slight irritation at what Talia said before he sighed and stood up. Greg knew that she was just grieving, so he couldn't blame her for anything she would say right now. Greg decided that he would just allow her to grieve for some time before telling her what they would be doing next. Since James asked Greg to take care of Talia, Greg saw it as his responsibility to make sure that Talia does not lack anything. Greg was already thinking of adopting Talia if he needed to. Mark just held Talia kindly and allowed her to cry into his chest. Mark looked to the side, and he saw that Eret was now awake and she was looking at him and Talia curiously as she wondered what was happening. Eret never met Talia before, so she was surprised that Mark was this close to the little girl. Talia, meanwhile, just continued to deny the truth and cry that her grandfather was still alive. People who were passing by all glanced at Talia with pitying gazes, and some of the women even teared up as they heard what she was saying. James was a very eccentric person, but that doesn't mean they hated him. His death was a big loss for the NSA. But no matter how much Talia wished for it to be a lie, there was no denying that James was really dead. Mark saw the cliff that James fell from, and there was no arcane rank that could survive something like that. The fall was enough to kill a low-level calamity, so there was no chance of survival once James fell down there. Talia just continued to cry on Mark until she eventually got tired and fell asleep while holding on to Mark tightly. Mark gently carried her, and he was about to hand her over to Greg, but she wouldn't let go of his shirt, and she just held on tighter. Something touched Mark on the leg, and he looked down to see that it was Talia's teddy bear that had come to life. When did she activate her power? Or did it come to life immediately after she went to sleep as some sort of defense mechanism? Mark wasn't sure what brought the teddy bear to life, but the teddy bear was not attacking Mark right now. The teddy bear was looking up at Mark with a strange kind stare as it held on to his trousers. Was it telling him to take Talia with him? Greg saw how Talia was attached to Mark, and he spoke up tiredly. She needs a place to stay tonight. I don't want her to go back to her grandfather's place without anyone to take care of her. If you can take care of her tonight, then I'll come pick her up tomorrow. But I can just take her to my place if you don't want to look after her. Mark stared at the sleeping Talia again before he just sighed and turned to walk over to Eret. They had an extra room in their house, so he didn't mind leaving her there to rest for tonight. He wouldn't want her to stay in her grandfather's place alone either. Mark still remembers how things were for him when his parents died. He lived in a large mansion with nothing but servants and butlers coming and going every day, and it almost drove him mad. Mark left that life behind for now because of how isolating it was, and he wouldn't want Talia going through that either. Mark would take care of her tonight, and when she wakes up tomorrow, they will think of something else for her. Who's that? Is she coming home with us? Eret asked this curiously as she stared at the sleeping Talia, and Mark nodded and told Eret what happened with Talia. Eret's face fell sadly as she heard what happened, and she easily agreed that Talia should come home with them. There is no need for Talia to be alone since they have an extra room in the house anyway. She's going to take him away from us. She looks cute, and she is going to try and steal Mark from us. We can't trust her. Kill her. Eret's gaze narrowed for a moment as the voice in her head spoke to her again, and she glared at the sleeping Talia, but she was able to easily shake those thoughts away and smile at Mark once Mark told her to come along so they would go home. She stood up and followed behind Mark. Eret wondered if she should say something about the voice to Mark. She knew that he had already gone through a lot to help her, so he would want to know about the voice, but Eret shook her head internally as she decided not to say anything. Mark already did a lot for her and she didn't want to burden him with something that might not be a big deal. Eret could shut the voice up if it got too annoying, so she was sure that she could handle it. Eret fell in line beside Mark and spoke up animatedly as she smiled up at him. I still can't believe you are a superhuman. After all this? You still can't believe it? It's not even been 10 hours since I found out. It's still shocking. And I can't believe you told Pat but you didn't tell me. Mark grinned. I knew Pat before I knew you. He is one of the only friends I had for most of my life, so I trust him enough to tell him everything. And I know you don't like superhumans, so I didn't want to bring you into this world yet. Eret became a little gloomy once Mark said this as she remembered what happened to her and her parents a long time ago. She never hid her dislike for superhumans from Mark, so she could understand why he would not want to tell her about his powers. She didn't hate superhumans, but the way she talked about them with a frown on her face would make anyone think that she hated them. It must have been hard for Mark to hide his powers from her while listening to her tell him how much superhumans were all money-loving crooks. Eret now understood why Mark was so hesitant to be with her all this while. He would always act like he really wanted to be with her but he couldn't because he was just trying to protect her. She was the one who made it impossible for him to be with her because of her hatred for superhumans. Sorry, I suppose I'm the one at fault. I didn't deserve to know. But, you know, I like you far more than I dislike superhumans. If it was you, then I know you would have saved me that day. Mark hoisted Talia up so that her head rested on his shoulder and he grinned down at Eret kindly. You think I would have saved a whiny, snobbish, snot-nosed kid from being crushed under a building? Damn right, I would. Eret pouted once Mark said this and used her shoulder to push him playfully. Mark laughed at her and put one hand around her shoulder while his other hand held Talia. Mark leaned down and kissed Eret on top of her head, and Eret felt a heavy blush rising on her face as a giddy sensation filled her heart. She tried her hardest to keep her annoyed pout in place but she couldn't stop the smile that rose on her face as the pout disappeared. She quickly covered her face with one hand to try and hide her blush and Mark just laughed as they finally exited the building. Took you long enough. A voice suddenly spoke up once they exited the building, and Mark looked up to see a tall, slim teenager standing in front of the NSA building. He had red hair and red eyes that were covered by sunglasses. He wore a black suit that fit him perfectly and black shoes that shone in the moonlight. He looked like he was dressed to go to a gala or some sort of evening candlelight dinner, and Mark could only raise a brow in surprise as he looked the newcomer from head to toe. "Pat, what the hell are you wearing?" Eric's eyes widened in shock as she glanced at the new person who was identified as Pat. "This is Pat." He looked like a normal human being. Eric had never seen Pat before. She has known about him for a long time and she has heard Mark talking to him over the phone many times before, but she has never seen him once. Mark even told her that Pat only leaves his house if a life-threatening emergency that desperately required his attention came up, so it was unlikely that she could see him twice in 5 years. Whenever Eric imagined what Pat looks like, she would think of someone wearing sweatpants and a sweater as he huddles up on a couch and eats chips all day long while staring at his laptop screen. This was the image that Eric always had about Pat, but the person that was standing in front of her was nothing like that. Pat looked like a perfectly normal person, so she was shocked. Eric didn't know that she was actually right about her initial image of Pat. Pat was the sort of person who would huddle up in front of the TV for hours on end while eating chips and drinking soda, and he only had a relationship with his many laptops and PCs. But there was a special reason why Pat simply had to come here today, and also why he had to dress up so well. Pat first came here wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, but the security told him that he couldn't enter because they thought that he was a reporter. Many reporters were hanging around the perimeter waiting for Mark or any other superhuman to come out, so once Pat told them that he wanted to meet Mark, they stopped him and sent him away. Pat just wanted to make sure for himself that Mark was fine and to tell Mark about what happened with the transmission video, but he became pissed once the security turned him away, so he went back and came back dressed like this in a chrome black Vanitas Avatender that he drove straight through the security checkpoint. This car was one of the supercars developed by Mark's family company, and it was seen as one of the most high-class cars in the entire world. People couldn't stop staring and pointing in surprise as they saw Pat driving into the building. "Isn't that a Vanitas? I haven't seen one in my entire life before. They say only billionaires can drive it since it is so rare. Holy shit, it's a Vanitas. Did a politician come to see the NSA? We should try to get an interview. I can get an interview for Cutie Pie Matube page. That Vanitas must belong to a rich man. He will bring in a lot of views. Why are you all so excited? It's just a Vanitas car. It's not even better than a Lamborghini. Are you stupid? Go back to school and relearn the definition of better if you don't know anything. The Lamborghini cannot even beat the Vanitas in top speed or acceleration. And the look of the Vanitas is far better. The Vanitas is 10 times better." People were all talking animatedly and looking at the Vanitas car in shock as they watched it drive up to the gate. The guards at the gate didn't even dare to stop the car once they saw that it was a Vanitas because they thought he was some sort of politician or a high-profile celebrity. They wouldn't dare to stop someone who could drive a Vanitas so casually. Pat didn't like showing off, but he knew that money was the answer to almost every problem, so he didn't mind using it to his advantage every now and then. There was no other car in the world that had as much prestige as the Vanitas, so he decided he would use it to get into the NSA compound. And now that he was here, he didn't waste any time scanning Mark with his eyes to see if there were any serious injuries. "I just wanted to make sure you're doing all right." "I'm glad you're all right, but you really need to have those scratches and cuts looked at." "And who the hell is that? Did you guys already have a kid while I wasn't paying attention? It hasn't even been an hour since I called you." Pat spoke in that same haughty and overly confident tone that he always uses as he said this. Pat also saw the walking teddy bear that was following after Mark and Eric, but he didn't even bother paying that thing any mind. Pat learned a long time ago that there are some things you should just ignore regardless of how weird they are when it comes to Mark. After learning that Mark was a superhuman, nothing about Mark made sense to Patrick again. There was always one thing or another about Mark that just defied logic, but it is necessary to just ignore it unless you wish to lose your mind. Pat simply went with the flow. Mark scoffed with a coy grin as he let go of Eric to give Pat a handshake. "It's nice to see you're still as crazy as ever, you bastard." Pat smiled slightly and accepted the handshake and greeting. Mark told Pat who Talia was and why he was carrying her, and Pat looked at the little girl with some pity before nodding. Mark knew that Pat would also understand since Pat had lost people to the anima before. Once Mark was done introducing Talia, he then introduced Eret. Pat gave Eret a hard look before he nodded and greeted her. "Sister-in-law. I suppose I can finally put a face to your annoying voice." Eret smiled indulgently. "Hello to you too, Patrick." Mark smacked Pat on the back of the head as he heard what Pat said, and Eret laughed a little as she saw the look of irritation on Mark's face as he looked down at his friend. Pat just frowned up at Mark in annoyance. "That fucking hurt. Show some tact, you idiot. Is that how you greet someone you're seeing for the first time? Your social skills are as terrible as ever." "Fuck, that hurts, you fucking bastard." "Fine. Sorry, Eret." Eret easily accepted the apology, and Pat's expression finally turned serious as he told Mark that they had to talk. Mark wondered what Pat wanted to talk about, and he asked if it was something he couldn't say the next day. They had to get back because they were all tired. "This sounds pretty serious, so let's talk about it tomorrow after we get some rest. I need to get home." Pat thought about it while glancing at Eret discreetly before he finally nodded in agreement. "Come around to my place in 2 days. I have a visitor tomorrow, so it'll be hard to talk with her around. I'll give you a brief rundown over the phone later tomorrow." Mark was surprised to hear that Pat had a visitor, and he immediately grinned as he teased Pat about him having a girlfriend. Was he bringing a girl over and he didn't want anyone to disturb the two of them as they ravaged each other? The look of absolute disbelief and annoyance on Pat's face as he looked at Mark made both Mark and Eret burst into laughter. Pat looked like he just swallowed a lemon. "For your information, it's my sister who's coming to see me. So unless incest has suddenly become legal in this country, then please don't ever make a joke like that again." "Fuck, I can't even imagine using the word ravage in the same sentence as my sister." Mark chuckled a bit more before he finally calmed down. "Yeah, I'll come around in 2 days. Just give me a call later." Pat nodded again as he grabbed a key from his pocket and threw it at Mark. Mark caught it easily and he looked at the logo to see that it was a Vanitas logo. A silver V encircled by 2 golden wings that made it look like an angel. "What the hell is this for?" "I got you a little something to use to go home. I wouldn't want my best friend walking all the way to another city, would I? And what about you?" "Viroom." A long black Vanitas limousine suddenly drove into the NSA compound, and Pat pointed his thumb towards it as a lot of people were staring at the limousine in shock. "I've got my own ride, so I'm good." Mark narrowed his eyes at Pat before he spoke up in a tone of certainty. "You bought this with my money, didn't you?" Pat chuckled as he waved and started walking away. "I spent 10 million on that helicopter you trashed on the island, so I was sure you wouldn't mind me buying myself a little something with your money. You'll get the receipt tomorrow." Pat quickly got into the limousine before Mark could say anything, and the car drove off. Mark just sighed tiredly as he pressed the Vanitas automatic unlock button, and the chrome black Vanitas car beeped as it slowly began to open its wing-like doors. Mark knew that Pat was only going to use that helicopter for a crash test, so he didn't know why Pat would even feel bad about it being wrecked. But Mark didn't mind because he knew that the 2 cars were not that expensive. Both cars won't even be up to $5 million, so it was no big deal. And since Mark owed Pat for what Pat did to help him in rescuing Eret, Mark decided that he would overlook it. Besides, all the money that Pat spent was only going back into Mark's company, so it wasn't like he was losing any money. He would only lose money on paper. Eret was standing behind Mark, and she was just looking on in disbelief as she watched the interaction between the 2 friends. What does Pat mean by $10 million? What helicopter? Was Pat talking about the helicopter that they used to come back from the island? Did he buy it? And what money did they use to buy the cars? Pat said something about using Mark's money, right? What the hell does he mean by Mark's money? This isn't something that any high schooler should be able to buy. It's a supercar. There is no way he is talking about the same Mark. Aerith was not knowledgeable about cars, so she had no idea that the car was named Vanitas. She was just surprised that Mark had enough money to casually buy a supercar. She had no idea that the supercar was made by Mark's company. Aerith and Mark had been living in the house her father rented for her for 1 year now. There was a master room and 2 smaller ones in the house, and Mark allowed Aerith to have the master bedroom since it was her father's money. Aerith knew that Mark's room was small, but he never complained and he allowed her to take the big room. She received an allowance from her father every month, and that is what they used to buy whatever they wanted. There were times when Mark would try to help her buy things with his own money, but Aerith always refused because she felt like she owed him for agreeing to live with her to protect her. Mark lived such a simple life, and the only thing that Aerith had seen him spend money on was his bike. Aerith understood that he loved that bike, so she never questioned it whenever she saw him changing out the engine or adding modifications to it. Aerith just assumed that Mark was using all his money on the bike since he never spent on anything else. So seeing all of this was just too much for her. She couldn't even be angry because she never asked Mark how rich he was before. The only thing she knew about his family is that he is an orphan and he is being taken care of by his father's assistant until he turns 18. Mark suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you coming?" Aerith snapped out of her surprise as she was gently led towards the passenger side of the Vanita's Avatender and she sat on the plush expensive seat. Mark closed her door for her and went to the back of the car. He placed Talia in the back seat gently with her teddy bear entering as well before Mark went and entered the driver's seat. It was only after he sat down that Aerith finally spoke. "Mark, are you rich?" Mark could only laugh loudly as he pressed the ignition and started the car. Mark never told Aerith that his parents owned a car manufacturing company called Vanitas Motors and that he was now the sole majority stakeholder in the company, so she had no idea how rich he was even though they'd lived together for a long time. Before Mark could drive off, a voice shouted from outside as someone ran up to the car. Mark turned to see that it was Millicent who was running towards him with a phone in her hand. She ran up to the car and knocked on Mark's window. "Wait. Mr. Vanitas. Wait. There is someone who wants to talk to you. Mr. Salazar is the current acting president of the NSA and he wishes to have a conversation with you before you leave." Mark shook his head as he told her that he was not interested in talking to anyone right now. Mark was too tired and he didn't have time to go and talk to another member of the NSA. He just wanted to go home. Millicent blinked in surprise at the dismissal before she put the phone up to her ear and spoke into it for a moment. After she heard what the person on the other side said, she spoke to Mark again. "If you can spare any time at all. He would not mind meeting with you tomorrow or the day after that to talk. He says that what he wants to talk about is very important. It will affect both you and the NSA greatly." Mark narrowed his eyes at the veiled warning. As far as Mark was concerned, his business with the NSA should already be over and they shouldn't be bothering him anymore. What they were doing right now was just pissing him off more than it should. "Tell him that I'll come meet with him tomorrow when I'm free. Do not call me, do not text me, and don't come to my house. Just wait for me. Virum." Mark only said this much before he rolled up his window and revved his car before driving away. Later that night, Mark was sitting on his bed and looking through his system as he tried to finish putting some of his extra stat and skill points into the places where he needed them. Mark wanted to achieve a balance in his stats since he never knew what sort of situation he could end up in later in the future. But while he was fighting on that island, Mark noticed that he was severely lacking in strength. Even when he was fighting against the final ant that was protecting the queen, he was not able to push the ant back with only his strength. If not for the fact that Mark was faster than that ant, Mark was sure that he might have lost that battle. Mark needed to increase his strength so that even the high-level calamity classes wouldn't stand a chance against his strength. Mark had 1,000 stat points and 1,000 skill points and now, Mark had a large choice to make. Should he try to achieve balance across all of his stats, or should he try to improve his strength and durability to a much higher level so that he would become a more effective brawler? Mark knew that he would never want to be a mage. It was cool that some people could throw magic around and create massive explosions or thunderstorms with nothing but a thought, but Mark was someone who liked getting close and personal with his enemies. He enjoyed the look of fear on his enemies' faces and the rush of adrenaline in his system as he clashed with a strong enemy. Nothing was better than that. So Mark knew that he would always want to be a brawler. And besides, what would happen if you met an enemy that could withstand the full force of your magic and he managed to get close enough? If you are a mage without strength, then you will be killed easily because you were weak. Mark could simply try to improve all his stats, but he decided that it would be more sensible to improve one aspect of his stats and only improve the others so that they are not too lacking in comparison. Mark decided that he would start focusing more on his strength-based stats to increase his chances of overpowering the enemy, and he would only improve mana-based stats after improving his strength. Does user wish to add stat points to the selected stats? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and he felt his body immediately changing as the stats were placed in the areas he selected. User has added 400 stat points to strength. User has added 200 stat points to stamina. User has added 200 stat points to durability. User has added 100 stat points to agility. User has added 100 stat points to mana. Strength, 1380, plus 138, plus 217. Stamina, 850, plus 85, plus 127. Agility, 850, plus 85, plus 85. Durability, 810, plus 81. Mana, 520, plus 52. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 15%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 10%. Once Mark was done with them, he then moved over to the other free points that he had. He also had 1,000 skill points to use any way he wanted, and Mark immediately decided to improve the True Sight skill first. That skill was very useful. In fact, it was more useful than almost any other skill that Mark had because it allowed him to judge his opponent's strength and decide the best course of action to take in fighting against his opponent. If you know your opponent's rank and skills, then there is nothing to fear since you can just think of a way to counter them. As Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, know your enemy like yourself and you will win 1,000 battles, or something like that. Another skill that Mark wanted to work on was the blunt force trauma skill, which allowed him to use critical attacks. It was too useful for Mark to leave it the way it was. If Mark improves these two skills along with his full body constitution skill, then he would just distribute the remaining points to the other skills he had. Does user wish to add skill points to the selected skills? Yes/no. Mark selected yes, and he watched as some new tabs appeared. User has added 300 skill points to True Sight. Current True Sight, D rank, 1/400. User has added 200 skill points to Full Body Constitution. Current Full Body Constitution, Heavenly Lightning God, 0 of 400. Heavenly Lightning God, this is a full-body constitution skill that imbues the practitioner with the divine essence of lightning, granting unparalleled agility, strength, and the ability to harness and control lightning energy in combat. Effects. Full Body Augmentation x30. Multiplier, all lightning-based skills will receive a 100% boost. Discharge, the user can absorb and store lightning-based attacks in his body and then discharge them toward the enemy for a devastating counterattack. User has added 300 skill points to Blunt Force Trauma. Current rank, D rank, 102/400. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 10% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, exponential 2.5 per attack, plus 0.5% for every successful consecutive hit. User has added 140 skill points to Mana Circulation. Current Mana Circulation, D rank, 0 to 400. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 20%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 10%. Durability, plus 5%. Strength, 1380, plus 138, plus 276. Stamina, 850, plus 85, plus 127. Agility, 850, plus 85, plus 85. Durability, 810, plus 81, plus 41. User has added 60 skill points to taunting. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 61 to 100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 21%. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, S, 3080/5000. Affiliation, True Neutral. Unused stat points, 0. Unused skill points, 0. Strength, 1380, plus 138, plus 217. Stamina, 850, plus 85, plus 127. Agility, 850, plus 85, plus 85. Durability, 810, plus 81. Mana, 520, plus 52. Artifacts, Gloves of the Thunder God, S. Skill Tree. Full Body Constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current Full Body Constitution, Heavenly Lightning God, 0 of 400. Heavenly Lightning God, this is a full-body constitution skill that imbues the practitioner with the divine essence of lightning, granting unparalleled agility, strength, and the ability to harness and control lightning energy in combat. Effects. Full Body Augmentation x30. Multiplier, all lightning-based skills will receive a 100% boost. Discharge, the user can absorb and store up to S-rank lightning-based attacks in his body and then discharge them towards the enemy for a devastating counterattack. Mana Circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation, D rank, 0 to 400. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 20%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 10%. Durability, plus 5%. Taunting, this skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 61 to 100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 21%. A Blunt Force Trauma, this skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank, D rank, 102/400. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 10% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, exponential 2.5 per attack, plus 0.5% for every successful consecutive hit. True Sight, this skill grants the user the ability to perceive the stats and skills of others, offering insight into their capabilities with a single glance. Current True Sight, D rank, 1/400. Comment from GOG, you finally advanced in rank. You're going to love what comes next. Mark was happy about the changes he made to his system, and he was about to close down the tab so that he could get some rest, but he suddenly stopped as he read what Sozin wrote at the end of his system stats. What does he mean by what comes next? Mark remembered that there was a time when Sozin told him to try and get his rank up to S as quickly as possible. Mark thought that Sozin was just saying that so that Mark would be able to fight against the monsters more easily, but now that Mark was thinking about it, that was probably not the case. Sozin is too much of a dick to care about Mark like that. Comment from GOG, you're really underestimating me. Of course, I care about you. You're going to love this, I'm sure of it. Mark smiled as he read this message before a new message popped up from his system. The user has crossed the predetermined threshold A-S. The user has successfully gained a cursed item. Mark furrowed his brow as he read the message that the system sent to him, and he wondered what sort of gift the system was talking about. Was the system giving him a gift for moving from A rank to S rank? That was awesome. Then, didn't that mean that the system would also give him a gift if he moved from S rank to the next rank? Mark suddenly felt a great surge of motivation fill him as he wanted to reach the next rank as quickly as possible to see what sort of gift the system would give him then. Mark suddenly felt a great surge of motivation fill him as he wanted to reach the next rank as quickly as possible to see what sort of gift the system would give him. But first, he read through the tabs that opened to explain the gift that the system was giving him. The user has gained a gift, cursed item, key to the underworld. Cursed item, key to the underworld, a mysterious key granted as a challenge from Thanatos, the god of death. It is a mystical item that, when activated, transports the user to the depths of the underworld where they must confront challenging tests of courage, wit, and resolve to progress further. Successfully passing through the test will unlock valuable rewards for the user, but failure will mean immediate death. A key suddenly appeared in the air in front of Mark, and Mark quickly reached out and caught it before it could fall. The key was purple with many black carvings around it. There was a foreboding aura surrounding it with a cold ambience that made Mark's entire body shiver once he touched it. This was the key to the underworld. It looked like a regular key, but Mark could tell that it was not a regular key at all. Why in the world did Thanatos give this to me? And why is the god of death giving a challenge to the champion of the god of games? Mark was very confused as he looked down at the strange new gift curiously. He didn't understand why the system gave him something that was gifted by the god of death. Mark heard from Sozin that the other gods were not happy about how Sozin chose him as his sole champion, so Mark knew that the other gods did not like him. If the god of death gave something like this, then it can only mean bad news for him. Did Sozin even know about all of this? Mark only had this thought for a moment before he immediately nodded. There is no way that Sozin wasn't in on this as well. In fact, Mark was sure that Sozin was at fault for this in one way or another. You really need to stop dissing me so much. Didn't I tell you that you're my favorite? I wouldn't do that to you without a good reason. Mark suddenly blinked in surprise as he found himself disappearing from his room and reappearing in that bright blue space that Sozin always brought him to whenever they wanted to talk. Sozin was standing in front of Mark with his hands folded and a frown on his face, and Mark could tell that Sozin was not happy. Is he angry that I said this is all his fault? Does he want me to apologize? He can't possibly think that I was dissing him. I was just joking. Sozin's glare suddenly increased, and Mark put up his hands and took a step back as he felt a small tremor under his feet. What the hell? Alright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're not at fault, and I'm sure you have a good reason for it. Just relax and don't throw me down. I don't want to know what it feels like to fall from this high up. Mark was sure that Sozin would just throw him down if he didn't apologize. Sozin might be a god, but Mark could see a lot of childish attributes in Sozin. Sozin was vindictive and he didn't mind stooping low to get back at someone who insulted him. Mark didn't want to know what a god's anger felt like. Sozin would probably just toss him into a volcano or something. Pfft. Pwahahahahaha. I can't believe you fell for it. I wasn't even serious, and you started apologizing. Of course, I wasn't going to toss you into a volcano. You think I'd want to just kill my only champion? I would have only put you into the Kraken's stomach for a few days as punishment. You're hilarious. I'm sure if I went a bit further you would have gone on your knees. Sozin suddenly started to laugh loudly as he floated into the sky again, and Mark couldn't stop the small twitching of his brow as he watched Sozin floating around him without a care in the world. Mark couldn't believe that this annoying bastard was his patron god. He really thought that Sozin was angry this time, but Sozin was just being a dick as always. If there had been a chance for him to choose another god as his patron god, then Mark had no idea if he would have chosen Sozin again. Of course, you would've. You fucking love me. I can tell you're really grateful to me for everything I've done for you. I even see it in your thoughts. But maybe you would have chosen the goddess of life. She's got that big boing boing that you love so much. She's even bigger than your girl Erit. Sozin came really close to Mark as he said this, and he even put his hand under his chest and raised his brow suggestively as he cupped imaginary breasts and jiggled them around while mentioning the goddess's breasts. Mark couldn't stop his mind from imagining a large-breasted goddess wearing an innocent off-shoulder white gown and floating towards him with a kind smile on her face as she caressed his face softly and gave him the power to vanquish evil. Her generous, bountiful breasts and voluptuous hips would be enough to grant him motivation to fight for centuries, and there wouldn't be a day where he doesn't pray to have her grace his bed. But that was not going to happen because he was stuck with Sozin for life. Hey, cheer up. Even if you don't have the goddess, you still have that human girl Erit. You know, I've seen many people give up their loved ones and abandon them to die just because they wanted more power. You're the first person that I've seen stand up to me like that to save their loved one. It shows that you really love that girl. I wouldn't understand what that kind of love is. I don't really get what you humans call love or lust, but I can't help but be impressed with how you handled it. Well done, champion. Mark smiled slightly as he heard Sozin praise him. Even though Sozin was in a child's body, Mark couldn't help but feel like he was being praised by his father, and it gave Mark a deep sense of accomplishment and pride as he unconsciously stood straighter and grinned happily. He thought that Sozin would be disappointed in him for trying to give up a mission in exchange for Erit, but he was just glad that wasn't the case. Sozin was a god, so Mark already guessed that he wouldn't understand human emotion, but Mark was happy that Sozin trusted him enough to allow him to make his own decisions regarding his missions and the way he wanted to live his life. Mark shook his head and tried to get back into serious mode as he brought up the key. So what exactly is this? I know you told me that I would get a gift when I moved up in ranking, but I thought it would be another skill or maybe even a new title, but this was the last thing I expected. You're allowing other gods to give me gifts. I thought you said they were pissed at you for only choosing one champion. Oh, they are. They're fucking pissed. Some of them even suggested that I should just kill you and start over again to pick new champions. Don't look so worried. If I wanted to kill you, then I would have killed you in those 4 years when you didn't have your powers. I waited for all those years because I trust you're the best person for me. But about that key, it appears that the other gods have entered into a wager with me. You see, they still don't think that you are capable of being a sole champion. The power of a god is too much for any human to bear alone, and they think that the power will either drive you to madness or destroy your body because it cannot keep up. So I told them to bet on it, and they did. I entered a wager with some gods and I told them to set up challenges for you in their domain. These domains are of different types. Some gods have entire planets like the god of fire, and some other gods even have other dimensions like Thanatos who rules the underworld. They will give you a challenge, and you will have some conditions placed on you before you can go into the challenge. If you are capable of defeating the challenge and coming out victorious, then they will buzz off, and they will stop pestering me about choosing only one champion. Mark blinked in surprise and looked down at the key again. So, does that mean that this key was the key to another dimension? The underworld? That's pretty dope, actually. But the entire deal right now seemed pretty one-sided to Mark. Why would Sozin agree to a deal like that when they wouldn't be getting anything in return? The other gods would get to test Mark and try to kill him, and all Mark and Sozin would get in exchange is acceptance. That is not a good deal at all. Sozin could hear Mark's thoughts clearly, and a small smile appeared on Sozin's face as he heard what Mark was thinking. Once Mark saw that mischievous smile from his patron god, he immediately knew that they were in business. There is no way that Sozin would agree to a deal without getting something in return as well. That's why you're my champion. You and I think so alike that it really scares me. I don't think I could have picked someone else that would think about extorting the gods like you. Are you sure you're not really my son? Sozin floated over to Mark's back and patted him on the back heavily while laughing loudly, and Mark stumbled forward in shock as he felt all the air leave his lungs. Fucking hell, that hurt. Sozin's hit seemed light, but there was a lot of weight behind them, and Mark couldn't even keep his balance once they hit. Sozin laughed again and floated around as he started to talk animatedly. I allowed all the gods to test you however they wanted, but I also gave them some conditions that I wanted. The first one is that every test will have a necessary means to pass it. They cannot give you a test that will take 1,000,000 years without you being able to find the solution or method to pass it. Knowing some of those gods, they are not above doing something like that. I know I would do it if I was in their shoes. Secondly, they cannot give you a mission that is too far above your current abilities. Of course, that means that the monsters you will encounter will not be too much stronger than you, but that is also pretty ambiguous, so don't get too happy. The concept of strength is skewed for we gods, so they could give a Calamity-class monster to a D rank, and they wouldn't think it was a bad matchup because they know there is a method for the D rank to win. Finding it is another issue, though. And thirdly, they will all be mandated to give a gift that they believe is on par with the challenge set. I set this particular one in a tricky way. I'm pretty good at that, you know. The gods hate me and you, so they will definitely not set an easy challenge, but they are also a prideful bunch, and they wouldn't want to be looked down on by the other gods. That means they will have to give a gift that is on par or better than the challenge just to save face. Now it's all on you, my champion. If you are capable of defeating these challenges, then what waits for you on the other side is more power and greater strength than you could have dreamed of. You have a chance to possess a gift from every god out there, all you have to do is reach out and grab it. Mark couldn't keep the excited grin off his face even if he wanted to. Sozin was the fucking best. He didn't even want the big-breasted goddess anymore. He would have chosen Sozin 1,000 times over if he had a choice. He could kiss this fucking god. This simple bet was a brilliant trick from Sozin, and it was also an amazing game that Sozin was playing. There really wasn't anyone else who deserved the title of the god of games. The god of trickery will have your head if he hears you saying stuff like that. Mark chuckled as Sozin said this, and he looked down at the key again. The key no longer looked like a simple key to another dimension. It now seemed like a chance to become even stronger than he was as king. Mark could gain a blessing from every god out there if he passes these missions. Mark knew that the missions would not be easy. Since Sozin said that the gods were allowed to put any form of test in front of him, Mark was sure that they would all think of the most sinister and twisted things they could just to make sure he couldn't pass it no matter how hard he tried. But was that going to stop Mark? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Mark was sure that they would all think of the most sinister and twisted things they could just to make sure he couldn't pass it, no matter how hard he tried. But something like that was too small to stop Mark. Mark had the odds stacked against him right from the start, and he was still here because of his stupid tenacity and will. He just wouldn't give up, not even when it seemed like the only option available. That was what brought him this far, and he was going to make sure he didn't fail Sozin as he destroyed all these challenges from the gods. Mark squeezed the key tightly and spoke up. So when do I leave? Ah, not so fast. There is a set time of 72 hours where you can use the key. As long as you use it in the next 3 days, then you will be fine. And don't worry about the real world. There is a time dilation of 10,000 days to 1 day between the real world and the dimension of the gods, so if you can finish the mission quickly enough, then it won't even feel like you were gone at all. Well, that's assuming that the gods don't give you a mission that is longer than 1,000,000 days. I know someone said their mission would be 100 years long. What? Hey, don't look at me. I told them that it couldn't be 1,000,000 years long. Everything else is free game. They can make it 999,999 years and I can't say anything. What the heck are you talking about? You should have said something shorter to them. What if someone says they want to use the 1,000,000 years? I can't disappear for over 360 days. 1,000,000 years sounded alright to me. I'm immortal. Time is just a construct for me, it doesn't exist. 1,000,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, they're all the same. Mark put his hand up to his head and sighed as he scratched his hair in annoyance. Sozin never fails to give him a headache whenever they meet. It almost felt like Sozin was doing this on purpose. Mark was just thanking his stars for allowing him to meet Sozin and making him his patron god, but now Mark was already regretting it again. Someone like Sozin had no right to be looking after anyone. Sozin saw that Mark was really distressed about this, and Sozin sighed as he spoke up. Don't worry, I'm sure there won't be anyone crazier than the 100-year mission. If it gets too long, then I'll sacrifice some of my cosmic power to pause the real world for you. I can't interfere too much in the real world since I'm a god and all, but since I'm only pausing it, then I'm sure it won't be that big of a deal. Mark ran his hand through his hair one more time before he sighed and nodded thankfully. He knew that most gods wouldn't care about their champions like this, so he was grateful that Sozin cared enough to help him pause the world if the mission was too long. Mark started to think about when he would use the key, but Sozin spoke up before Mark's mind could go far. As he spoke, he slowly started to disappear as well. You might want to go back for now. Let's talk again some other time. It's been fun, champion. Knock. 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 Mark blinked as he was suddenly brought back to the real world and he looked towards the left as he heard someone knocking on his door. Who in the world was that? Mark knew that he already put Tilda to sleep earlier. Tilda refused to wake up even on the drive back home, and Mark didn't want to go through the trouble of forcing her to take a bath, so he just put her in bed with her teddy and left them both in the guest room. It couldn't be Tilda, so that only left one other person. Mark stood up and went to open the door, and he smiled as he saw the person on the other side. Hey, Erit. You couldn't sleep. Mark knew that it would be hard for Erit to sleep after what she went through, and he wasn't surprised to see her here. He told her to come to him if she needed anything tonight, and he was happy that she finally came. Erit was standing outside Mark's room, and Mark could immediately tell that she was nervous from the way she was acting. She was using one of her legs to scratch the back of the other one, and she was looking away from him and staring at the side nervously. Erit had been debating internally for more than 30 minutes before she got enough courage to come over to knock on Mark's door. She didn't know how to even start talking to him because of how many things were swimming inside of her mind at the same time. Ah, it's Mark. Mark is looking at us. Talk to him. We need to talk to him. Tell him we love him. Tell him we'll do anything for him. Erit immediately told the voice in her head to shut up, and the voice dimmed down a little as it stopped shouting. Ever since Erit came back, she has been confused about the voice in her head. Erit knew what caused the voice in her head to start talking so animatedly. Ever since she fused with the Queen, the voice in her head refused to shut up any time she was around Mark. There was this possessive and dangerous way that the voice would talk whenever it was talking about Mark, and even Erit was a bit intimidated by the sheer desperate thirst and possessiveness she could hear inside her own head. But for some reason, Erit did not hate it. In a way, it felt like these thoughts were not just from the voice in her head, it was also her own thoughts that were mixed in, and the voice was only bringing those thoughts to life with its voice. The voice always said, we, and, us, when referring to itself, so it was not just talking about Queen, it was also talking about Erit. The voice was only this animated whenever it was talking about anything referring to Mark. It was almost like its entire mission in life was to be with Mark and protect him, and Erit did not know why she liked that feeling so much. She liked it a lot. But Erit was still a normal high school girl, and it was impossible for her to just accept all of those feelings that were suddenly surging inside her like that. There was no filter for her feelings, and it was terrifying for her whenever she would hear some of the dangerous and bloodthirsty things that the voice wanted to do to whoever came close to Mark. The voice even told Erit to kill Tilda just because Mark carried her. Why would Erit kill a child? Before she decided to come and see Mark, Erit was lying in bed with a light pink singlet and very short white shorts as she stared at the slowly rotating ceiling fan with thoughts of Mark playing in her head like a movie. She couldn't stop a giddy and happy feeling from filling her whenever the memory of Mark kissing her in the cave played in her head, and she put her pillow between her legs and bit her lip hard as she remembered how Mark almost took her right in that cave. Her hand gravitated towards her right breast as she thought about him touching her down there, and her core trembled. She shivered as the pillow brushed against her sensitive regions, and her hand squeezed her breast hard as she moaned. Erit wanted to see Mark badly, but she didn't want to seem like some desperate woman by going to his room at night. Do men like women who are so forward? Wouldn't it look like she is some sort of nymphomaniac if she goes to him? She felt shy and embarrassed that he would think she was too forceful if she went to see him. But the voice in her head had a very different idea. We should go and see Mark. I'm sure he is waiting for us. Let's go. We want to see him. You know you want to see him too. Let's ask him to let us sleep in his room. I can feel you want it too. Wear that lace underwear that you've been saving for the right moment and let's go. Mark. We want to see Mark. We want to see the king. Erit groaned as she covered her ears with her hands. There is no way that she could sleep tonight with that voice constantly shouting in her head. She wanted to see Mark, but this voice was just so annoying. Erit told the voice to shut up angrily, and she was surprised when the voice actually calmed down a little, and she finally had some peace in her head. But that last thing that the voice said managed to bring a thought back into her head, and she blinked up at her ceiling as she remembered what happened to her when the Anima kidnapped her. They also called Mark king, didn't they? There was only one king that Erit could remember, but that king was dead, wasn't he? The man who saved the world from the Armageddon 4 years ago was the only superhuman that came to Erit's mind, and Erit had a desperate urge to go and ask Mark about this. Was he king? Was he the one that saved the world? Maybe I can use that as an excuse to see him. Erit muttered shyly to herself as she found herself getting off her bed and putting on her slippers before she could even think too much about it. She was going to see Mark. And that is how Erit found herself standing in front of Mark's door at 12 in the midnight. Once Mark opened the door to his room, Erit felt the air leave her lungs as she saw that he was not wearing a top. He was only wearing a pair of black joggers that he used to sleep, and he was completely shirtless. His muscles. Erit's mind immediately began to play the memory of when Mark held her in the cave, and she felt that jolt in her core again as she bit her inner lip. She crossed her legs and tried desperately to look away as she swallowed nervously. Mark's eyes roamed down Erit's body once he opened the door. She was still wearing the light pink tank top and very short shorts, and Mark's eyes couldn't help but glance at the generous amount of cleavage on display. His eyes moved down to her thick thighs, and he had to force himself to not react as he growled internally once he saw her legs. Why would he need a goddess when he had Erit? Those legs were a work of art. Erit could see how Mark's gaze was drawn towards her body, and she didn't hate it one bit. It made her happy that he liked what he saw, and she didn't even know when she pushed her chest out slightly to give him a better view. Hey, Erit. You couldn't sleep. We want you to fuck us. Erit shook her head to get rid of that voice as well as to answer Mark's question, and she gathered her courage and finally looked at Mark. He was smiling at her, and Erit felt a huge blush rising on her face once she saw how handsome he looked at that moment. She immediately tried to speak up quickly before she became nervous again. See, can I come in? I want to ask you something. Erit's words rushed out of her mouth like a speeding car, and she immediately called herself an idiot in her head as she realized how stupid she sounded at that moment. She was behaving like a child that has never seen a handsome boy before. And why the heck did I stutter? I've known Mark for too long to still be stuttering in front of him. He isn't just a handsome boy. He is the king. Mark agreed as he moved to the side and allowed her to enter his room. Once she was in the room, she went to sit down on his bed while glancing around the room. Mark's room was scarcely decorated with barely anything in it. There was a bed, a clock on the wall, a table and chair, and a wardrobe that held all his clothes. Erit will never understand how Mark could live with only this. It wasn't Erit's fault that she didn't know Mark was rich. No one would believe that Mark is actually rich if they saw how he lives. Mark folded his arms as he stood at the door, and Aerith was about to say something, but Mark stopped her and spoke first. I know you have a lot of questions for me, but I want to talk to you about something first. Do you mind? Aerith immediately shook her head as she allowed Mark to speak first. She was nervous enough as it was, and she would rather listen to Mark and use the opportunity to calm her nerves. Mark nodded, and he rubbed the back of his neck with a sigh before he spoke up. How much do you remember about your time in the Anima cave? Aerith frowned before looking down as she spoke. Not much. There are some things that aren't clear, but most of what I remember is from before I went into the pod. I can't remember anything that happened while I was in there. Not much. There are some things that aren't clear, but most of what I remember are from before I went into the pod. I can't remember anything that happened while I was in there. Mark nodded as he already assumed that this was the case. He knew that Queen was the one in control when Aerith came out from the pod, so he didn't think she would remember much from that time. I don't know how to say this gently, but there are some things that happened to your body when you came out from the pod. Your body is different now compared to before. You're stronger, and if you don't learn to control that strength, then you could easily cause a lot of damage unknowingly. Aerith gained a thoughtful expression. Aerith could already tell that she was physically stronger than before, but she didn't think it was anything to be worried about. She felt like she could control it, or rather, she felt like the voice inside her head could control it. There was this mental barrier that was preventing Aerith from exerting her full strength, and Aerith knew that it was the other voice in her head that was blocking the strength. Right now, Aerith felt like she was no different from a normal girl. She didn't have to worry about using too much strength to accidentally injure someone. Aerith told Mark that she felt she could control the strength, and Mark looked into her eyes and made sure she was not just saying things to lessen his worry. Once he was sure that she was not lying, he spoke up again. Have there been any changes you've noticed recently? Like, maybe there is a voice in your head talking to you and telling you to do some things, or you feel like you would lose control of yourself at any moment? Aerith blinked in surprise at how accurately Mark was able to deduce the symptoms that she had been experiencing. She wrung her hands together and looked away as she wondered what to do. She didn't want to burden Mark with this after everything that he already did for her. She didn't think that it was important enough for her to tell him about it since she could control the voice for now. And she also felt very embarrassed about telling Mark about the things that the voice always told her to do when they were talking about Mark. The voice in her head was twisted, but it was also devoted to Mark, and Aerith would die of embarrassment if Mark knew the lewd and sexual things that voice always suggested that she should do. And Aerith was even more embarrassed since she knew that she also wanted Mark to do those things to her. Well, I don't feel like I'd lose control. I know I'm in control, but there have been some voices. But it's not so bad. I feel like I can control it, and I don't listen to them even though they tell me to do some dangerous things. I swear it's not bad. Aerith quickly started to defend herself once she told Mark about the voice, and Mark left his eyes narrow for a moment. Mark already knew that there was something wrong when he noticed Aerith's silence, and once she told him that he was right, he was immediately worried. Mark was now sure that Queen was still inside Aerith and talking to her, but Mark wasn't sure what sort of effect this would have on her mentally. Mark decided to take her to Pat's house with him in 2 days so that Pat could take a look at what could be wrong with Aerith. If Pat couldn't find out what was wrong with Aerith, then they would have to find a medical professional who could help them. It would be dangerous if she loses control of herself and Queen takes over unexpectedly. Mark came to sit beside Aerith, and Aerith bit her inner lip once more as he spoke. She thought that Mark would ask her more about the voice in her head, but she was surprised when Mark began to ask about something else instead. Alright, what did you want to talk about? Is it about me being a superhuman? Aerith put her hands on her lap and looked at Mark as she nodded. She was glad that Mark was no longer asking about the voices. She didn't want to talk about them at all. It's actually something related to that. When I was kidnapped by the Anima, they said something that stayed with me. They said that they were doing all of this just to capture the king. I just wondered if... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just sounds like they were talking about. Yeah, they were talking about me. Ah, really? They were. So, that means that you're really. Mark nodded as he leaned back on his hands. I was the one that fought the Armageddon 4 years ago. A lot happened back then and I lost my powers for some time because of that fight. But I recently got it back and I'm working towards getting to that level of power again. I'm king. Pumph. A pair of arms suddenly enveloped Mark, and Mark was surprised as he felt Aerith hugging him tightly. Mark put one hand around her carefully and asked her if there was something wrong. Aerith shook her head as she just tightened her hug. I just really wanted to hug you. Aerith couldn't believe it. The one person that she respected the most was the one responsible for that fight 4 years ago. Aerith felt awed by Mark, but she couldn't help but also feel sad for him. Aerith knows that Mark is 18, so back then he would have been barely 14 years old. A 14-year-old child was given the responsibility of saving the world, and he didn't back away from it. He didn't abandon them, and he fought for 3 days straight just to make sure that everyone survived. Aerith couldn't imagine how difficult that must have been. It made her respect and adoration for Mark increase even higher than it already was. In her head right now, Mark was everything. Aerith detached herself slightly from Mark and put her hands on his shoulders as she looked down at him lovingly. She was practically sitting on Mark's lap, and Mark gazed up at her with intensity as she felt heat rising to her cheeks. I don't know if anyone's ever said this to you before, but thank you for saving the world, Mark. Mark smiled as he reached up to tuck a strand of her hair behind her head before he put his hand on the back of her head and brought her down for a kiss. MMPH. Aerith didn't even try to fight against it as she wrapped her hands around Mark's neck and deepened the kiss. Mark grabbed Aerith by the thighs and made her straddle him as he put both hands on her back and brought her closer to his body until there was barely any room at all between them. Her breasts pressed into his chest, and Mark growled at the back of his throat as he felt the soft sensation. He opened her mouth with his tongue, and she moaned into his mouth as she felt him exploring her mouth with his tongue. Mark traced his hand down her back until he reached her ass, and Aerith jolted as he grabbed her ass in both hands and squeezed. Moan. Aerith felt something hard pressing in between her legs, and she stopped kissing Mark as she wrapped her hand around his head and moaned loudly. She began to grind on Mark, and Mark grit his teeth and tightened his hold on her ass as he felt her heat pressing on his dick. He immediately brought her head back down and kissed her deeply, and Aerith groaned as Mark stood up while carrying her. He turned around and gently laid her on the bed before he stood up to get a good look at her. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily as she looked to the side shyly. There was wetness between her legs, and she was closing them tightly as she felt embarrassed whenever Mark looked at her. Mark couldn't take his eyes off her heaving chest as he saw her large milky white breasts bouncing every time she took a breath. Don't look at me like that. It's embarrassing. A jolt went through Mark's body as he heard her say this, and he gently grabbed her legs and began to split them apart. Aerith tried to resist for a moment, but she didn't last long as Mark managed to pry her legs open. Mark leaned down between them and kissed her softly. His hand went down to her shorts, and he put his hand into the shorts, tracing it down until it touched her most sensitive part. Ah! Ah! Aerith jolted once Mark touched her down there, and she felt electricity travel through her entire body as his hand flicked her clit. She was extremely wet, and Mark was touching her in the exact spot where she wanted. Her hands wrapped around Mark's head, tangling her hands in his hair as she kissed him deeply. Moi. Why yes. Right there. Ah. Ah. I'm feeling something. Mark could feel that her pussy was completely drenched. He moved one of his fingers down her pussy until he found the right hole, and Aerith's eyes widened in shock as she felt his finger pushing into her softly. Ah. Aerith moaned loudly as she tightened her hold on Mark, grabbing onto his hair as he started to gently finger her. Ah 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 ah. 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 Mark began to increase his speed until he was fingering her extremely fast, and it didn't even take up to 2 minutes before she felt something hit her hard. Ngggggggh. Erit bit her lips until she drew blood. Her toes curled on the bedsheet, and she could see stars on the edge of her vision as she came hard. Mark pumped his fingers into her slowly, and Erit could feel a jolt travel through her entire body every time his fingers went inside of her. Her orgasm just kept on climbing higher and higher until she finally jolted like a jackhammer when she finished. Ha 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 ha. Erit's breath came out in large puffs as she held on to Mark's shoulders tightly. She felt Mark kiss her shoulder, and then he kissed her nipple through her shirt, and she felt another shiver go through her body. She isn't going to survive if things keep going like this. Erit was way too sensitive. Mark was only fingering her, and she didn't even manage to last for 2 minutes. What is going to happen to her when the real thing starts? Mark. Mark quickly looked up at Erit, and Erit felt her breath leave her again as she saw the intense fire in Mark's eyes. That fire made her entire body shiver, and she completely forgot what she was going to say as she spread her legs wider to give him more access. Mark grinned as he gently sat her up and commanded her to undress. Erit turned Mark around and made him sit on the bed, and she stood up and bent over to take off her shorts. Mark's eyes stayed glued to her ass as he watched her struggle to pull her shorts down slowly. Her pussy was wetter than water, and Mark felt his hard-on twitch in excitement as she took off her shirt and he saw her standing naked in front of him. Whatever God created, Erit must have made a mistake by making her a human. This woman deserves to be a goddess. Erit used one hand to cover her nipples and looked away from Mark as she blushed. Aren't you going to do anything other than look at me? Mark stood up gently and took away Erit's hand from her breasts. He towered over her and Erit had to look up at him as he stood directly in front of her. Erit shivered as she felt his chest rub against her nipples. Why shouldn't I look at you? You're absolutely beautiful. A shy grin appeared on Erit's face as she tucked her hair behind her ear. You always tell me I'm beautiful so. No, Erit. I mean it. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. I love you, Erit. More than anything. Mark ran his hand across Erit's scar as he said this and he stared deep into her eyes to make sure she could see how serious he was. He didn't want her to have any doubts about his intentions. Erit's knees literally buckled from the sheer intensity of those words. She stumbled forward into Mark's chest and she couldn't even utter a word as Mark leaned down to kiss her. Erit loved Mark more than words could describe, but she has always held back her true emotions because she wanted to know what Mark felt for her. She didn't want to love someone that didn't love her back. But now that Mark told her directly that he loved her, it felt like the floodgates opened wide and she couldn't hold anything back again. Erit's hands began to explore Mark's body and she traced it down his rock-hard abs until she reached his pants. She gently reached into his pants and she heard Mark growl into her mouth as she touched his dick. Erit almost couldn't believe how fucking hard he was. How is that comfortable? Guys like it when you rub it like this, right? Erit could only think like this as she gently ran her hand down Mark's length. Erit experimentally rubbed her hand around the tip and Mark growled again. Fuck. Erit swallowed deeply as she heard Mark curse and she pushed Mark back until he sat down on the edge of the bed. She placed both hands on his knees and slowly knelt down between his legs as she looked up at him for a moment. Mark nodded once and Erit shakily freed his member. Slap. Erit recoiled as Mark's little brother slapped her on the nose and her eyes widened as she looked at it in its full glory. Fuck, it's huge. Mark's dick was throbbing and pulsing like a living machine and Erit swallowed as she wondered if she could fit something this big in her mouth. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet now. Mark's gruff voice spoke up as he grinned down at Erit and Erit frowned up at him as she took what he said as a challenge. Of course, she could handle it. She wasn't going to get cold feet after coming this far. Erit grabbed the bottom of Mark's member and she gave a long experimental lick. Fuck. A deep growl at the back of his throat told Erit that Mark really liked what she did and she tucked her hair behind her ear as she slowly started to lick his member from the bottom to the tip. Erit had never done something like this, but she watched porn before so she thought she knew what men liked, and she was just trying to see if it worked. But the way Mark was groaning told her that she was definitely doing the right thing. Erit had never done something like this, but she watched porn before, so she had an idea of what men liked. She was just trying to see if it worked. But the way Mark was groaning told her that she was definitely doing the right things. Erit stopped licking him and she moved her mouth to his tip and slowly started to engulf Mark's dick hole. Mark put his hand on the back of Erit's head as she took more than half of him, and Mark felt himself throb inside her warm mouth. He looked down at her and saw how she was slowly trying to get used to his size. She was gagging a little just from taking this much, but she was not pulling back, and Mark grinned as she slowly started to move up and down. Slurp. 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 Erit started slowly, but she eventually sped up and Mark had to lean back as he felt the warmth of her mouth on him. One of his hands was on the back of her head and he grabbed some of her hair and used it to increase her speed even more as he could feel himself getting close. "I'm coming." Mark warned Erit just before he came and she didn't know what to do other than to stop moving as Mark offloaded right into her mouth. MMPH. Erit's mouth bulged as Mark filled her up and she immediately removed her mouth from his dick and began to cough as she almost choked. The coughing didn't last long, and Mark asked Erit if she was okay while breathing heavily, and she nodded to say that she was fine. That's a lot of cum. Is it normally that much? Erit looked up at Mark as she asked this and Mark told her that this was normal for him. Erit nodded thoughtfully and looked at Mark's hard member again. He was still rock hard even after coming, and Erit swallowed as she grabbed Mark's trousers and pulled them off him gently. Mark allowed her to undress him, but once she was done, he stood up and carried her bridal style. Eep. Mark blinked down at her in surprise. Did you just eep? Erit's face turned blood red as she covered it with her hands in embarrassment. She just didn't expect Mark to carry her so quickly, so she was surprised. She didn't mean to say that. Mark laughed as he saw her shy face and he gently moved to the bed and laid her in the middle of the bed. Erit's head hit Mark's pillow and she put one hand over her face as Mark spread her legs open and lay over her. Mark brought his face down to her own and smiled at her as he moved her hand away. "Are you scared?" Erit nodded once, and Mark's smile became kinder as he caressed her face with one hand. His hand ran over her scar, and Erit leaned into his touch. "Do you trust me?" Erit looked up into Mark's eyes lovingly and nodded again with more resolve. "With my life." That was all Mark needed to hear from her as he aligned himself with her entrance and gently started to push into her. "Ah. Arg." Erit groaned and held Mark's shoulders tightly as Mark slowly entered into her. Mark felt a resistance, and he thrust into her to break it. Erit immediately shouted in pain as her nails dug into Mark's skin. "Ah." Mark stopped moving as he felt Erit shaking under him. She was in a lot of pain, and Mark just caressed her head and whispered to her kindly as he waited for the pain to pass. Erit was hugging Mark tightly and after some time, she whispered in his ear. "You can move now. Slow. Please." Mark gently kissed Erit and Erit held on tighter to his shoulder as she felt him moving slowly inside of her. Mark was not even halfway in yet and Erit already felt full as Mark started to pump into her. "Ah. Ah. 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 Ah." As time went on, Erit slowly stopped feeling the pain and it started to feel really good as Mark entered into her over and over again. Her hold on Mark started to loosen up and Mark had more freedom to add more power to his thrusts. Mark was on cloud 9. No, fuck that. Mark was in heaven itself. Erit was tighter than words could describe. He felt like every time he moved she was trying to suck him in, and Mark was tempted to just plunge everything into her at once. But Mark knew that she was not ready to take everything at once, and he was trying to slowly make her get used to the feeling before he went deeper and faster. Slam. 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 Yes. 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 F faster. You can go faster. Mark didn't need to be told twice, and he immediately doubled his speed as he started to put more of his dick into Eric with every move. At first, it was difficult for Eric to take everything, but Mark finally slammed all of it into her, and her eyes widened as she moaned loudly. Moan. Oh my God. Slam. 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 Mark's thrusts increased in intensity, and he braced his hands on the bed as he added more power into his thrusts. Eric put her hand on the bed's headboard to support herself as she felt like she was going to be pushed off the bed from how hard Mark was slamming into her. She reached up with one hand and brought Mark down for a kiss, and Mark eagerly kissed her as he grabbed her breast and began to knead it while constantly slamming into her. Fuck. Fuck. I'm close, Mark. I'm close. I can feel it. Don't stop. Please, don't stop. Ah. Ah. Bam. 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 Eric could feel Mark hitting her cervix over and over again, and she knew she wouldn't last long at the pace that Mark was going. She could feel herself getting closer and closer, and before long, she came hard. NNGGGH. Eric saw stars at the edge of her vision, and she was sure that she blacked out for a moment. She held Mark's bicep tightly as she arched her back intensely as her orgasm threatened to tear her in two. This one was far more intense than the other one, and Eric felt like she was going to die at this rate. Mark slowed down as he saw the state that Eric was in, and he waited for her to come back to reality before he slowly picked up his pace again. Bam. 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 Ha. Ha. How do you still have this much energy? Eric couldn't even think straight as she gripped the bedsheet tightly and tried to hold on as Mark started to pound her senseless again. Mark grinned at her and picked her up before he turned her over. Now, Eric was lying on top of him, and Mark grabbed her ass with both hands and spread her ass cheeks wide as he started to slam into her from below. Bam. 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 Fuck. Fuck. Slow down. You're going to break me. Fuck. Ah. 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 Eric was trying to hold herself up with her arms as she felt Mark slamming into her over and over again, but after some time she couldn't even support her own weight because of how intense Mark was, and she fell on Mark and pressed her breasts on his chest as she kissed Mark deeply. Mark returned the kiss as he increased his pace again, and Eric could feel herself getting close to coming for the third time that night. Mark grabbed one of Eric's breasts and sucked it greedily as he continued to slam into her like a piston. Oh. That's not fair. Fuakuk. Eric felt another orgasm hit her hard as the sensation of having Mark inside her as well as him sucking her breasts was too much for her to bear. She bit down on her lip and grabbed the bedpost to hold herself up, and she tried her hardest to ride out the orgasm as quickly as possible as Mark kept on slamming into her without stopping for a moment. Slam. 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 By the time Eric came down from her orgasm, Mark wrapped his hand around her waist as he began to really pound up into her. He was holding her in place so she was barely moving, and Mark was just railing her like a beast. Slam. 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 Eric's hair was in disarray and sweat glistened across both her and Mark's body as she could feel Mark trying to shift her womb to the side. I'm close. Mark growled this, and Eric was just glad that this was a safe day. She knew that she would not be able to tell him to stop even if she wanted to because of how fucking good she felt. She wanted Mark to come inside her, and she couldn't give a fuck if she got pregnant for him. It's fine. Inside. Come inside me. It's safe. Bam. 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 Ugh. Mark groaned as he released everything he had inside of Aerith, and Aerith moaned deeply and tightened her hold on the bedsheet as she felt Mark fill her to the brim. Ooh. Aerith's voice came out in a sultry whisper as she felt Mark's member throbbing inside her, and she finally fell on top of Mark as they both panted heavily from exertion. Mark swallowed heavily as he tried to speak. That was amazing. Aerith finished the sentence before Mark could, and Mark just chuckled as he ran his hand over her hair. He brought her face up and she gladly accepted the kiss he placed on her lips as she relaxed her entire weight on his body. When they separated, Aerith smiled down at Mark with the most loving gaze Mark had ever seen in his life and whispered, "I really love you, Mark." Mark felt his heart squeeze from the amount of happiness those words brought to him, and he smiled and caressed Aerith's cheek as he said, "I love you too." Mark brought her face down for another kiss before he suddenly thrust his hips upwards. Pitch. Aerith's eyes shot open and she moaned loudly into Mark's mouth from the sudden shock. She braced her hand against the bed and prayed for strength as Mark started to move again. Where does he get all this energy from? Shall we begin the meeting? A small group of 7 people sat around a large round table in a well-lit room. There were 4 men and 3 women in the room, and they wore serious expressions with intense looks in their eyes as they faced each other. This room was the staff meeting room of Nature Academy, and the people in the room were all major stakeholders or high authority figures in Nature Academy, and today they all came here to talk about one person. Mark Vanitas. The meeting to decide the future of Mark Vanitas in Nature Academy will now begin. After this meeting, it will be decided if Mark Vanitas will be allowed to remain in Nature Academy, or if he will be expelled. The person who spoke was a man in his late 40s. He had a head of black hair with a few white strands poking out at random places, and his well-trimmed beard gave him an educated and regal appearance. He is the headmaster of Nature Academy, Julius Grant, and he was acting as the mediator in this meeting, and after the discussions are finished, the deciding vote will come down to him. Basically, there are 2 parties involved in this meeting. 3 of the 7 people at the table were in favor of allowing Mark Vanitas to remain in the school, while the other 3 were not. Their reason for wanting him to leave the school was simple as far as they were concerned. Mark Vanitas is a dangerous existence. Why are we even having this meeting in the first place? It is obvious that Mark does not belong in this school. He does not belong with the other normal students. Didn't you see what happened on that screen? The person who spoke was one of the most vocal members of those who wanted to expel Mark from the school. She is a mature woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a large bust and milky white skin that shows she put a lot of effort into maintaining her appearance even at her age. She wore a designer gown that went all the way down to her ankles with a fur coat that hung off her shoulder, making her look very aristocratic. There was a snobbish and dismissive air around her that made it seem like she would rather be anywhere else but here at this moment. Her name is Linda, and she is the chairwoman of the PTA in charge of handling issues that arise between the parents and the school. She is a very influential woman in the school, mainly because of how much money she contributes to the school's development yearly. But everyone in the school knew that she only had so much money because of her multiple divorces from her many husbands. Linda was a very loose woman who wouldn't hesitate to abandon a man if he stopped giving her exactly what she wanted. She has had 7 marriages in the past 10 years, and she has divorced all 7 of them after living with them for only a year or 2. All these relationships made her extremely rich since she got a lot of money from her divorce settlements, and now that she was in her late 30s, she was single once more and trying to find another husband to leech off of. But right now, Linda doesn't care about trying to get into a relationship. She is only concerned about her child who went to this school and what could happen to her child if Mark Vanitas ever went out of control. She is only concerned about her child who went to this school and what could happen to her child if Mark Vanitas ever went out of control. Did we not all see what happened with Mark in that calamity class on the news? His power and strength are a danger to every student in this school, and he should not be allowed close to them for their own safety. What will we tell the parents of these poor children if Mark gets annoyed someday and destroys the entire school because someone looked at him in the wrong way? He has more than enough power to do just that. Why would we be willing to put such unease into the heart of our parents? Someone on the other side of the table clicked their tongue, and Linda looked towards the woman sitting opposite her. The woman there was a redhead with sharp black eyes that seemed to pierce into your soul. She was wearing a crisp black skirt suit, and her hands were folded as she glared at Linda in irritation. Her name was Juliet, and she was the homeroom teacher for Class 2A, Mark's class. She couldn't believe that they were even having this conversation after everything that they saw on the news. They all knew what Mark did for them, and yet here they were, trying to make his life harder by expelling him from school for no reason. As far as she was concerned, this entire meeting was bullshit. Why would you think Mark would suddenly go off kilter and begin killing students now when he hasn't done any such thing in all the years that he has been here? Linda narrowed her eyes at Juliet when Juliet countered her, but Juliet was not fazed by this. Juliet knew what sort of woman Linda was. Just because Linda is the chairwoman of the PTA, she thinks that she can control the school just like she controls her husband's, but Juliet is not going to allow her to do something this cruel. Linda could see the rebellious glint in Juliet's eyes, and a great surge of anger rose in Linda as she turned back to the principal. How can we believe the word of a mere teacher? She is biased since she is his homeroom teacher, so of course she would protect him. But tell me, Juliet. Isn't Mark one of the worst students in your class when looking at his attendance? He might not be failing outright, but his grades are average, and he does not even come to class. Is that really what we want to leave as a legacy in this school? Juliet bit the inside of her lip to prevent herself from hurling a personal attack at Linda once she heard this. This woman was too shameless. How can you go around saying something like that with such a straight face? There are students in the school with grades that are far worse than Mark's grades. And now that they knew who he was, they all knew the reason why he was not coming to class as often as the other students. How can we blame Mark for being absent when he is out there trying to protect us? The person sitting beside Juliet was a tall old man with white hair and thin round glasses hanging on his nose. His name was George, and he was one of the oldest teachers in this school who had stayed here the longest. George has been in this school even before the headmaster Julius Grant became the headmaster, and everyone in the school showed him great respect. He was leaning forward with a worried expression as he listened to the two women speak, but once he heard what Linda said, he couldn't stay silent as he turned to her. And why would that be important, Linda? You speak like you do not know the truth as well. There is only one excuse for Mark's absence, and it is the best excuse anyone could give as far as I am concerned. If he has to miss school a few times in order to save this city from being destroyed, then we should be awarding him, not reprimanding him. Juliet fist-pumped excitedly on the inside as she heard George say this. She knew that she could not have said it better and she would have hurled an insult at Linda if she said it, so she was happy that someone else said it instead. Linda's face looked like she swallowed a lemon as she gave George a look. Linda couldn't insult her elder, so she was forced to shift tactics as she tried using something else to her advantage. Regardless of that fact, I still think Mark's presence in this school will only lead to serious issues down the line. Harry, tell them about the situation developing between Mark and one of the students in your class. The person that Linda suddenly spoke to was a short chubby man who was sitting beside her, and immediately she called his name. He jolted in surprise and looked around at the table nervously. It was obvious to everyone that he had been sleeping, and calling his name was the only thing that just woke him up. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 3A, Francis' class. Harry didn't want to be here at all. He didn't like sitting in such serious situations, and he always felt like he was going to vomit whenever he was asked to speak in such a serious setting. Everyone looking at him always gave him great anxiety. The only reason why Harry came here was because Linda managed to use her charms to make him come to her side. She trapped him in a secluded corner of the school just before the meeting and easily talked him into coming just by touching his chest and face once or twice. He was so easy that something that small was enough to make him loyal to her like a dog. He was a simp like no other. Linda suddenly used her heel to step on Harry's feet and Harry yelped in pain as he came back to reality and started to talk quickly. Why yes, there has been a serious allegation against Mark from one of my students recently. My student Francis reported that Mark has been threatening him with violence for some time now and we are worried that Mark will pose a threat to the life of this student if he is kept in the school. Francis Colton. The headmaster suddenly spoke up for the first time as he said that name and the chubby man nodded as he heard the headmaster say Francis' full name. Everyone knew who Francis was and they also knew how strong his family was in the city. There is no way that the headmaster can ignore their claims now that they are bringing in someone as important as the Coltons. Nature Academy thrived mainly because of how much the parents of the students supported the school. Most of the students that went here were from prominent families and their parents were all very generous in helping the school to advance. Francis' parents were also some of the largest supporters of the school, so they were treated as very important personnel by the school. Linda thought that the headmaster would immediately agree to expel Mark now that the Coltons were also involved in the case, but she was shocked when the headmaster spoke up again. I've heard about this situation before. But from all the reports I've been getting, isn't it Francis who has been instigating the conflicts between him and Mark? Am I wrong, Harry? I don't think it is important who begins it. These things are common among people of their age, headmaster. The boys just love to rile each other up. But we know Mark is too dangerous to leave around Francis with that much power. Everyone in the room went silent as they watched the headmaster and the headmaster just kept his intense gaze fixed on Harry for the next few seconds until Harry was looking down at the table and wishing that he could sink into his seat from how uncomfortable he felt. The headmaster eventually looked away and asked if anyone else had anything more to add. The headmaster was not even going to grace what Harry said with a response since it did not deserve one. It was irrational and silly to believe that Mark was at fault when he was not even the one who began the altercations. He never starts the fights, and yet he did not hurt Francis before, so why would Mark go after Francis now that his powers were exposed? Linda bit the inside of her lip when she heard the headmaster's dismissive tone and she glared at Harry in annoyance. Couldn't he just lie about what was happening between Francis and Mark? This useless buffoon. The headmaster was going to think that they had a personal vendetta against Mark. Linda immediately spoke up before they closed the meeting and the headmaster turned to regard her curiously. We understand what has been said here. By everyone, but we want everyone to remember that there is a certain level of safety and comfort that is promised to the students of this school by the school authorities. We expect this level of safety to be upheld and we do not think it will remain that way if Mark is kept as a member of the school. So, in light of that, I and my fellow members of the PDA will be withdrawing our support from the school if Mark Vanitas is left as a member. Juliet's eyes widened once she heard what Linda said and even the headmaster seemed shocked by what Linda just said. He looked towards the third person sitting on Linda's side and that person nodded her head as well as she agreed with what Linda said. That person was another prominent member of the PDA. She hadn't said a word since the meeting started, but her mere presence here gave validity to what Linda was saying and it showed that Linda was really serious about withdrawing the funds that they would be providing to the school. The headmaster spoke up calmly. Do you not think this is too much? Mark has posed no danger to the students since he started this school and there has been no incident where he accidentally injured a student. I do not think you need to go this far to have him expelled. It is necessary to ensure the safety of the students. That is the job of both the parents and teachers. And the parents believe that Mark Vanitas is a danger to the students and he should be removed from the school with immediate effect. Linda did not bother looking towards the headmaster as she said this and the headmaster sighed as he began to think deeply. Linda knew that what she was saying was not the complete truth. In fact, some of the parents in the PDA were large fans of Ghost and they were not interested in kicking Mark out of the school at all, but Linda was able to make them silent since she was the PDA chairwoman and she was using her position to make it seem as though all the members of the PDA supported her. She was going to get Mark out of this school no matter what. But all of a sudden, a deep, regal voice spoke up and everyone turned towards the last person at the table that hasn't bothered to take part in the meeting till now. The person was a tall man wearing an expensive black suit. He had rectangular glasses and an expensive rose gold Rolex watch that gleamed as he folded his hands across his chest. His face was smooth, but his full head of white hair made it difficult for anyone to know his actual age. He gave everyone a nonchalant look as he uttered only 4 words. "Then let them go." Linda scrunched up her face in irritation as she heard this man speak. She met him earlier when she was coming into the meeting room and she tried to strike up a conversation with him once she saw how sharp and rich he looked. She thought she could get herself an 8th husband through him, but the man did not even bother giving her the time of day as he ignored everything she wanted to say and walked past her. She already hated him before knowing where he stood, and now that she knew he was against her, she couldn't help but hate him more. "What do you mean by let them go? Are you saying we should take our children away from the school and withdraw our funding? Do you think this school will remain afloat for a year if we take everything away from them?" The man gave Linda a stern look that almost made her retreat into herself. He looked like a father glaring at his disobedient child at that moment, and Linda hated how it made her feel small in front of him. The man then looked towards the headmaster. "How much does the entire PTA contribute to the school yearly?" The headmaster didn't even need to look at any document as he immediately gave the number off the top of his head. "The PTA contributes a total of $10 million yearly to the running and maintenance of the school. They are our biggest benefactors in terms of financial support." The man immediately brought out a check from his pocket and held his hand out to the man sitting beside him. George didn't waste any time as he provided him with a pen, and everyone watched in stunned silence as the man wrote out a check for $50 million like it was nothing. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the man wrote out a check for $50 million like it was nothing. He signed the check and stood up from his seat while fixing his jacket. In the event that the PTA should decide that the savior of this city deserves to be treated like a criminal, then that check should be more than enough to provide sustenance for the school for the next 5 years. I want to remind all of you that Mark Vanitas possessed his powers long before we found out about it, and there have been no incidents of harm or damage reported from the students against him, and I believe that there will be nothing of such even in the future. Mark Vanitas is under my protection, and anyone that tries to go against his peaceful life in this school will be buried under my influence. And trust me." His calm gaze swept over everyone in the room. "You do not want to challenge me in this country." The man only said this much, and he made sure that Linda got this message loud and clear before he turned and began to walk out of the room. The headmaster collected the check that was already signed, and he looked at it in awe for a moment with a small smile on his face. He knew it was a good idea to allow that man to come to this meeting. The headmaster was not even sure what the man's name was at first, but once he heard who the man claimed to be and did some research of his own, there was no need to deny his access to this meeting. That man was the acting president of Vanitas Motors, and he was Mark Vanitas' godfather. "Well, then, I believe there is nothing more to discuss in this meeting." "But," I said. The headmaster's piercing gaze settled on Linda, and he immediately made her shut up. "I believe there is nothing more to discuss in this meeting." The headmaster looked around the table and he saw smiles and frowns around the room. Linda looked like she wanted to strangle something, and the headmaster knew that this was not the last time he would be hearing from her concerning this matter. She would probably try to take this to a larger stage, but there was nothing to fear. As long as they had someone like Mark's godfather on their side, then they would be able to scale through any legal hoops. Once he didn't hear any more comments, he stood up. "Then the meeting is adjourned. In final judgment, I believe Mark Vanita is an indispensable part of this school and one of the greatest heroes this city has ever seen. I am appalled that there are people who wish for his removal from our grateful school, and I will not hear of this matter anymore. Mark Vanitas will not be expelled from the school, and that is final. Arg. Fucking old bastards. Fuck." A hand slammed into a steering wheel as someone raged in anger inside of their car. Anyone who passed the car would immediately walk away in fear and confusion once they saw the woman screaming silently through the closed window, but the woman didn't care as she continued to rage in anger. Once she was finished raging, she breathed heavily and sighed in fury as she placed her head on the steering wheel for some time. Ring. 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 The sound of her phone ringing immediately made her turn to her dashboard, and she groaned in annoyance once she saw who was calling. How did they know that they were done with the meeting already? They just finished it a few minutes ago. She immediately tried to get herself back under control as she fixed up her hair and touched her clothes to make sure they were in a proper state before she clicked on the dashboard answering machine as a man's face came into view. She smiled at the man. "Mr. Colton. It's a pleasure." "Cut the bullshit, Linda. You failed, didn't you?" Linda immediately bit the inside of her mouth as she heard him say this, and her silence was more than enough for the man to conclude that he was right. He narrowed his eyes at her and spoke up again. "You understand that this invalidates our deal. You will get nothing from me if Mark Vanitas returns to that school." "I understand that, Mr. Colton. I promised to get him out of the school, and that is exactly what I will do. Please, just give me a few more days. I won't fail you." "You better not." The call ended in the next moment, and Linda screamed in outrage and slammed her hand into the steering wheel again as she felt another surge of anger fill her body. Who the fuck does this bastard think he is? Just because he promised her some money, he thinks he can talk to her like she is some underling. She is fucking Linda. She is the queen of this damn city. If not for the fact that she was between husbands right now, would she even need his money at all? She would get married again soon and show him what it meant to go against her. She would bury him under her heel for this embarrassment. Linda tried her best to get her emotions under control, and she had to wait a few minutes before she could think clearly again. Her mind immediately went towards that mysterious man who just gave out $50 million like it was a joke, and she wondered who the hell that could be. He was not someone that she recognized from this school, and she knew everyone who came for the PTA meetings. What sort of relationship did he have with Mark that would make him give out that much money just to keep Mark in this school? Linda knew that if not for that man, then her plan would have worked and she would be getting her payment from the Coltons by now. She would have to find out who that man is and figure out how to deal with him first before she can deal with Mark. If not, then she would be blocked at every point by that man, and she would get nothing from the Coltons. Linda was currently between husbands and she was already running low on money since she was a very extravagant spender. She never needed to learn how to save money since she was always married to a rich man, so now that she was alone, she was burning through her money like it was firewood. The Coltons promised her a check of $10 million if she managed to get Mark expelled from the school, and she needed that money badly enough that she was willing to do anything to get it. Since the headmaster would not meet her demands, it was time for her to use her influence. That stupid bitch doesn't know how to get anything done. Mr. Colton cut his call with Linda and sneered at his phone before he threw it to the side. He was sitting behind a wide desk inside of a large office. There were two people opposite him. One of them was Francis Colton, and he was sitting in a chair and facing his father with a worried expression on his face, and the other person was a tall man with white hair and black, expressionless eyes that were staring at the two Coltons with a hard gaze. The tall man folded his hands and leaned back on the wall behind him as he waited to hear what Colton would say next. He had this calm, dangerous aura around him that made anyone who saw him immediately cautious to not cross his path. She couldn't do it. Didn't she say it would be easy? Francis spoke up worriedly as he heard his father what his father said after the call, and he began to wring his hands together as sweat formed on his forehead. Mr. Colton sneered in anger. Don't remind me of that woman. She can't keep a husband, she can't keep her word. It's just something I should have expected from someone like her. I'll deal with her later if she still cannot complete the deal. Mr. Colton turned to the tall man standing at the wall, and he felt a slight tremor shake his chest as he stared into the man's expressionless eyes. There was no denying that this man was dangerous, and anyone who thought differently would be stupid. Even someone like Mr. Colton, who was used to the dangerous side of the world, was surprised by the cold intensity that this man possessed. He had the aura of a cold-blooded killer. Are you done with your alternative? Shall we talk reparation for my time wasted? The man spoke slowly and intentionally, every word sounded like a veiled threat, and Mr. Colton steadied himself and spoke up. You will be compensated generously, but I cannot trust that woman's ability to get rid of Mark Vanitas. I heard that your organization possessed special privileges that allowed you to carry out very specific requests. The man shrugged as he turned his head to look out the window of the office. He gave no response, so Mr. Colton continued. My son is in danger. He is my child, my only child, and I refuse to lose him to one of those freaks of nature that have been emerging over the past few years. Money is no problem, but I want you to keep my son safe. However you do that is up to you, so long as your involvement is not discovered, then you are free to handle this however you wish. The man only stared at Mr. Colton for a few moments longer. After some time, the silence was starting to become stifling, and Francis started trying to say something. I really need. The cold, expressionless eyes turned towards Francis, and Francis' words died a brutal death in his throat as his entire body shivered from the oppressive power behind those eyes. It felt like he was a rabbit standing in front of a tiger, and he immediately learned to control his tongue as he looked away from the tall man and bowed his head back down. The tall man finally unfolded his hands and pushed off the wall. 50 million and no interference. I'll handle your business if you give your word for these 2 incentives. Done. Mr. Colton agreed very quickly as he didn't see the money as anything big. $50 million was something he would make in a month or less in this business, and he was more than capable of spending that much to ensure his son was safe. The tall man turned his attention to Francis again, and he showed no change in expression as he gave a couple of instructions. Continue going to class as normal and try to stay out of his way. I don't want there to be an altercation inside the school where I cannot protect you. Do you understand? Why, ahem. Yes. I understand. Mr. Colton frowned at his son when he heard his voice breaking, and he decided he would need to teach the boy to have more of a backbone. Even in the face of such adversity, it is necessary to carry yourself with pride and confidence befitting of a Colton. If you show any form of weakness, then you will be trampled on and taken for a weakling. The tall man showed no reaction as he walked out of the room. His footsteps made no sounds, and he walked with a stillness and coordination that betrayed his intense training in the art of espionage as he glided out of the room. Once he was gone, Francis let out a deep breath he didn't know he had been holding inside. He used the back of his hand to wipe his sweat before he spoke to his father. Father, who was that man? Is he a superhuman as well? Mr. Colton shook his head. I don't know about him being a superhuman, but he is someone that you should never underestimate. Keep your distance from him and make sure you don't cross him in any of your interactions. Do you remember 4 years ago? The period when a large number of superhumans were going missing or ending up dead without the police finding out anything about the reason behind their death. Francis' eyes widened. He clearly remembered 4 years ago when this happened. That period was when superhumans started to emerge for the first time, and there were a lot of superhumans who ended up trying to solve problems for others. Since powers are given to superhumans randomly, there were a lot of superhumans that turned out to be troublemakers, and they were causing issues in businesses and government organizations daily. Most of these superhumans were killed in the same way that shocked and surprised everyone. There were no grievous wounds on their bodies, and they did not have any signs that showed they were in a serious battle. They died like regular people. A bullet to the forehead. The identity of the killer was unknown, and everyone in America just started to refer to him by a moniker. The Superhuman Killer. That's the Superhuman Killer. Francis was shocked by this revelation. To think that he was in the same room with a living legend just a few minutes ago. He felt very stupid for trying to even talk to the man before. He could have died like a chicken if he stepped out of line. Mr. Colton nodded. So just go to school and keep your head down for some time. As long as he is on the job, we can be assured that Mark Vanitas is as good as dead. MMH. A low moan escaped Aria's mouth as she turned around in bed and gently wrapped her hand around Mark's body subconsciously. Mark was already awake, and he was leaning his back on the headboard with one hand behind his head. He was scrolling through his phone and trying to find out if there was any news about what happened on the island. But there wasn't anything new on the news, and Mark figured that the government must have blocked any reporters or news outlets from getting any information from the island raid. What are they trying to do this time? Well, it was understandable since the island raid was a complete and total failure, and it would ruin the reputation of the NSA if the citizens learned that they did not do their research properly before going into such a dangerous situation. Right now, the NSA is competing with privatized guilds in the distribution of privatized missions. If the citizens or even the other superhumans learn that the NSA already lost a good portion of their superhumans, then they will lose all confidence in the NSA. Mark. Mark dropped his head as he heard Aerith talk from beside him. Her voice was low and sultry as she tried to bring herself out from the sleep world, and Mark smiled as he watched her blink her eyes gently at her surroundings. He watched as her expression morphed from confusion to realization, and finally to embarrassment as her face turned a heavy shade of red and she grabbed her bedsheets and held them up to her face. Aerith was shocked as she remembered what happened yesterday, and she almost felt like sinking into the bed from embarrassment and joy. She finally had sex with Mark. He fucked her like she was his bitch, and she enjoyed every moment of it. Aerith couldn't help but think back to all the sounds that she made when they were in the middle of the act, and she couldn't believe that those sounds came out of her own mouth. Was she always this much of a pervert? Morning, Aerith. Gee, good morning, Mark. Aerith's shy voice echoed to Mark from under the bedsheet, and Mark just grinned as he dropped his phone to his side and turned around. Eep. Aerith let out a scream as Mark dragged the bedsheet away and climbed on top of her so she didn't have anywhere to run. She blushed as she noticed that she was completely naked, and she quickly thought about covering her breasts with her hands. Don't ever hide yourself from me. Mark's intense voice reached Aerith, and Aerith looked up at him in surprise as she thought he read what was on her mind. She slowly tried to calm herself and listen to his words as she exposed herself to him completely. She was still embarrassed about him seeing her like this, but she loved him and trusted him enough to show him everything he wanted to see. And besides, they already did everything, so what was the point of even covering up anymore? Mark leaned down once he was sure that Aerith would listen to him, and he gently placed a kiss on her lip. Mark. Aerith put her hand on the back of Mark's head and ran her hand through his dark curls as she deepened the kiss. Mark immediately started reacting to her cute moans, and he slowly positioned himself properly as he started to gently penetrate inside her. Moan. Hi, I'm Mark. Aerith wrapped both hands around Mark's neck and moaned in shock as she felt Mark filling her up, and she spread her legs wider and gave him more access to enter her as she closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation. This was heaven. Slap. 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 Mark went slowly as he began to move. He reached back and grabbed one of her legs before bringing it forward to open her legs even wider. Slap. Fuck. Aerith screamed as she felt Mark reach deeper inside her, and she tightened her hold on Mark's neck as she felt him drilling into her over and over again. She put one hand on Mark's back as he slowly started to move her hips to match his thrust, and the entire room became filled with the sounds of skin slapping on skin and Aerith's moans. Ah. 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 Yes. 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 I feel something, Mark. Mark. Slap. 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 Aerith's entire body began to shake and convulse as she felt Mark increase his thrust speed, and she grabbed onto him even tighter as she felt herself coming hard. Mark groaned as he also released into Aerith as he felt her tightening around him. Fuck. She was trying to suck the life out of him. She's fucking tight. After a few seconds of intense orgasm, Mark slowly released the kiss and looked down at Aerith with a small smile on his face and an intense gaze. Aerith was breathing heavily with a flushed face. The sheen of saliva on her lips made them glow in the dim light of the room. She was using one of her hands to cover her face as her chest heaved, and Mark couldn't help but think that she looked absolutely beautiful at that moment. She was like an innocent part of the world that he had the privilege of corrupting all on his own. You're going to make me addicted to you, Mark. Eret finally talked and Mark couldn't help but chuckle as he heard what she said. He turned around with Eret and made her lie on top of him as he looked up at her. Her breasts pressed into his chest and Mark swore at that moment that there was nothing softer in the universe than those breasts. Forget the goddess. This is the softest pillow in the cosmos. So you liked it that much? I didn't know the honor student in class was such a pervert. Mark gently placed a loose strand of Eret's hair behind her ear as he said this and he saw Eret's ear turn red as she immediately retreated and hid her face on his chest. She hugged his body tightly and Mark could only laugh as he saw her cute reaction. He was still sheathed inside her and Eret jolted as she felt him getting harder again. What the hell? Mark. We've done it too many times already. How do you still have energy? Mark shrugged. We're superhuman. Having this amount of energy shouldn't be a surprise. Mark was already used to having more stamina than anyone else around him. That is one of the reasons why he refused to partake in sports and PE exercises. Mark knew that he was stronger than everyone else. If he runs then he could run non-stop for days and if he plays basketball then only a single screen or block from him will probably send some to the mortuary immediately. Eret was about to say something in response, but both of them were jolted out from their conversation as they heard the sound of the doorknob turning. Mark immediately narrowed his eyes at the door and Eret got off him and grabbed the bedsheet as she covered her nakedness quickly. Ka-cha. Mark was almost ready to bolt off the bed to face whoever was at the door, but he suddenly remembered that there was someone else with them in this house. How could he have fucking forgotten? They have a child. Mark quickly grabbed the other half of the bedsheet and covered the tower on his lower body as he sat up quickly. Ka-cha. Talia's cute and drowsy voice echoed through the room and Mark smiled as he watched her come into the room with her teddy bear in her hand. She hugged the teddy bear closely and looked at Mark with drowsy eyes before her eyes gravitated towards Eret at the side. Eret smiled at her, but Talia frowned at Eret and turned back to Mark. Eret's smile died as Mark spoke up calmly. Hey, Talia. How did you sleep? I slept well. Sniff sniff, where is grandfather? Talia stopped here as tears began to gather in her eyes and she slowly started to sniffle as the memories of what happened yesterday came back to her. Her grandfather was dead. She will never get to see him again. He will never stand behind her for hours while trying to get her hair under control again. Talia was slowly realizing that she was finally alone in the world. Mark swung his legs over the bed and beckoned her over as he opened his arms, and Talia slowly walked up to him and allowed him to carry her onto his lap. Mark wiped her tears away and spoke softly. Don't cry, Talia. James protected a lot of people on that island. They all owe their lives to him, and he died protecting them. I need him, sniff. I'm sure he also wanted to be here, but things don't always work how we want them to. Okay. Talia was still crying, and Mark racked his brain for something that would help her stop crying. He looked back at Eret for help, and Eret smiled at him softly as she crawled over to kneel on the bed beside him and she spoke to Talia. Hey, Talia. Do you want to get breakfast with us? We're having sweet dumplings and ice cream. Sniff sniff, ice cream. Eret nodded as she stretched her hand out. Come on. Let's go get some ice cream. Talia looked at the outstretched arm for a moment before she turned her head away and hugged Mark tighter. She frowned as she spoke. I want Big Brother Mark to carry me, sniff. Eret's smile only turned kinder. I'll give you an extra plate if you're a good girl. No. Stop trying to take Big Brother away, you big-breasted bimbo. Eret felt her eye twitch. Kill her. Eret immediately shut the voice in her head up before it could get out of control. The voice has been quiet since this morning, and Eret almost forgot about it till this moment. Don't ruin this moment with your stupid suggestions. Mark looked down at Talia with a frown. Hey, apologize to Eret. She was only trying to help. But. Mark's frown deepened and Talia's face fell as she quickly muttered a quiet apology. Mark smiled at her again, and Talia's face brightened once more as she saw it. Children were so easy to influence like this, and Mark easily tried to convince Talia to go with Eret. I have to go meet Salazar at the NSA this morning, but when I come back, I'll be starving. Can you help Eret in the kitchen while I'm not here? She's a little clumsy, so you can help me look after her. Eret pouted in indignation as she heard Mark say this, and she promised to get him back for using her as a scapegoat in this situation. Talia looked from Mark to Eret with a guarded expression. She wondered if she should refuse to go with Eret and instead follow Mark to the NSA since she also knew Salazar, but just thinking about the NSA made her sad, and she shook her head before she finally agreed to stay with Eret. But I won't give you my big brother. He's mine, and no one can have him. Go and find your own big brother. Talia huffed at Eret in indignation, and Mark chuckled low as he heard what she said. Eret couldn't help but smile either, and she pinched Talia on the cheek softly as Talia pouted and dragged her face back to avoid Eret. I've got to go to the NSA, but I'll be back as soon as possible. You girls have fun together, all right? Mark leaned back and kissed Eret softly after saying this, and Talia looked on in surprise as she saw them kiss. She couldn't believe it. Is her big brother married to the big-breasted bimbo? Talia's grandfather told her that only married couples could kiss, and Talia believed him completely since she didn't even know the first thing about dating. A small blush lit up Eret's face as she tried to laugh off the kiss as something normal, but she just couldn't do that because of how new everything was to her. She just got down from the bed with the bedsheet still around her and asked Talia if she wanted to take a bath with her first. Talia looked at Mark, and Mark nodded to her as he grabbed the second bedsheet to cover himself. Talia finally agreed and followed Eret out of the room. Mark's eyes trailed down to Eret's huge ass that was still showing even through the bedsheet around her body, and he sighed as he fell back on the bed and closed his eyes. He's going to need a cold shower. Murmurs echoed down the streets of City A as many people along the side street stopped to stare at the hooded person jogging down the road early that morning. The person was wearing a pair of black joggers and a white hoodie that he drew up properly with a black face mask with some red kanji drawn on it to cover his mouth and nose, but there was no way anyone who saw him wouldn't know who he was. That was Ghost. Mark was going on his usual morning jog, and he tried his best to ignore the crowds of people he could feel staring at him from both sides of his street. Even with this face mask on, there was an immediate reaction once anyone saw him. It was almost like they could feel his aura, and they didn't even need to see his face to know who he was. Music was blasting in his ear, and the early morning chill made it a perfect day for jogging as Mark turned down the street corner. Mark knew that the people on the street would not suddenly charge for him because they were both awed and surprised. Whenever a new superhuman comes out or if an old superhuman is seen on the street like this, the civilians are smart enough to give them some space because of the incidents that have happened between civilians and superhumans before. Going up to a superhuman when they want to be left alone can lead to an unfortunate accident. But since superhumans are so strong, a simple incident can become a call to meet their maker for a regular human. Hey, you're Ghost, aren't you? I can't believe it's really you. I saw your fight on TV and it was amazing. You're stronger than any superhuman I've seen in my life. But of course, there was always the exceptional person who would still come up to the superhumans even after seeing everyone staying back. Mark turned to the side and saw a girl jogging beside him. She was short and dark-skinned with large breasts that she held up using a sports bra. She was trying very hard to keep up with Mark's larger strides, and Mark only stared at her curiously as a way of asking what she wanted. The girl started to breathe heavily and Mark could tell that she was trying to say something but she couldn't because she was out of breath. She was a small thing and her lung capacity was probably too small for her to keep up with Mark's pace while also jogging. From the way she was already out of breath, Mark could tell that she was definitely not a superhuman. Mark stopped jogging and took out his music before he looked down at the much smaller girl with a raised brow. The girl immediately put her hands on her knee and began to breathe heavily. Are you okay? Mark took his mask down and asked this gently. The girl just tried to wave Mark's concerns away as she tried desperately to bring her breath back under control. Once she finally managed to get something resembling calmness, she stood back up and faced Mark while bringing out her phone shyly. "I just wanted to say hi and I was wondering if I could get a picture. My friends would never believe I met Ghost if I told them." Mark nodded and collected the phone from the girl. She was too short to take the picture, so he held the phone up and bent low so that he could take the picture with the much shorter girl. Mwah! Click. Mark didn't expect the girl to suddenly kiss him on the cheek just before he took the picture, and he just raised a brow as he turned to look at her curiously. She was blushing crimson and she took a few steps back as she put her hands behind her back while giving Mark a sultry look from under her eyelids. "That was my way of saying thanks for saving the city. I know you've probably got a million people lined up saying thanks, but I just wanted to say it too." Mark didn't even smile as he handed her back her phone and asked if that was all. "Oh no. One moment." The girl reached into her back pocket again and Mark waited patiently as she brought out a brown folder that looked rumpled and roughly handled. She handed it to Mark and Mark collected it curiously as he wondered what this was. The girl's voice suddenly turned serious when she spoke. "You're being summoned, Mark Vanitas." Mark looked down at the little girl with shock in his eyes. "What the hell?" The girl suddenly raised her hand up placatingly. She didn't want to do this, but it wasn't her choice. "A summons? For what reason and by whom?" "The federal government of America appreciates your recent achievements in protecting City A, but they cannot continue to overlook your activities as the vigilante ghost. You are being summoned to decide your future. Please keep in mind that this is just a summons and not a lawsuit, in case you are wondering. The Federal Republic just demands your presence. We are not branding you as a criminal yet. But if you decide not to honor the summons, then we will be forced to take drastic measures. Thanks for the picture, Ghost. I don't care what the law says, you're always going to be a hero in my eyes. I love you." The girl jumped and placed another kiss on Mark's cheek before she began to jog away while waving at him. Mark watched her go for a few seconds before he looked back at the folder in his hands. Mark wasn't stupid and he knew exactly what this meant. Even though it wasn't a lawsuit, it was still going to be necessary for him to appear before a judge. Either that, or he would have to deal with some form of settlement. Regardless of all the good that Ghost did, one thing was still obvious. In the eyes of the law, Ghost is a criminal. Mark frowned as he realized he would have more problems in the future at this rate. Mark immediately put a call out to Pat. "What is it, Mark?" "Hold on one moment. Woman, don't touch that. What are you even doing in my gaming room? That's my sanctuary. Get out." Pat answered the call in his usual haughty voice, but he suddenly shouted from the other end of the call and Mark raised a brow curiously as he wondered what was going on. There were some sounds of fighting and finally, a female voice shouted that Pat should go to hell. Mark figured that this woman was Pat's sister and he just waited for Pat to finish with what he was doing before they would continue. "You can go to hell too. In fact, get out of my house before you go to hell." "Fuck. What is it, Mark?" "I'm kind of in the middle of making sure my sister doesn't break my TV." "Is that Mark? The mystery friend you've been talking about so much? When are you finally going to let me meet him? I don't even know his full name." "You'll meet him when you both go to hell. Now fuck off so I can talk to him. Be respectful, you brat. I'm your older sister. Then act like it. Don't fucking hit me. Do you want to kill me? Ow. Stop it." Mark just tried to hold in his laughter as he was hearing everything happening on the other side of the phone. He had never seen Pat being this docile towards anyone before and Mark couldn't help but be surprised. Mark was currently sitting on a bench at the side of the road and watching the cars passing in front of him at high speeds. His hood was down to show his face and the people on the street were all going crazy as they uttered and spoke about him animatedly while taking discreet pictures from a distance. Mark glared at anyone that tried to come closer and they immediately realized that he didn't want to be bothered, so they left him alone and continued on their way. Even though they wanted to talk to him, they knew that he was a superhuman capable of easily overpowering them if they went too far, so they did not want to be near him when he was in a bad mood. When Mark was sure that Pat was free to talk again, he continued. "We've got a problem, Pat. I don't know how big it is, but it's a summons." On the other end of the call, Pat immediately stopped rubbing his head in pain as he heard the word summons. Pat already expected something like this to happen and he knew that it would be coming very soon, but he never expected that it would come the immediate next day after Mark saved the city. Pat actually thought that they would just open a lawsuit against Mark. With how strict the government was with their superhumans, there were many government officials who would not waste a single moment before throwing 100 different charges at Mark. Pat could still remember a particular vigilante that was reprimanded in the past. That man was charged with unlawful destruction of property and life and charged with 10 years of public service. That was just fancy talk for, you are mandated to join the government and work for free for the next 10 years. Pat thought they would try to do something like that to Mark, so he was surprised that they were only summoning him. "I guess all my contingency plans are now going to be useless. I'm going to have to come up with something new. Well, I suppose we should be grateful that it's just a summons and not a lawsuit." Mark chuckled. "I know, right? The truth of the matter is there was no denying that Mark was once a criminal. As the vigilante ghost, Mark was acting on his own without the permission of the NSA or any other government body that would allow superhumans to carry out such activities. And he wasn't even part of a guild. Mark knew that this was the reason behind him being summoned, and he was just glad that they weren't taking it too far. "I'll take a look at the city records and find out what we need. Maybe there is a way to buy off some people and settle it quickly. Most times you only need money to deal with these things. Where are you right now?" "Never mind, I've found you. You're on your way to the boxing gym." Mark scoffed as he immediately thought that Pat would make one hell of a stalker. Pat could always find Mark and Eric because of the trackers that were installed in both of them, but that didn't mean that Pat needed the tracker to find them. Even without a tracker, Pat could find a human being in less than 5 minutes with almost no information on that person. Just a name and a picture were enough for him to pull out every available piece of information on that person. Your primary school. Your college. Your place of work. How much was in your bank account? Heck, Pat could probably find out how many times you went to the toilet in the last 10 days after he gained access to your phone. Mark was a bit put off by how versatile Pat was at first, but after knowing him for 14 years, Mark learned to live with it. Mark began opening the file to take a look at what was inside. "Yeah, I have to meet the teacher. She's going to be pissed." "No shit. I'll send you whatever I find soon." Pat cut off the call immediately and Mark brought out the papers and began to read them. Mark sat on the bench for the next 5 minutes and he read through all of the papers that were inside the brown envelope 3 times before he finally stood up again. The information laid out on the paper was a little confusing since Mark was never good with legal talk, but he was able to get the basic gist of it. Mark Vanitas was not being summoned as Mark Vanitas. Instead, Mark Vanitas was being summoned as Ghost, the former vigilante who took to the streets and fought against Anima without permission from the government, making it illegal. That was just as much as he expected anyway. Mark was being summoned to the government headquarters in the next 2 months to appear before a judge behind closed doors to decide on his fate. Mark knew that this was all just fancy talk. The only things that they really wanted was for him to be under their control, and they were going to use this as an avenue to make Mark join one of the government-based organizations. Mark is a superhuman and it would be stupid to put Mark in prison when he could be out there helping people. So instead, they would try to place him under their thumb and control his actions. That is probably why they didn't sue Mark yet. Even though Mark was not the strongest in America, he was currently the most popular superhuman in the country and also one of the fastest evolving superhumans. Suing Mark would only make him antagonize them, so they decided only to summon him and give him a chance to talk first. If Mark ignores or refuses the summons, then the government will have justifiable reason to open a lawsuit against him without fearing public anger. But all of this was just Mark's speculation. He didn't know how things would really turn out, and there was even a chance that they would just arrest him and get it over with. Mark just hoped that Pat could find out more about the summons. Mark placed his hoodie and mask back on and continued jogging towards the boxing gym. The boxing gym was located in a rundown area of the town with many dilapidated houses lining the street. The building itself was brown and there was mold growing from the walls. Mark took off his hoodie and entered the creaking door, and he arrived in a lavish dojo that had multiple equipment scattered around. 10 sandbags were hanging from the ceiling to one side with many dumbbells and barbells arranged at various parts of the gym. There was a wall with many scaling ropes hanging from nails, and in the middle of the room, there was a single large boxing ring. Mark looked around the dimly lit room, and he wasn't surprised that there was no one there. This boxing gym used to be one of the most popular ones in the city, but after the area became so run down, there were hardly any people who wanted to come to the gym, and it became a shadow of its former self. The only reason why the gym stayed open this long was because of how headstrong and fucking stubborn the owner was. Whoosh! Bam! Mark's hand blurred as he caught a punch from behind him. He turned around with a raised brow, about to say something, but a foot suddenly slammed into his knee, making it buckle slightly, and the person dragged their fist free from Mark's grip and flipped up so that their leg was wrapped around Mark's head. They threw their body weight forward, but they were stunned when Mark didn't even budge, standing his ground and sighing. "You should really stop with the sneak attacks. You're too old for something so childish, Raven. You should really stop with the sneak attack. You're too old for something so childish, Raven." The person on Mark's neck frowned before she flipped over Mark's shoulders and easily landed in front of him with a flourish. Mark stared at the tall woman who was just about to hit him, and he couldn't help but smile as he saw the frown on her face. She was wearing a black tank top and tight trousers that showed off her impressive bust and ass proportions, and there was a cigar in her mouth that she took out as her frown deepened. "What the fuck have you been doing to yourself? You're far stronger than you were last week." "Hello to you too, teacher." Raven licked her tongue and took a puff from her cigar. She put one hand under her breast and eyed Mark from head to toe as she waited for him to say something to her. They both knew what Raven was waiting for, and Mark decided to just bite the bullet. "I had to go fight against that calamity class. Didn't have a choice." "You always have a choice, you brat. Don't go starting your conversations like that. What did I tell you about going out to fight things that are stronger than you? You struggled against disaster classes, and once a calamity class shows up, the first thing you think is that you should go fight it." Mark shrugged. "What should I have done? Let all those people die because I didn't want to put myself in danger. There were no superhumans in the area that could handle it, and it was going to kill everyone that went to confront it. I had to help." Raven glared at Mark in anger once she heard him say that, and she took out her cigar and threw it to the side. "Are you trying to say something to me, brat? And what if I am?" Mark stepped closer to Raven, and Raven felt some of Mark's pressure push down on her as his enormous build towered over her. Mark was probably not even doing it on purpose, but Raven could feel a great increase in Mark's aura. It felt like his presence and power quadrupled from the last time they were in a ring together. He was a monster of a man, and even though Raven was a very tall woman, she still only reached his shoulders with the top of her head. She glared up at him and clicked her tongue. "In the ring. Now." Raven and Mark entered the ring in the middle of the room, and Mark took off his hoodie and only wore his black tank top. He put on his gloves while watching Raven put on her own gloves on the opposite side of the ring. Mark could understand why Raven was angry. Raven had been Mark's teacher for some time now, and she was also one of the few people who knew Mark's identity as Ghost before he revealed it to the public. Mark first met Raven 2 years ago when he was looking for a place to train without risking revealing his superhuman strength to others. He searched for more than a week before he learned about this dilapidated gym that didn't have any members. It sounded like the perfect place for Mark to train, so he came here and met Raven. Her father was the one who opened this gym a long time ago, and now that he was dead, she was finding it hard to keep it afloat because of the way houses were all being demolished. Raven didn't want to let go of her father's gym, so she refused to move it. Luckily for her, that was when she met Mark. Before agreeing to train Mark, she made him promise that he would not go to fight against monsters that were above disaster class. Raven had no desire to train someone just for them to go get themselves killed while trying to fight against something far stronger than them. That is why Raven felt betrayed by Mark's actions against that calamity class. You know the rules. 2 downs and you win. I don't know what sort of steroid you've been taking, but you better remember that strength isn't going to be enough to help you here. Mark turned around and nodded to Raven as they both advanced towards each other. Raven stretched out her 2 gloves, and Mark fist bumped them with his gloves. Whoosh! Mark immediately had to step back as Raven tried to lash out with a low sweep. Mark dodged to the side as Raven shot her leg up and almost slammed it into his face, and he used that chance to try and slam his fist into Raven's liver. But she managed to dodge around it quickly enough, and she retreated to the other side of the ring. Mark narrowed his eyes at Raven as she slowly started to stalk around him. Raven was a superhuman as well, but her blessing and strength were not something that she liked to talk about. The only thing that Mark knew was that Raven was blessed by a god who focused on athletics, and her blessing was weak. So weak that she could not advance past the high B rank no matter how hard she tried. Mark took a step back and used a quick analysis on Raven as he got a look at her stats. Name, Raven Brown. Race, human. Title, nil. Rank, B. Potential, D. Skill, rush. Description: the rush skills give Raven a boost in athletic abilities during times of intense stress. It is similar to but stronger than an adrenaline rush, and it improves her overall strength, speed, and reaction time. She is an extremely athletic woman whose potential has held her back from achieving any real purpose. Affiliation, lawful neutral. Mark was surprised by Raven's potential. Was that why she couldn't advance past the B rank no matter how hard she tried? She was stuck in a low rank because of how bad her potential was. In fact, her having a B rank was a testament to how much work she already put into her training and improving herself. It has only been 4 years and she was able to rise to B rank with a potential of only D rank. That was really impressive. At least Mark now knew how she was able to keep up with him even when he was as strong as an A rank without his system before. Mark was always surprised by her bursts of speed and the sudden quick reflexes she seemed to gain whenever he was about to land a hit on her, but now Mark knew that it was just due to her rush skill. Raven always told Mark that strength was not everything in a fight. What was the point of having all the power in the world if none of your punches ever hit? Raven dashed closer to Mark and immediately lashed out with a flurry of punches. Mark didn't bother dodging around most of them because he knew that even if they hit him, there would be no damage done. Instead, he stretched out and tried to grab Raven in a hold, but Raven was able to duck under it and flip back before Mark could get her. Raven landed in a crouch and narrowed her eyes at Mark as she noticed something about him. "You're holding back, aren't you?" Mark ignored her words and rushed in for another confrontation. He lashed out with 2 punches, and Raven closed her guard and tried to tank the punch, but her eyes widened as an intense pain shot through her hand once one of the punches hit. Gah! Bam! Raven didn't even dare to try and block the second one as she immediately fell backward and tried to kick Mark's legs out from under him. Mark took a step back to avoid the kick, and he reached down to grab Raven by her shirt, but Raven suddenly slid through his legs and performed an acrobatic move that baffled Mark for a moment. Her hands wrapped around his legs, and she contorted her body upwards to wrap her legs around his neck before pulling with all of her strength. Bam! Mark's back slammed into the ground, and Mark quickly rolled to the side and got back to his feet as he brought his hands up for another charge. But he saw Raven watching him curiously as she stood with her hands by her side. She was looking at Mark like he was a specimen she was analyzing, and Mark wondered what she could be thinking about. After some time, Raven finally spoke. "I can tell that you're holding back." Mark sighed and shrugged, and Raven licked her tongue again as she brought her hand up and glared at Mark. Are you looking down on me? Do you think that getting some new power-up will make you that much stronger than me? I already told you, didn't I? Your punches are useless if they don't hit. So come at me with everything. Whoosh! Raven charged in again faster than before, and Mark was forced to sidestep a kick to the shin as he deflected a punch from her that would have taken out his right eye. I said fight me, you brat. Raven shouted at Mark as she lashed out with an elbow strike that slammed into his sternum. Mark felt some breath leave his body, but he was back under control in less than a second, and he stopped the second elbow strike and pushed Raven back. Raven, wait. Let's talk. It's teacher to you, bastard. Raven dashed in again and ducked under Mark's guard to land an uppercut on his chin, and Mark brought his head back and easily allowed it to ghost past his chin. Mark could tell that Raven was no longer playing around, and she was really trying to incapacitate him. He decided that enough was enough. Mark grabbed her shirt faster than she could rush away, and he flipped her over his body and slammed her back into the ground. Boom! Ugh! Raven's back throbbed in pain as she felt the air leave her lungs, and she felt Mark's weight leaning on top of her like a mountain. She couldn't move her body even if she wanted to at that moment, and she swallowed heavily as she looked up into Mark's eyes with a deep stare. She was breathing heavily, and she could trace the individual lashes above Mark's eyes with how close they were. I can't not hold back against you, Raven. Some things happened that you wouldn't understand, and now I'm much stronger than before. If I don't hold back, I could really kill you accidentally. I'm sorry I went against our rules. I just couldn't leave those people to die while I waited for other superhumans to arrive. Raven was one of 3 people who knew Mark's identity before he revealed it to the public, and Raven made Mark promise her that he would not go out to fight against Anima whom he knows he cannot beat. Raven didn't want Mark to go out there thinking that he could start a fight against any monster he saw. Even though Mark was strong, there were monsters in this world that would make Mark look like nothing in comparison, and it would definitely be the end of his life if he challenged them. Raven was very indebted to Mark because he was the reason why her father's gym stayed open even after everyone else in the area closed down their businesses and left. Raven always leaves one day of the week open for Mark to come here and train alone without any other students around since Mark didn't want anyone to know his identity, and she was in charge of Mark's training, but Raven knew that the training that she used to give Mark would not cut it anymore. Raven was curious about what caused Mark to suddenly become this much stronger, but she wouldn't pry. She didn't want personal feelings interfering with her teaching, so she always maintained a student-teacher relationship with Mark. She would have to change his training regime because of this increase in strength. Aren't you going to get off me? Mark felt Raven struggle under him, and he gently got off her and watched her stand up and begin taking off her gloves. The fight was over as far as she was concerned. She walked past Mark once she was done taking off her gloves, and Mark just watched her closely. There's no training today. I'm going to have to adjust your schedule to accommodate your new strength. You can have the week off. Mark grinned. He was glad that Raven did not pry too much into what happened. Thanks, Raven. TSK. Don't go thanking me just yet, I'm still pissed at you. You don't understand how worried. Mark waited for Raven to finish her sentence, but Raven couldn't finish it as she just paused. Raven frowned and turned her head away with her hands on her hips. Raven was going to tell Mark how worried she was when she watched his fight on the news. She was terrified that he would die against that calamity class, and she was happier than anyone else in the world when she saw him win the fight. But she didn't say that to him. Her pride wouldn't let her. Just come back in 1 week. I have an idea of how strong you are now, so I should be able to make a training regime for you by then. But if you ever do something like this again, then it is over between us. I don't care if I lose the gym, I won't have blood on my hands because you want to feel the thrill of fighting a stronger opponent. Raven said this as she started to walk back into her room, but she paused just before she entered and called Mark in a much calmer voice. Mark answered her with a hum, and Raven eyed him closely for a moment before she finally spoke. I'm glad you're safe, Mark. Thank you for coming back alive. Gotcha. Raven quickly closed the door behind her once she was finished talking, and Mark smiled and shook his head at his teacher's tsundere attitude. Couldn't she just come out and say that she was worried about him? Mark had not spoken to Raven that much in the time that he knew her. There was always this distance between them because Raven wanted to keep their relationship as only teacher and student without bringing friendship into it, so Raven finds it hard to express her worries or annoyances to Mark without using it as some form of teaching opportunity. Mark knew that she cared about him, but with the ways she was always acting towards him, you would think that she was a cold-hearted woman who didn't give a damn. It was only moments like these that gave him some hope in her humanity. Mark took off his gloves and called out to Raven to tell her that he was leaving. There was no response from Raven, and Mark just grabbed his things and began jogging as he left the gym. He needed to go see Salazar in the NSA before going back home to meet Eret and Talia. Talia was used to the superhuman life. She is one of the youngest superhumans alive, and since she is also a part of the NSA she must be going on smaller scale missions already, but that did not mean she could survive in the places that Mark goes to. Now that he got his powers back and many of the anima knew that he was king, Mark knows that stronger opponents were going to surface and challenge him. He did not know if it was okay to bring Talia into that sort of world when she was only this young. Should he just harden his heart and send her away to live with Greg? Talia's life would not be bad with Greg, and she would definitely grow with a loving father figure around her since Greg is also a father himself, and she would be like other normal children. It's not like Mark lacked the money or time to take care of one more person. Mark didn't have any issues taking care of Talia. He just felt like her life would be easier away from him. Mark sighed as he thought about this and decided that he would talk to Eret about it and they would talk to Talia together when they make a decision. Even if Talia is a child, she is far more mature than any child had a right to be, and she would understand if Mark tells her their choice. Whatever choice Talia makes will tell Mark what he needed to do going forward. How did you and big brother Mark start living together? Are the two of you married? Eret was in the middle of turning a bowl of pancake batter when Talia suddenly asked her this question, and Eret paused what she was doing and looked at the little girl sitting on the counter. Eret and Talia have been cooking in silence for a long time, and they were only saying the bare minimum between themselves to pass the time. Eret thought that she needed to give Talia some time with her thoughts, but it seems that Talia was no longer too depressed if she was already asking questions like these. She wanted to know how she met Mark. That was so long ago and Eret barely remembered it. But as she furrowed her face in thought, the memories of that moment began to come back to her. Eret met Mark 2 years ago when she first moved to this city with her father. Eret was just starting out at Nature Academy and she was lost in the city streets because she did not know where to go. That was after her mother died in the anima attack, and she still had a great resentment for other people, so she found it hard to ask for directions when she was walking around the city. She somehow managed to get involved with a group of rough-looking men who were trying to take advantage of her, and it was Mark that came to help her. He got rid of the men and helped Eret to find the academy. It was just a coincidence that the both of them happened to be going to the same school, and they even ended up in the same class. After that day, Eret was always looking out for Mark, but she noticed that he was barely ever in class. He would skip class and go hide in the corridor to play games, or he would leave the school altogether to go out. Eret thought that he was leaving the school to go and join gang fights, and that was also what most of the students in the school thought because of how dangerous Mark looked, but she now knew that Mark was going out there to get rid of anima that appeared in different parts of the city. Eret began asking around the school for Mark whenever he was missing from class, and Eret didn't know when she began going out to look for Mark anytime there was a class and he was not there. She always searched for him because she thought that she owed him for saving her back then, but as time went on, she slowly started to understand what sort of person he was, and she eventually became one of his closest friends. It became so easy for her to find him that the teachers would always send Eret out to look for Mark if they needed to talk to him or if there was a class that he really needed to be in and he was not there. Eret knew that the teachers were afraid to talk to Mark just like all the other students around because of how tall and intimidating he looked. Mark literally stood at least one head above everybody in the school, so it was hard for the teachers to even reprimand him since they felt like children in his presence, but Eret wasn't afraid to talk to him. Someone that saved her life could never be a bad person. Erit said all of this to Talia, and by the time she was finished, she was already putting the batter into the pan. Talia's face scrunched up in confusion as she heard what Erit said. Talia did not understand how people could become close in the way that Erit just described, and she wondered if it was possible. Oh. So you and Big Brother Mark fell in love because he was always skipping class. Will I have to skip class to find a husband? Erit scoffed in surprise as she almost burst out laughing right there. What sort of question was that? I don't think you have to do that. You can have a different story for finding a boyfriend. You don't have to follow our story since it is different for everyone. How will I know he's the right person? Grandpa always told me to stay away from boys because they are all demons. Talia looked down at her feet sadly as she mentioned James, and Erit felt her heart squeeze as she realized that Talia was going to start crying again. She came up to Talia and touched her knee. When Talia looked up at Erit, Erit smiled. When you find the one for you, you'll just know. You won't be able to stop thinking about him, and you'll want the best for him. When he looks at you, you'll feel this burning sensation in your stomach, like there are millions of sparks going off inside of you. He'll be there for you even when you don't know that you need someone to be there for you, and you'll always try your best to be there for him and support him when he needs it. You'll know. Talia was astonished by the intense emotions that Erit just described, and it managed to make her stop thinking about her grandfather for some time. Talia went silent and thought for a moment before she said something that made Erit cough in shock. Then, will I marry Big Brother Mark? What are you talking about? Talia hummed and looked into space as she spoke. He's always there for me and I feel safe when he hugs me. And he is very reliable and kind. If I'm going to marry someone like you described, then I want it to be Big Brother Mark. The voice inside of Erit's head was in the middle of an unbelievable fit of rage as it shouted at Erit like a mad woman. Kill her. Kill the fucking bitch. Mark is ours. Ours. There is no space for anyone else in his life. We should kill her and hide her body in the oven. Burn her body and bury the remains. Kill her. Kill her. Kill the fucking bitch. Mark is ours. Ours. There is no space for anyone else in his life. We should kill her and hide her body in the oven. Burn her body and bury the remains. Kill her. Erit's eyes changed into yellow slits for a moment as the sheer intensity of emotions almost made her lose her mind on the spot, but Erit immediately closed her eyes as she felt the change and tried to calm down. She stumbled to the side and put her hand on her forehead as she squeezed her face from the intense exertion. The voice in her head was relentless as it tried to make Erit kill Talia for what she said, but Erit tried her hardest to quiet the voice down and make it shut up. Eventually, Erit opened her eyes and they were back to their normal black. Talia was staring at Erit in worry, but Erit just waved her worry away with a smile. She sighed as she slowly turned the pancakes over in the pan and allowed the sunny brown side to face up. That isn't love, Talia. You're just grateful to Mark. I felt the same way when he saved me from the men 2 years ago. It takes much longer for someone to fall in love, and you have to know them better as well. You'll find someone for you, I'm sure of it. Just not Mark. Mark is mine. Erit said all of this with a smile, but she left the last part out as she brought the pancakes out from the pan and laid them on plates. She knew that Talia was just a child, so Talia would not even understand the meaning of the word love. Talia was just curious, and Erit was more than happy to answer her questions. Erit was not going to kill Talia just because Talia said she could be in love with Mark. That was stupid. Talia seemed to be thinking about it seriously while swinging her legs back and forth, and she finally shrugged, jumped down from the cabinet, and ran into the living room. Erit watched her go far before she finally sighed in exertion as Talia left and bent down while leaning her back on the wall. That took a lot more energy than usual. It was becoming harder to stop the voice in her head from taking over her thoughts, and Erit didn't understand what was happening to her body. Erit raised her hand up and touched the bottom of her eyes as she wondered what happened to her just now. When the voice shouted very loud, Erit would feel her eyes change into something else. It was almost like a bloodthirsty part of her tried to come out, and Erit was only able to push it back by sheer will. What the hell was happening to her? Knock. 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 A knock on the door snapped Erit out of her thoughts as she turned off the burner and walked out of the kitchen while cleaning her hand using a rag. Erit was wearing a pair of faded jeans and one of Mark's t-shirts with an apron over all of it. Her hair was tied in a messy bun behind her head, and she didn't bother loosening it as she walked over to the door and looked through the viewing hole to see who was there. The person on the other side of the door was wearing the delivery outfit of the City C Post Office Department. Blue shirt and black trousers with the image of a white bird on the left breast pocket. He had a cap on his head of black hair, but he was looking at the peeping hole with an exasperated look as he raised his hand to knock for a second time. In his hands, there was a brown box with a paper sitting on top of it. Erit opened the door before the man could knock again, and the man blinked in shock once he saw Erit's face. Erit noticed that his eyes flickered towards her scar immediately, but that didn't disturb her at all. The man's eyes immediately scanned over her entire body as if he were trying to devour her figure with his eyes, and Erit narrowed her eyes at him in annoyance. This was what always happened to her, and she was already fed up with it. The first thing people noticed about her was always her scar. It was like a beacon that drew people's eyes towards her. But immediately after glancing at her scar, they would then look at her body, and they would no longer mind the scar. It was almost like they were saying the scar is bad, but with a body like that it doesn't really matter. It disgusted Erit, and she hated meeting new people because of this exact situation that always occurred. What do you want? Once Erit spoke, the mailman's eyes immediately snapped back up to her face, and he swallowed slightly before he took a step towards her and tried to look composed once more. Yes, sorry, I'm looking for one Miss Erit Claiborne. Is that you? Yes, what is it? The mailman brought the box in his hand forward and told Erit that she should sign on the paper on top, and Erit raised a brow and asked him who the package was from. Mr. Howard Claiborne sent it, I think. It's been lying in our warehouse for 3 days now, and we've been unable to deliver it due to the Anima attack that happened recently. We are terribly sorry for the delay. The mailman looked down at the package with some difficulty and read what was written on the forwarding note, and Erit's eyes widened in surprise as she heard her father's name. Erit hasn't spoken to her father in a few days now, and she was glad that her father was all right. She wondered what her father would think if he knew what happened to her the past few days. Erit's father always sent random things to her and Mark for them to use in the house, and Erit was not surprised that he sent this. She simply signed the document on top and collected the box from him. Ugh! Erit almost fell over as the extremely heavy box threatened to throw her to the ground. What in the world is in here? It was extremely heavy, and it almost felt like she was carrying a box filled with cement blocks. Erit quickly turned around and dropped it on the ground inside the apartment before it fell, and she missed the look of suspicion on the mailman's face as he watched her struggle with the box. By the time Erit turned back around, the mailman was already smiling again, and he gave her a nod while holding the tip of his cap.